Good morning and welcome back to the 2023 Ultra4 USA Best Dam Race of the Year, presented by Rugged Race Radios. We are on the backside of the Pensacola Dam at the South Grand Lake Recreational Area, just outside of Disney and Langley, Oklahoma. And this is Ultra4 racing at its finest. I am Miles Haskell alongside Mrs. Pam Hall, and we are about to kick off the stock and the open UTVs. Pam, this is going to be a great show.
Yes, it is. The cars are lining up. The drivers are ready, and they are excited. I asked some of the drivers while we were on our little bit of a break. I said, are you guys having fun yet? And they said, nope, but we're getting ready to. So they are super excited, getting ready to get out there on race course, getting themselves all lined up. Miss Jess with USAC is over there, getting them all in order, and they'll be taking the green flag here momentarily.
It's going to be a great showing, but we're going to show you what's going on the rest of the weekend here in Disney and Langley, Oklahoma at the South Grand Lake. We are kicking off right now with the Open and the Stock UTV. Remember, everything is Central Time. Our next race at 2 p.m. will be the 4900 Pro Modified class, and then this evening at 5 o'clock it'll be the 4600 Spider Track Stock class. It's going to be a great showing of what all we can do, and then tomorrow morning, Pam,
yes, tomorrow morning, starting at 9 a.m., we will have the future of our sport, the Ultra4 USA youth classes. And we have the 11 o'clock, the EMC classes, our 4800 and 4500 classes. And then at 2 p.m., we will have our 4400 unlimited classes. The
main event, the biggest and baddest names of the sport. There's the waterfall section. This is going to be a joker line. The open class has to run this once, can only run it once. This is a great area for spectating. Remember, spectating is free. So come on out if you're anywhere in the area. Lots of great things going on. But we're also going to throw it down to our one and only Erica Allreed, our third member of the broadcast team. Erica, what do you got for us?
Thanks, guys. The course we have here this weekend is a driver and fan favorite, and that's no surprise considering it has a little bit of everything. We have rocks, woods, water, some go fast, and more. Because of this, it's really going to separate the drivers as it forces them to be well-versed in all of the elements. I think the name, the Best Dam Race of the Year, is going to be very appropriate for the racing product this course is going to produce for us here this weekend, guys.
Thank you, Erica. And yes, indeed, it's going to be one heck of a show. We are about to kick off here very, very soon. We're going to kind of give you a rundown of this course here. It's a 5-mile course. We've got some rock climbs. We've got some dirt. We have some obstacles. Let's see what this course is all about. We're here to round out the Western Series Championship here below the Pensacola Dam for the best dam race of the season. It's going to be a great show all weekend long, so let's check out the course. We're here roughly race mile number 1. This is the first hard obstacle during the race. This is the waterfall. As you can see, the water's coming down now. It'll be coming down during the race as well. There are 2 lines coming down the water right there and to the right. We'll have 2 winch points up top, and there's going to be some epic battles going on. Left and right, there's going to be a lot of action. Next up is Viagra. We're going to be coming down this, head in the woods, and then head right over to either the Joker line or back to Little Blue. This is Nosedive. This is going to be an awesome part of the race for the 4400. Specifically, they have to hit this every single lap, and it's a hard obstacle. Water was always running down it. It's going to be a fun one to watch. And now we are here at Little Blue. We'll be coming down this. The main obstacle's right down the center, but there are a couple offshoots you can hit. But this is an iconic part of the trail, and this could be some really fun action if we can get them down the middle. We are in an active riverbed. Most of it's dry, but obviously the water's got to go somewhere. So we're going to have quite a few water crossings. We try to keep that to a minimum, but we'll have some splash passes going on. It's not all about the big rock obstacles and the wide open racing. We still have a lot of tight trees we're going to throw you in, slow you down, give you a little change of scenery, and have some fun with it. We're here at the last hard obstacle here. This is the Grand Staircase. And we're going to go up, go back down through the rock garden, around the corner, through the water, and to the start-finish line. And that's a quick peek at this year's race course.
Miles, that was an awesome course preview. And loved seeing all the obstacles that we have out there, the people at home that are watching it, getting to show them. So awesome job out there. I mean, I know you and JT and everybody has been out here working super hard on the course, and you guys have put together a very amazing, fast, fun course.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun one to watch for sure. Up first is our Project X starting grid is Robert Parker with Kyle, or that's Nathan Parker, Mike McCleary, Jason Tidwell, Stephen Rogers, Brian Hamby.
Jacob Shade, Rich Birch, Jeremy Blackburn, Nathan Seiler, and Jason Wofford.
And then it's Byron Starrett, Rodney Van Eperen, Todd Rimreed, Kurt Mackey, Owen Van Eperen.
Mitchell Roccacelli, Aaron Lynch, Cody Willenborg, and Dan Hill.
Remember, this is the UTV stock class. We are also racing the open class as well. They will be racing at the same time but scored separately. So on that pole position is Mr. Paul Wolf, then Robert Liebold, Tyler Gibbs, Anthony Out, Travis Zollinger,
Cole Clark, Josh Smith, Cameron Zollards, Cameron Dickey, Ian Dickey.
That's the top 10 for the opens right there. And in the 11th is Cody Qualbaum, Peyton Dumford, Joe Gould, and Jeff Bachman. So, again, that's the stock and the opens. They are going to be taking off how they qualified out there. They're going to be racing at the same time but scored separately. You can go to live.ultra4racing.com for our live timing. We are looking like we should be starting any second now. JT Taylor, our Ultra4 USA race director, is out there with the green flag on his rugged race radio, making sure the course is clear, and we should be live racing here very, very soon.
Yes, you can see that they're making sure everything's all checking out over there. He is on the rugged race radio. They were making sure that Paul Wolf's transponder is working properly because they want to make sure all of that is going on before they take the green flag. But we do have one of our camera guys down there getting some awesome footage for us. Mr. Cruz is on there with Paul Wolf getting a starting line interview.
If you're just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. This is the 2023 Ultra4 USA Best Dam Race of the Year, presented by Rugged Race Radios. We are on the back side of the Pensacola Dam at the South Grand Lake Recreation Area, just outside of Disney and Langley, Oklahoma. This is a free event, so come on out. If you're anywhere in the area of Joplin, Missouri, Rogers, Arkansas, or Tulsa, we're about an hour or so away from all of those big cities, come on out. This is a great, great shot. And it looks like we got Erica Allreed down there with a report from Mr. Kyle Cheney. Erica, let's hear it.
I was chatting with Kyle Cheney earlier, and he is currently in the heat of the battle in one of our tightest points chases in the West Series with only a 27-point differential between him and Corey Willis. I asked him if that was weighing in the back of his mind coming into this weekend, and he said he's simply just happy to be in the chase, considering he's running 5 different series this summer and has fought for championships in all 5. Although he's just simply happy to be in the hunt, and it's business as usual here today, he said it would mean the world to him to bring home this 4,900 UTV Pro Mod Championship for both Robert Parker and Team Momentum.
Thank you, Erica. Yes, this is the Western Series Championship, and it'll be down to the wire. And we are live racing with Paul Wolf and Robert Liebold off the line. They're both in the open class.
And it looks like Paul Wolf has taken the whole shot over Robert.
They're 2 by 2. Remember, this race is on adjusted time, taking off every 30 seconds. We have 35 cars that'll be out on this 5-mile course today. It's going to be an amazing thing to watch, so be sure to stay tuned in. Up next is Mr. Tyler Gibbs and Nathan Parker.
So Nathan Parker and Tyler Gibbs taking the green flag just now, and it looks like Nathan Parker is going to have the whole shot just now on that row number 2.
It's going to be some fun battles out there on course between Paul Wolf with that whole shot early on. This is a very, very stacked field. Again, adjusted time race, 2 at a time. This is Anthony Out and Mark McCleary taking out. Mark McCleary has Mike Park riding shotgun, so that's a great way for Mike to get a lay of the land. He's racing Pro Mod next.
And it looks like we are going to have next up off the line Travis Zollinger and Jason Tidwell.
Travis Zollinger in that beautiful built Pro R that's turbocharged, huge 37-inch tires. That machine is going to be one to watch as he drag races Jason Tidwell and Zollinger Racing Products out front early. What a great run with him, with Riley Ribeiro riding shotgun.
And Miles, let's talk about that really quick. He not only builds the parts that he puts on his chassis, but how cool is it to be out here and actually testing the parts that you're building firsthand? And we do have Cole Clark right now getting ready to take the green flag up against Stephen Rogers.
Cole Clark out of Cortez, Colorado, taking off. right next to Steven Rogers out of Chattanooga, Tennessee with Rogers Motorsports. Drag racing the ZRP Army.
I didn't catch who got the whole shot on that, but on there, we do have Paul Wolf making his way over to that waterfall section.
So this is the Joker line. So this is very, very important right now. Paul Wolf out front with clean air decides to take this. Remember, he's in a single-seater, so if he does not make this clean, he's got to get out and winch himself.
Yes, and that is Brian Hamby and Jacob Shade taking the green flag, and it looks like we have Brian Hamby jumping out front. Oh, and you can see Paul Wolf's tires spinning. They are wet from the water on that area, so this is going to be that tricky section, as you were just saying. And
it's already starting to turn into a little bit of a bottleneck. So now Robert Lee Bull, there is a line on the right. It's not for these little UTVs. If he could one-shot that and get around Paul Wolf, it would be an amazing feat. But look at that belly. I don't think they have the ground clearance for that, but Robert Lee Bull is in there and trying to make it happen. But now, remember, this is a Joker line. You have to run it once. You can only run it once. So it's going to be very interesting to see how this all shakes out.
And we do see the co-driver getting out over there. Now, is Paul running a co-driver?
No, he is in a single-seater.
Oh, that's right, yes.
Does he have a right front? Paul may not have right front pulling right now. That could really affect the rest of his race. Yeah, the right front does not look like it's spinning. Is it the locker? Is it an axle? We do not know. But the rest of the field is able to bypass, and it shortcuts about a half a mile of this course. So they're going to be out front. So the physical lead's going to be interesting. The strategy right now is going to be very, very interesting to see how this shakes out. And there's another one. There's Anthony. That is Anthony Yount.
So we already have 3 cars bottling up right there.
And we've had Brian Hamby take off, Jacob Shade, Rich Burst, Jeremy Blackburn, Nathan Seiler, Josh Smith, Cody Willenberg, Cam Zollers. Looks like Jason Wofford and Cameron Dickey about to take off. And a parking lot at Waterfall. This is going to be interesting to see how this all shakes out. That's Jason Wofford and Cameron Dickey. Remember, this is the Western Series Championship. You have to run Visions and your best 2 of 3 West Series races. So Mike Park is out of the car, winching up for Robert Lee Bull, both in the open classes, and I believe Paul Wolf has to race that same car in the Pro Modified class up next, so he doesn't have much time to fix that front end, and he's in a single-seater. You saw Paul Wolf, the driver, out of his car, pulling winch. Very, very interesting. And that should have been Byron Starrett and Rodney Van Eperen with that Yamaha. Byron Starrett also racing double duty. He'll be racing for John Seaman in the Pro Mod next, but he's racing for himself right now.
Wow, what a great race going on already. All lined up. That is Todd Rimreed taking off right next to the 211 of Ian Dickey.
Tom Rimreed will see his son Tyler Rimreed running next, and Todd with the early lead. Turbo Todd out front. Remember, they are racing their own time, so this race is on adjusted time. They're taking off 2 by 2 every 30 seconds. Here are a couple sirens getting tested, so Paul Wolf is up and out. But remember, now he has to drive to that machine and unhook his winch and give it back in, so he's losing some very precious time.
Yes, Cody Quattlebaum just now took the green flag next to Kurt Mackey. And we do see Anthony does have his co-driver out as well, getting winched up.
So it is Travis Zollinger, Robert Lee Bull, and Paul Wolf are all up and through the Joker line there at Waterfall. They get a bypass it the rest of the race, and only the open class goes up. Stock gets to bypass it. They do not have to do the Waterfall Joker at all.
So Owen Van Eperen and Mitchell Roccacelli now went against each other, and it looks like Mitchell actually took the whole shot on his line.
Lots of chatter through the Rugged Race radios right now. We do have on-car with Owen Van Eppert and Cody Quattlebaum. We'll see if we can get that technology to work, but I hope to give you a special treat here in a little bit.
That'll be really cool. Really cool to see on-car. So up next will be the 4982 of Jeff Bachman.
He's got Abby riding shotgun with him.
And then the 4955 of Joe Gould.
Sorry, Joe Gould has Abby Childers riding shotgun.
Yep. They did have an issue yesterday. They actually broke off the brake caliper, but they got that fixed, and here they are out on course.
So that's Nathan Tater-Seiler coming down Little Blue, so that could be he's out front looking good. Looks like we have one more car to go, and that should be the 888 of Double A Dan out of Omaha, Nebraska with FP Racing. So we should have roughly 35 cars out on course. He's getting ready to take the green flag, and we are hot racing. All cars on course, 19 in the stock, 16 in the open, 35 total. It'll be very interesting to see. We should have some people coming out of the woods here in a little bit. We'll have a physical look at them there. Across from the start finish is roughly race mile, I'm going to say 3.5 or so. So we'll be able to see where they are on course. We have the Amsoil hot pits at the top of the staircase. We have the Yukon launch out back. We have the Brannick boulders and the Spider Track backstretch. So we'll see how all that shakes out.
So Anthony has already gone up, tried to go up the right-hand side of the waterfall here, and now he was up on the left-hand side trying to get through this Joker lane. You can see he's kind of teetering back just a tick, but he is almost up and out, just a little bit more. And there he goes.
Water runs down that the entire time, so it can be a little bit interesting. So Yount makes it up.
And I do hear some cars coming into the background here on that backstretch of our qualifying course earlier on.
And it is Cole Clark physical out front with, is
that
Steven Rogers, I believe.
Oh, it is Steven Rogers. You're correct, the 106.
So our physical race leaders, remember, they bypassed this waterfall section we're looking at right now.
We do have lots of cars going behind us here.
And here is the Spider Track backstretch as we speak, and that is our physical race leader, Cole Clark, with Slightly Heated, followed closely by Steven Rogers. And there's the skim, so I missed one. They are ahead of Cole Clark.
Wow.
So we have somebody way out front, and there is the skim jump.
You know who that was? Sorry to interrupt. It's Tyler Gibbs.
Tyler Gibbs with a great run.
He had a lap of a 9-minute.
Well, our timing's a little off because he hasn't made it through here yet.
Just came through the timing loop.
He came through. He's already started another lap. I missed that one. Good catch, man. Wow. So Tyler Gibbs. So Cole Clark is running. That would put him.
Yeah, that is pretty amazing job by Tyler Gibbs at a 9:06.596. But we did see Paul Wolf was having some issues, so we're not sure exactly where he's at. We have not seen him quite yet. That is a great view right there. Speaking of Paul Wolf, that is him right there.
That is coming out of Little Blue. There are 2 lanes there. There is Nathan Parker coming through our heads-up loops. We'll see him at the Rugged Race Radio start-finish. He'll come through those little flags. And this is a fun little rock section right here. He's going to pop up and over, take a hard right onto this little road, and then take a left and go through the Rugged Race Radio start-finish, heading out for his second lap. This is an hour and a half plus 1 lap.
Here he is coming through our timing loop. He is physically on course in second position.
So Nathan Parker with Ed Reevy riding shotguns. We're back on camera with Mr. Paul Wolf.
So Tyler Gibbs came through. He was a 9:06. Nathan Parker came through with a 10:26.
Wow, so Tyler Gibbs really running strong. And Paul Wolf is getting ready to take a left right here, and this is where we dive into our first little wood section. Right here is really rough rocks. This drone's doing an amazing job following them up.
Yes, and you can hear there is our hot pits, over on top of the staircase.
That is the Amsoil hot pits.
Last year they were right here behind us, and that was interesting because it was very off, camber, little holes, water. It was really hard and difficult, so you guys definitely had a change in our hot pit area this race.
Yeah, we always try to improve. I mean, if you're not learning, you're not winning. So, obviously mistakes can be made from time to time, but we do our best to bring you the best racing action. There is Josh Smith all over the tail of somebody.
It looks like it might have been Brian Hamby.
There's Joe Gould.
Speaking of Josh Smith, he has Abby. Abby is in with Joe Gould, his girlfriend.
So there goes Mark McCleary, physical third and on adjusted time. Cole Clark, physical fourth through the Rugged Race Radio start-finish. A lot of racing action out there.
There is a lot of racing action out there, Miles. And look at that amazing drone shot right there.
So, Pam, on physical on course, Cole Clark's in fourth.
Yes.
On adjusted time, he's in second place. Cole Clark is pushing hard. But Tyler Gibbs threw down a 9:06, and I forgot to do a guess. My guess was going to be about 10 minutes.
Yeah.
So they're already shaving a minute off. But remember, he has not made the Joker line.
That is true. He will have to do that. And I mean, obviously, bypassing the Joker line will make your lap a little faster because the Joker line is very tricky, as we saw. And then we have all kinds of people. That is Jeremy Blackburn going through, Jason Tidwell. Let's see who else. All kinds of action behind us. Jacob Shade just went through. So right now, on adjusted time, we have Tyler Gibbs in that number 1 spot. Jeremy Blackburn is in number 2. Cole Clark in 3rd. Nathan Parker in 4th. Steven Rogers 5th, Jacob Shade in 6th. So there's all kinds of stuff going on. It's just going all over.
There is action all over this race course. I absolutely love it. This is kind of a shorter course. It's only 5 miles, but it is 5 gnarly miles. It's got a little bit of water, a lot of huge rock obstacles, a lot of go fast, and then some tight trees, a little bit of everything to show you what Ultra4 USA is all about.
All right, a little update from Casey Parker. So Nathan is actually out there riding solo. So our 14-year-old Nathan Parker out there riding solo. How cool is that?
Yeah, I always text everybody, and Brian Fulcher said old Eddie Reevy was hopping in, but apparently he didn't. So the young man, Nathan Parker, 14 years old, running solo. That is a feat to be had. And here's our second little wood section we're going to hop through here. And there's some really good rollers, some really tight spots, and then a little bit of a water ledge, a tight climb. Nothing too nothing too hard, but very, very technical.
And you can see just how thick the trees actually are. And I believe that was Cole Clark, it looked like, coming through.
He'll be racing in this race and the next one. Yes, Cole Clark is all over the tail of somebody.
Oh, and look, we have another battle going on.
So
Can't quite make out those cars.
And I believe they're heading in the woods. Yep, they just dove right back into the woods. That's our second little wood section. And Cam Zollers is coming around all slideways. Oh, Cole Clark into the water, or the waterfall for the Joker line. So he's gained some time by bypassing the waterfall the first lap, but now he's going to see how fast we can make it up there.
Okay, so since we're an hour and a half plus a lap, how many laps do you think they're going to make? Since we missed the time, so if they are doing 9 to 12 minute laps, if you look.
So that should be, that should be 9-10 laps.
Yeah. How cool is that?
Going to be a lot of. Oh, and Cole Clark is running solo. Gets out. He saves the car. Gets out. Runs up there. What a great run.
And that is the 2:11.
That is Ian Dickey with his wife.
And we have quite a battle going on. That looks like is that Paul Wolf?
That is Paul Wolf. And speaking of Paul Wolf, I'm getting some little update on my Rugged Race Radio that Paul Wolf's winch line is dragging behind him, so that could cause some issues. Is he going to pull into the Amsoil hot pits? I do not know.
That could definitely cause an issue. It could get wrapped around an axle. It can definitely end his race for sure if they don't get that pulled back in. And we do have 3-car battle going up towards the waterfall section.
Oh, that's up the grand staircase. Yep.
Yeah.
The Amsoil hot pits are just above that.
That's Todd Rimreed is who that is.
So Todd Rimreed with a left rear flat heading into the Amsoil hot pits. He'll head in there, swap that out, and head back out for some more laps. This race is just getting started. There's Cole Clark.
Yep. This is where it's key to have the kind of winch where it has the remote control to it, so you don't have to keep getting in and out of your car and having to use the winch.
You're absolutely correct, and I'm misspoken. Cole Clark does have a co-driver in this car because this is his open UTV. Usually he's in a single seat, so I'm used to him not having a co-driver. But he does have a co-driver for this one, which is handy.
Who is this co-driver?
I do not know that one. Usually I'm up on most everything, but that one slipped through the cracks on me. So here's a great shot. Let's keep with this shot for just a minute because this is coming down Little Blue. If he took a left right there, that's the proper Little Blue, but he's going to take the outside line, and then you go down this super steep little section. There's a cave on your left that you don't want to hit, so there's just a really small little spot. You just hit this little steep section and head on through. And there it is right now. Here's that steep section. To the left is an overhanging cliff, but right now he goes through that. It's very steep, but if you hit it right, it's super smooth. So now he's going to head straight through there and head on out.
Awesome.
There's the heads-up loop.
So Josh Smith has on corrected time taken over the number 2 spot from Jeremy Blackburn and Cole Clark.
I do not believe Josh Smith has made the Joker line yet.
Oh, and Cole Clark still out with his winch, or his co-driver is. It looks like they're having some issues with it. It could be jammed up or something. So our top 5 right now on adjusted time overall. Of course, we do have 2 different classes running at the same time, but Tyler Gibbs in that number 1 spot, Josh Smith in 2nd, Jeremy Blackburn 3rd, Cole Clark 4th, and Nathan Parker in that 5th position.
And let's talk about that. There's 2 separate classes. So Jeremy Blackburn is 1st in stock, Nathan Parker 2nd in stock, Steven Rogers 3rd in stock. And in open, it's Tyler Gibbs, Josh Smith, and then Cole Clark. But we see Cole Clark right there with the left front not turning, so he's got a diff or an axle issue. But this is the hardest climb, so once he gets by that, he should be A-OK. We're back to Little Blue. This is just an iconic place. If you ever came out here, you know Little Blue. It's such a fun little rock crawling section. You know, you can go up it, you can go down it, but during the race, we're going down. And to your left is a pretty deep little water hole. You can come out here and kind of float around, see lots of people coming out and enjoying that, doing some swimming.
Yeah, that would be pretty cool to sit there and float in the water and watch the race as long as you're safely away from it.
And Cole Clark, I'm getting confirmation, has cleared the waterfall, so he is up and out. So lots of information flowing through the Rugged Race Radio during this race.
Oh, and look at that. Water just going right over the whole entire top of the car. I mean, you can't complain about being hot in this race, just having a wet fire suit.
That may have been Tyler Gibbs. Oh, and he is off course. This is on the backside.
That's back here behind us.
So that is actually the 614 of Mitchell Roccacelli.
Not sure what's going on here.
So I think he got a little turned around. He's back out on course and heading on. So much going on. I apologize if we're missing a few things, but there's racing action all over. We see Ian Dickey and his wife Katie on the waterfall. He broke a front diff during pre-running, so he had it going. Oh, he almost makes it up.
This is where tire pressure and stuff will play in factor too, even though the water is obviously flowing down.
So Ian's wife Katie is hopping out. They're going to winch up. You have to run the waterfall once. You can only run the waterfall once. And this is this is the Disney half pipe. It's got flowing water coming down it. And wait till the 4400s, Pam. It's going to echo. There's going to be thunder in the valley there at the Disney half pipe. So this is the top of the waterfall. You run that little half pipe. You do that little 180 back. Now he's going to drop down. He's going to take a left, head up through the woods, and then back down Viagra. In Viagra, you've seen all the rock bouncers. You've seen everybody go up it. Well, we're going down. It's a really cool little section.
Well, the whole entire race course is a really cool section everywhere. But how cool is that? We are sitting here talking about, hearing the echo of the 4400s later on. I love being up here on the desk, but sometimes I get a little jealous. I can't go out there to these cool spots and watch the race as well.
And there's a AA Dan Hill heading through the Rugged Race Radios, heading out for another lap. Don't forget to tune in to the MAO app on Google and Apple, AOE.TV, Speedsport.tv. Go to the Ultra4 USA and Mid-America Outdoors Facebook.
All right, here comes Nathan Parker in on his next lap through. Let's see here. He is in that number 2 spot on corrected time behind Tyler Gibbs. So him and Tyler Gibbs are the only two that have been in.
But he's first in class, Pam.
First in class, yes,
so
he is.
second overall, but first in class. Nathan Parker got a great run under his belt. You see Katie out there running the winch for Ian. That is relationship building at its finest. Husband and wife duo out there having some fun. There's Josh Smith getting around a car. That is the Brannock boulders at the bottom of this grand staircase in the Amsoil hot pits.
Oh, and there's another car getting past her. We can't really
Okay,
quite
this
make it
is
out.
this section right here is where you bypass the waterfall. There's Van Epperen in the rear.
So Owen and Rodney out there racing against each other, which is really cool. It's, the father. We always have
Father-son
Tyler
duo.
and Todd, and now we have the Van Epperens. They're very well known in their short course.
Here's Josh Smith with Liquimolly. He's going to be coming through for his next lap. They're finishing lap 2, heading out on lap number 3. So Josh Smith looks like he's just moved into second overall, second in class. But Nathan Parker still in that lead position. Remember, go to live.ultra4racing.com for our live timing as they're dropping down Little Blue.
And Steven Rogers has also taken over the number 3 spot and the number 1 spot from Nathan Parker. Wow.
And then look, Jeremy Blackburn just pops in. So now Jeremy Blackburn is the physical race leader in the stock class. So Nathan Parker just got moved down to 4th position. This is going to be a tight battle for sure.
And there we do see Paul Wolf right there just made a pass. I believe that is from one of the Van Epperens.
So winning this race last year was Jeremy Blackburn, then Tyler Rimreed, but Tyler's moved up a class. He's racing Pro Mod now. Brian Hamby's out there on course. So winning this class last year was Blackburn. He's winning his class right now as well.
Oh, and we still see Dickey is having issues getting up the waterfall.
He was further than that his first shot, so not sure exactly what's going on. Here's another little water crossing. That looks like that's Paul Wolf chasing down Joe Gould, if I'm not mistaken.
And he's definitely going to make that pass. I'm sure he's been laying on his horn and just waiting for that right moment to get by him.
And that was a perfect time to pass, because right now he's diving back into the woods, and there is no passing. It's a single lane right through here.
And it must be a very technical section, because Paul Wolf was taking it slow. I thought Joe Gould was taking it slow for a reason maybe, but they both were going slow.
Looks like that's Nathan Tater-Seiler up in the Amsoil hot pits as Cam Zollers does a little hydroplane on the Spider Track backstretch.
Earlier on, I saw Jeremy Blackburn go through there. It's pretty cool to watch him going so fast across these water sections. He is backing up, completely going to take this line in a completely different direction.
There's 2 lines. There's a line to that right. But like I said, the wheelbase just isn't quite there. Oh, he's trying to reline. I still think he's going to try to head up the wet waterfall.
Do you think he's trying to make it more of a center entrance on the?
Yeah, he's trying to line up and actually take a little more of an angle, if I'm not mistaken. There's Robert Liebel. He'll be heading through the heads-up loop, and we'll see him here at the rugged start-finish here in about 20 seconds. Blasting through some water. Oh, is he going to be able to one-shot it? He is not.
If he could just get his dry tires up on the dry section of the rocks, that would help him out tremendously.
And now we're back with Robert Liebel. All over the throttle through the Rugged Race Radio. Start finish. Getting a little slide waves there. Having some fun. Here for the best damn race of the year, presented by Rugged Race Radios.
Can't quite make out that car, but they will be here in just a minute.
Oh, there's a skim. Yeah, that was Cody Quattlebaum
yeah.
on the back. Couldn't quite make out that first one.
How cool would it be to be on board with him if it's working properly and going through those water crossings?
It'd
That'd
be
be
amazing.
super cool to see.
There's Kurt the Rocket Mackey heading towards the beach run. To our left is Eagle's Nest, if on the other side of the water. For the locals, you know where that's at. Right on screen, we just went over. Last year was the Bronco Boulders, and it was gnarly. Well, the GRDA, the Grand River Dam Authority, found our race course last year and took a bulldozer and made it an actual road. They liked our racetrack and turned it into a highway. You can take just about anything back there.
Well, that's really cool.
Yeah. They do a lot of down here. We've worked very closely with them. They've helped us out a lot, had lots of meetings, and everything is running smooth. Also, the town of Disney, we've got their fire team down here helping us keep everybody safe. We've got multiple ambulances on course, keeping everything going smooth. But so far, so good. Again, we need to give a huge shout out to Jason and Gayla Robinette, all of our volunteers, the AOE crew, media, the Ultra4 USA staff, safety, USAC, racers, fans, and all of our marketing partners. And speaking about that, Raceline Wheels, Amsoil, Good Boy Vodka, Speed Sport, Project X Off-Road, Rugged Race Radios,
Laser Nut, Mid-America Outdoors, 360 Wraps, and Optima Batteries.
Whalen, Yukon Gear and Axle, Brannick Motorsports, Spider Tracks, Fun Haver Off-Road, American Outdoor Events, King of the Hammers, the Off-Road Syndicate. So please support who supports the sport. With all those amazing marketing partners, we would not be racing here today. For the best damn race of the year, presented by Rugged Race Radios. Again, I am Miles Hasselquist alongside my good friend Pam Hall, and we are racing this UTV race for the stock and the open, 2 races at the same time. This is a 5-mile course, an hour and a half plus a lap. This race is on adjusted time, so it's anybody's race.
Oh, and we do still have Ian Dickey having some issues getting up the waterfall. So unfortunate. Going to go up to that winch point that we do have up there.
So that's his wife Katie up there. Oh, we got a little drag race up the staircase just below the Amsoil Hot Pits. That's Cole Clark and Byron Sterrett, if I'm not mistaken, having a little battle. There's a great shot of the Amsoil Hot Pits. I know Erica Allreed will be bouncing between there. She'll be trackside. Oh, and Paul Wolf gets around Byron. He almost dove a little too early.
Kind of made me nervous there for a minute. It almost looked like he had something going on the right front of his Can-Am, but I think maybe it's just the way the rocks are bouncing, or the way he's bouncing off the rocks is what I should say.
And remember, at the Rugged Race Radio, we had some talk about the winch line on Paul Wolf. Right now, I just don't see an issue, so hopefully he got that fixed up as he's having a battle with his buddy Cole Clark. They are both racing this race and next race. Oh, Paul Wolf gets around him in the water. A little splash pass. Paul Wolf and Cole Clark having some fun.
We've seen some really good battles through here, but you can see Paul's winch is all the way in because the little tag is hanging off of it, so he definitely got his winch line put back in.
So Cole Clark will change vehicles. I believe Paul Wolf has to run that same race starting here in just a little bit. Oh, correct me, Pam.
Yeah,
you
that's right there.
right.
Over to our left, we do have our next race already lined up, and because Paul Wolf is out racing, his car is already in staging, so he does have another vehicle here.
He has 2 Can-Ams that look identical, so he's in his pre-run machine now. Yeah. The one sitting over there is his Pro Mod. Thanks for the update, Pam.
Sorry, I hit you and I'm not pointing.
Yeah, I love it. There's Owen Van Eperen, Osho, or Rodney. I can't tell from the aerial. They look identical.
They need to put either a big 4-5 on top or just a 5 so we see exactly who they are.
But great to see the Van Eperens out here, father and son, both racing at the same time. They raced at Mid-America Outdoors last weekend. Pam was on the mic calling those shows as well.
Yes, they raced with Mid-America Outdoors and also the Champ Series, so they had a very busy weekend last weekend.
Here's another little water crossing. We'll take a left here, and I'm going to say we're about 400 yards away from the waterfall from this spot. Cool little creek run, that crossing. We have to cross it again here in just a moment.
I'm not sure if we haven't seen, or have you got confirmation if Van Eperens have gone through the waterfall? Because I know you have a check mark and you put a mark by each one. All right, we are going to have a guest come in here.
So I'm going to step out and let old Tyler Rimreed come in and have a chat with Pam.
Thanks, Miles. Tyler Rimreed, you were out there qualifying this morning in your brand new Can-Am, and you're normally in Polaris's, but here you are in the Can-Am this time, and completely huge difference, wasn't it?
Yeah, I'll tell you what, it's a whole different world than that new car, and I feel so comfortable out there, and I'm really excited for today's race because, man, the car itself is just incredible.
Oh, we have somebody on screen right here with a flat tire. Can't quite make out who it is. But, yeah, I mean, let's talk about you for just one moment until we find out who this is out on course broken. Oh, that is a 717.
This course is no joke on tires. Last year in the hot pit, there was like 8 cars getting tires changed at once. It was gnarly.
I remember that. I mean, tires are definitely a factor out here.
Yeah.
All the rocks. There's some sharp rocks. I mean, we saw tires getting flat in qualifying.
Yeah, speaking of flat tires, I just got news from my pit at the hot pit. So my dad is actually out of the race now. He had double flat tires on the driver's side, and he when they got to the pit, his face was all bloody. And he took a sharp rock to the face, and it cut his face open.
Oh, no.
Yeah, so thank God he's all right. I was going to go get him right now. I just wanted to.
Stop in here.
He's good, but he took a rock to the face, and this course is no joke, that's for sure.
So he had his visor up probably because of the water and the mud and everything.
Yeah.
Wow, that's very interesting. Good thing he's okay, though, but that's such a bummer for something like that to happen.
Yeah, this early on in the race, I know he doesn't want that to happen. None of us do, but
yeah.
I'm just glad he's all right.
We saw him pull in. We were wondering what was going on with him. So let's talk about this, Tyler. You get lots of seat time. For people at home that don't know Tyler Rimreed, he is one of our Mid-America ambassadors, but you race in how many different vehicles now?
Oh,
I mean, Pro Light.
It's hard to keep count. Yeah, it's Pro Light, a Pro and A car. I raced Nitrocross in a Can-Am, Ultra4. At the start of the season, we raced all the short course, all my Ultra4 races. We show up. We're working on showing out.
I saw that you were dabbling in some circle track racing.
Yeah, actually, I got the opportunity. My girlfriend's dad's a big circle track driver, and he was like, one night we were sitting there in the shop. He's like, "You want to drive it?" And I was like, "No way, you're going to let me drive this." So the pressure of driving your girlfriend's dad's race car, and that was a blast. The first turn I spun out. And
Had you ever been on a circle track? And it was dirt,
never,
right?
No practice, nothing, just straight on.
So you went out pre-running. We're going to switch gears to the race course. You went out pre-running, and I mean, right here, obviously, that's a go-fast section with that water that you're skimming over. But what is your favorite part about the race course that JT and Miles put together?
You cut out for a second. What did you say?
Oh, I said, what's your favorite part about the race course that JT and Miles put together?
Honestly, doing Little Blue again, that's been a fun section. That's really challenging. They took out that right side that a lot of guys were taking last year for a short court, but honestly, the water jump was really fun. The first time I hit it, I landed, and it was like a tsunami. But no, I just love this course. It's super challenging. You got to really save your tires. You can't just. Like some of the guys are running a nice clean pace, and that's what brought me last year on the podium is just staying smart. I knew that staying clean and trying to save the tires was going to be huge, but I think I'm going to have it cut out for me today in Pro Mod because we qualified 6th overall, and we got some heavy hitters around us, so it's going to be it's going to be a fun race.
You definitely just took the words right out of my mouth of the heavy hitters in your class, but it's definitely going to be an exciting race to watch you. You guys take off, I believe, around 2 o'clock today. But this section right here, Miles was talking about this earlier, like when the 4400s start going, it just echoes through right there.
Thunder in the valley. I heard that. So I actually just did that last night. I went and practiced waterfall 3 times because I knew we were going to have to do it today in the race. And that's a super fun section. I can only imagine what it would be like in a 4400.
Honestly, I mean, last year they struggled a little bit.
Yeah. So, the end goal is we'll get my dad in a 4400 car, and I'm going to build a Pro 4. So.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
That section right there is so gnarly to me. Every time I see cars go through it, it's. Yeah, how fast do you think you're speeding that?
So yesterday, I hit it at like 60 miles an hour, and I barely cleared the jump. So you're full throttle if you're trying to clear it. Today in the race, I'm sure we'll be going 65, 70 at least.
Yeah. Well. There's Jeremy Blackburn. He's been doing an amazing job. He actually is running second uncorrected time right now. Tyler Gibbs has been leading the whole entire race for the most part. He has been in first place ever since the beginning.
Yeah, and when he comes ripping around here, he's really not full throttle or nothing. He's just super smooth and like consistent. I think that really helps him. So. And
his car is super quiet, so we didn't even hear him go back on our backstretch over here. And all of a sudden he comes through, and we're like, oh my goodness.
The magic man.
Like Houdini, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then the young Nathan Parker, I mean, I'm not sure if you ever got to speak with him. He's running third in class right now, but fourth overall, and he's not even running a co-driver. Yeah, I got a chance to talk with him. We built this Can-Am this week, and he's a super bright kid, and he can drive fast. So it's super cool to see the younger generation coming up. I started when I was 21, and he's 14, and he's out here racing against grown men, and it's pretty cool to see. He's got a good heart on him, a good family, and a good team. Well, I mean, and look at those ginormous quads that they race, the big mud tires. Oh, yeah, the mud bogs. He's been doing that for quite a while. So, yeah, but I'm going to let you get going. All right, I better go check on my dad. Yeah, exactly. Hopefully all's okay. You'll have to send me a text reminder, but thank you so much for coming up here, and good luck later on. Thank you, guys. Yeah, I'm going to be sending it. All right, Miles Hasselquist is back up here with me in the booth. You got to take a quick breather, but you stood right here, so you were watching what was going on behind me.
Trying to keep up with what's everything. There's a lot of action. I mean, normally at some of these races, we have some downtime. We have some time to lollygag and talk about stuff. I got all my talking notes that we want to hit all our pins. There's just too much racing action out there. It's absolutely amazing. I love it. And like I said, the Rugged Radios is absolutely busy out there. Nathan Tater-Seiler just checking in. He is out of the race, broke his secondary clutch. So that was him up in the Amsoil hot pits. So tough break, but thanks for checking in on the Rugged Radios.
Yeah, that's such a bummer. This whole entire race, there's been so many close battles going on. I mean, we see one right now. There's a lot of them running side by side or passing each other, going through the water. There's Paul Wolf again. He's up by the Amsoil hot pits.
Up at the top of the grand staircase. And I do have a visual on another car that's out of the race. Can't quite tell. I'll radio in, see who that is.
And so let's see here. We have our leaders have came through 3 laps in. The fastest lap of the day so far was a 9:06.596, and that was put down by Tyler Gibbs. He has been out front on corrected time the whole entire race, and he has not looked back.
But I assume that was with him bypassing the waterfall. Let's see, 9:26. I do not have a checklist next to him, so I don't think he's made it around. Oh, there's Paul Wolf and Peyton Dunford. Peyton Dunford and Jarrell Dunford pull off. Let Paul Wolf blow by as he rolls through the heads-up loop.
I mean, how cool is that? 14. She's 14, I believe.
I believe she's young.
13 or 14 years old, and she's out there racing against people like Paul Wolf. Not in the same class, but
on the same course at the same time. Absolutely, really cool to see.
What great experience for her. She's really a super nice young lady. Her whole entire family, very humble, and it's really awesome to see her dad out there in the car with her. But Paul Wolf going through, trying to make up some time. More than likely from what he had go on. He just threw down a 9:59.57. His fastest lap of the race, though, has been a 9:44.228.
So we keep talking about stock and open UTVs. Let's go through and tell the people what those are. So in the stock class, you have to have an OEM chassis. Must use stock suspension pickup points, but reinforcing is allowed. You must run a front body with side plastics. Rear bed can be trimmed to fit a spare tire. 1,000cc max engine and a 33-inch maximum tire.
And then in the open UTV class, everybody's heard about the new Pro R that's came out by Polaris. That is included in this class. The open UTV class is a 2,000cc max engine, but like I just said, the Pro R, so it's basically whatever you want to build, you bring it.
Yeah, it's awesome. I know Travis Zollinger's out there in this class right now, and he is running 37-inch tires on a UTV. Is that Josh Smith, I believe? So that's Corey Nasso. Yep, okay. Good call. Look at you go. So Corey Nasso's hopping out, trying to make quick work.
He just flew in yesterday, right before the driver's meeting.
Yeah, and he said, I was talking to him yesterday at the driver's meeting. He's like, yeah, I didn't know if I was coming for sure or not until 3 days ago.
Yeah, I've heard that from a few people here.
I mean, life gets busy, but then when the race gets close, you just don't want to miss it. And it is a beautiful day here for the 2023 Ultra4 USA Best Dam Race of the Year, presented by Rugged Radios. We are on the back side of the Pensacola Dam at the South Grand Lake Recreational Area just outside of Disney in Langley, Oklahoma. And the sun is out. It's already 80 degrees. It's going to be a beautiful weekend. So again, Kansas City's only 3 hours away. If you're here anywhere around, I mean, we're not too far from Joplin, Missouri, Rogers, Arkansas, or Tulsa, Oklahoma. This is a free event. Come see what Ultra4 USA is all about.
Definitely. And tomorrow, when our big boys race, the pro classes of, or what do we call them, the unlimited,
the 4,400 unlimited. That's tomorrow at 2 p.m.
Yes, our main event for tomorrow. That's definitely one to break yourself in if you have not been at a race.
Yeah, I got a bunch of buddies from back home, like I said, just south of Kansas City and Paola. They're making the day trip down tomorrow. They debated on coming down today, but they did not want to miss the 4,400 main event tomorrow. And it's going to be one to watch.
Yes, it is. For sure, and that is, I think, that's Nathan Parker.
Byron Starrett up front, and that's Ian Dickey, I believe. No, that's Cameron Dickey.
Oh, Ian's in the red car, 211. All right, Tyler Gibbs still out front on corrected time in that number 1 spot in the UTV Open class. Jeremy Blackburn is in the UTV stock class in number 1, but second overall. Jacob Shade is in the UTV stock class, second in class, but third overall. Nathan Parker in the UTV stock class, he is running third in class and fourth overall. And then Jason Wofford, fourth in the stock class, fifth overall. So that is our top 5, and there you can see the cars going right through that water. And speaking of Nathan Parker, there he is. It is super cool that he is 14 years old and he's out there running solo. That's such a great seat time right there.
So much fun going on out there, but we got a lot of action yet to come, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more racing action after this.
AMSOIL runs on freedom and has since 1972. We punish our products firsthand in our world-class laboratories and beyond, because some things can't be learned from a test tube. Run with us.
Ready for any challenge. Maxxis tires can handle even the most punishing off-road conditions. Maxxis tires. Tread victoriously.
Speed Sport has been America's motorsports authority since 1934. Get news, results, and commentary from the most connected experts in the business, covering all forms of motorsports from flat track to NASCAR and everything in between. Bookmark speedsport.com on your mobile device now, or follow Speed Sport on social, and be sure to subscribe to the Speed Sport Daily. Speed Sport is your one-stop shop for all things racing on 2 wheels and 4.
Welcome back to the 2023 Ultra4 USA Best Dam Race of the Year, presented by Rugged Radios. I just got an update on the Rugged Radios that Mark McCleary is out of the race with a huge busted wheels, and it took out a lot of stuff. So tough break for him, but this course is being really, really tough. And there's the 4982. I believe that is Jeff Bachman with Dumpster Fire Off-Road. Got his son riding shotgun with him. And that is the waterfall section. And look at the crowd we have there. This is a great place to spectate. Everybody's respecting the bike fence there, bringing their Easy Ups, bring a cooler. Have some fun and watch some of the best racing action you can get. And I know that some of these guys and gals are on their phone right now watching Ultra4 USA on AOE.TV and Speedsport.tv.
Yes, lots of people watching, which is awesome. And Miles, while I stepped away for just 1 second, I came across Paul Wolf actually has a right front axle broke. So it was not pulling earlier.
So we saw it on the waterfall, so it was an axle. So bummer, but hey, that's just part of it. There's the 4916 of Rich Bursch with Genesis Motorsports cruising along. Oh, there's the Spider Track backsplash. Ooh, I like that one. Usually it's a back stretch. We're going backsplash.
Backsplash. That is a good one, Miles.
Sometimes you just got to
wing it.
Yep. My good buddy Ricky Johnson said, fake it till you make it.
Oh, my goodness. That is a really cool shot there. Look at Paul Wolf just going right over that water. And I believe that is Cole Clark right there. Yes, it is. He was having issues, as we saw earlier, going up the waterfall, but here he is going again. And it is a little warm out here, Miles, but the breeze is flowing, which is awesome. But you know what? We don't have to worry about dust. There's no dust here.
There could be a little bit of dust on the top of waterfall in the woods, and there's some woods out back, but it stays pretty shaded. That, yeah, usually dust is an issue. I'm not going to say it's not going to be an issue at all, but it's not something we're worried about.
Right, exactly. Normally that's something we do worry about, and here we are not having to at all. And there we have Tyler Gibbs. He is our race leader right there, making his way around. He'll be here in just a moment.
So what time? We started right at 11. It's 11. We've been racing for 50 minutes, so
already?
Roughly 4 more laps before that white flag comes out.
It doesn't seem like we've been racing that long already.
There's so much action all over the course. It's one heck of a day. So thanks again for everybody tuning in. I hope you all are having just as much fun as we are. There's Paul Wolf coming back to screen.
All right. And there we do have Paul Wolf made it right through our start-finish line. Lots of action all over the race course. We have lots of people to chat with, but we do have a new person coming up.
And speaking about action all over the race course, the attrition has definitely set in. I've got Mark McCleary not in his race car. What happened out there, buddy? I saw like the wheel came apart.
Yeah, we going after the finish line here, we came down into one of the big water drops, and there's a rock we couldn't see, and when it hit, it just snapped the rim in half.
Just exploded it.
Yeah,
and it looked like it wrapped around some brakes maybe. And
yeah, it pulled the whole inner piece of rim off, and then the rotor literally just folded over, and that was about. I was trying to limp back up to the hill, but that was about as far as we could get it right there.
I hate to hear that. And if I remember right, you had Mike Park riding shotgun with you.
Yeah,
right?
Mike was in my co-seat, so basically I didn't get to pre-run. I showed up 3 o'clock this morning.
Oh, wow.
So I was like, hey, Mike, you mind running with me? Kind of, because he knew where it was, and it helps him out a little bit.
That was my next point is there's nothing like pre-running at race pace. You can pre-run, learn the lay of the land, but at race pace you can see what's actually going to happen. So him riding shotgun with you, even though it was just a couple laps, really wraps his head around it even better.
Yeah, and there's actually a bunch of lines out there that developed that he didn't see at all in pre-running that are way faster than some of the other ones, and he knows where the big rocks that we hit every lap now are, so it should help him a lot kind of stay out of trouble out there.
Yeah, so obviously you said you didn't pre-run, but you're also learning the new lay of the land on how, like you said, the lines are developing.
Yeah.
So I'm going to recap that. Yeah. in the open, it's 50 feet center line of course. So so technically it's 100 feet wide.
Yes.
But in the woods, it's 25 from center line, so it's 50 feet in the woods.
Yes.
So you have to stay within those boundaries with, there's a little gray area there, but that's the deal. But those lines that develop, obviously I've ran it probably 20 times helping JT build it.
Yeah.
And then we saw some lines, this will probably happen, this will probably happen. Well, during pre-run yesterday, I was like, I didn't see this line, didn't see that line, to your point exactly.
Yeah, and like the woods kind of stayed exactly where Mike said it was, but it was once you got over into some of the big rock sections, there was lines that were just, guys were going so much faster through.
It's awesome. Have you been to Disney before?
No, I've never been here before. This is my first season.
Yeah, this place is absolutely, I didn't know if you came here and wreck-wheeled or not.
No, I've never been here. I mean, I'm from Florida, so
it's a little bit
pretty
of a
far
haul,
away
yeah.
for me.
But yeah, this place is absolutely awesome. It looks like that's Cam Zollers at the Joker line there in Waterfall. Did you try the Waterfall?
No.
Okay.
So stock doesn't do it.
You're in
I
the
guess
stock class.
Stock
You're right.
class doesn't do it. I guess it's modified and open.
You are correct. Yep. So that's why you didn't have to do it.
No, I didn't have to do it. It would have been tough on a rim.
Absolutely. So what's your game plan for the rest of the weekend? You helping in the pits? You
So
riding
I'm
with
going to go
anybody?
up there and help Mike in the pits.
Awesome.
So he has somebody up there because his other teammate is actually running for somebody
Byron,
else.
right?
Byron's going to
Yeah.
run for somebody else in Pro Mod, so he doesn't have anybody up there. So I'm going to go pit for him since he strapped in with me. It's only fair.
I mean, that's what Ultra4 USA Family is all about. Everybody wants to help everybody. Like you said, you didn't know the course. You asked Mike. Sure, I'll get in, but I scratch your back, you scratch mine. So now you don't.
No, I got to change tires and fuel a car if I have to for him riding around, which was good. I mean, I can't appreciate it enough. He really helped me out because going out there with nobody, it would have been really hard.
So let's talk about strategy. At an hour and a half plus lap, do you think you can run wide open without stopping for fuel?
Yeah, you should definitely be able to.
So you don't think the Amsoil Hot Pits will have much fuel stops?
No, you shouldn't have very many fuel stops. Like this one, as long as it stays at that hour and a half window, it should really be right. You
Right
should be
about on
perfectly
par.
fine. Like the only one that I got close was in Pennsylvania. I was on fumes, but we ran really long there. We were all kind of puffing the end, but I mean, maybe some of the Pro Mod guys might eat a little bit more fuel if they're running a hotter tune, but this one wasn't bad at all.
That's great. I love hearing. There's Cody Quattlebaum in the open class. I do not believe he's hit the waterfall yet, so his race is coming along. He needs to hit it one of these laps.
Yeah, honestly, with this one, it's probably hit it at the end. That way, save your car since it's so rough.
So we have the 4982 of Jeff Bachman that has cleared the Joker line, and Tyler Gibbs. Making some notes, making sure everything's running smooth. Lots of chatter over the rugged radios.
I was letting you guys do the talking while I was watching that. They were tipping just a little bit on that waterfall section. I was getting a little nervous here, trying to get you to say it, Miles.
I'm doing about 3 other things. So I'm like, I don't know what's going on. You keep me up.
I didn't even see the TV in front of me.
Oh, you didn't? Yeah, this is how we watch the race. You get to see behind the scenes.
Nice.
These little splash passes are a little fun, too, on a nice hot day like today.
Awesome.
It's perfect,
First
isn't
one,
it?
it's like air conditioning.
That's exactly what I was saying is, I mean, last year in October, it was freezing cold, and everybody was freezing when they came off the race course. The water was cold and everything, and today it's got to be a treat.
No, it's really nice, and honestly, the water is like crystal clear, so you don't have to worry about lens problems. You can kind of just wipe and keep going. Like it's like some of the other ones, you hit mud puddles, and it's just a
And then
mess.
you just kind of
You're
smear
smearing
yourself.
It.
Yeah.
This one's just, it comes right off. Oh, you got one right there.
I'm not sure who
that's
that
Cam
is.
Zollers, I believe, and I believe he is in a single seater.
So I'm gonna ask you. We had Tyler Rimreed up here just a few minutes ago. What was your favorite part about the race course out here?
I really like once you come out of the woods back there, this front section coming across and all the way around, back through the rocks and up the hill over there. It's so nice going up.
So
like
more
where
of the
pits-
high speed?
the high speed stuff, and where the pits are up there, going up the little cliff and coming back down. It was awesome.
Yeah, that's the top of the grand staircase, they call it.
And there's Brian Hamby.
A little bit off pace, it looks like. But the car still looks like it's healthy. All 4 tires holding there.
Yeah, but you got that water.
He is off pace. He's pulled off. Not sure what he's going to have figured out. Remember, this is a no chase race, so no outside assistance. It looks like he's probably calling his race. Tough break, but hey, he'll be racing. Oh, nope. This is his race, so tough break for him. There's Jeremy Blackburn. Let's go through the timing and scoring once again. In the open class, we have Tyler Gibbs out front. And then it's Cam Zoller. So Tyler Gibbs has a huge lead over the rest of the field. So the stock class is really coming together with Jacob Shade, Jeremy Blackburn, Nathan Parker, Jason Wofford, Rich Bursch, Kurt Mackey. So, it looks like, so Travis Zollinger just moved into third position in open. So he's got a great run going for him.
Yeah, and Tyler Gibbs, I mean, he got out front right off the bat, and he has stayed there the whole entire race.
So, it looks like that is Cam Zollers running solo, having to winch. That's an interesting way to play it out. There's a 49.55 of Joe Gould.
That water section right there is pretty gnarly. Oh, and that was Paul Wolf that was right behind. I'm not sure exactly who it was in front of him, but wow. Hauling the Mel.
Cam Zoller still in there. That's a tough break being by yourself. Now he's trying to crawl through the front of the windshield. Yeah. That's the chance you take running a solo. Well, Mark, thanks for joining us up here in the Rugged booth. Always a pleasure.
I appreciate it. It was awesome.
Thanks for coming racing with us with Ultra4 USA. It was a great race. Didn't go your way, but that's part of it. You know that going into it.
You know there's always that chance, and better off save the car for the next one.
Absolutely. Well, again, great race, tough break. Thanks for joining us in the booth. Now I'm going to let you kind of relax a little bit and head up to the Amsoil Hot Pits.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks again for Mark McCleary.
And that's an awesome drone shot right there. I believe that is our back stretch. So Tyler Gibbs out front. His fastest lap of the day has been a 9:06.596. So great race so far from Tyler, but we always say the race isn't over till it's over. So has a little bit more time left. Looks like we have roughly about 30 minutes left in the race.
Getting some more info through my rugged radios. Peyton Dunford is out. She lost power steering. Trying to head up to the Amsoil Hot Pits to have Cody and Jeremy help. But a tough break for that young lady. She had a great run going. Look, talking about great. There's Travis Zollinger and Paul Wolf, both in the open class.
So that was Travis in front of Paul when I saw earlier going through the water crossing. It looks like Paul's going to try to make that pass. Maybe Travis could have something going on. He's usually definitely on more power than we see right now. So Paul Wolf just getting around Travis Zollinger. Tyler Gibbs, he's coming through to finish his lap number 5. We only have 9 cars that have done 5 laps today so far.
What a tough race it is. Tires are definitely becoming an issue, don't get me wrong, but last year I remember so many more tires. So did they remember that? Did we change the course just enough to save that? Or are the bigger cars going to take a bigger attrition rate with that?
I think we are definitely, when we get to the 4400 class tomorrow, I think we're going to definitely see some major tire issues.
Tyler Gibbs coming through to finish his 6th lap. Should see him here momentarily. Tyler Gibbs took a big tumble during pre-running. We had a little wall ride you could do just across the way from us, but there's a water puddle on that, and he took a bad bounce and went upside down in the water, so we did close that off.
Tyler Gibbs just got past almost in that water section.
Oh, that's like Robert Lee Bull.
Yeah, it looks like, and then here he got a little
it's going to be a battle. Oh, Rubbins Racing. I love it.
But Tyler Gibbs with a commanding lead right now. Coming through almost neck and neck.
Tyler Gibbs just out front of Lee Bull, but now Lee Bull gets around him on the outside, so it's a great battle between Tyler Gibbs and Robert Lee Bull.
Do you think Tyler Gibbs has such a lead that what he's doing right now is maybe possibly like letting up? Because it kind of looks like that he might just be letting up just a tick.
But hey, to finish first you must finish. This is a long race. We still have 28 more minutes until the white flag comes out. For right now, it's Tyler Gibbs. So Robert Lee Bull is a lap down, I believe. Yes, he is. But, man, so much racing action. Thanks, everybody, for making this possible. So much fun. So don't go anywhere. We're going to step away for just a moment. We'll be right back after this.
Amsoil runs on freedom and has since 1972. The rest of the market has been trying to follow our lead ever since. But a head start is a head start. Run with us.
Welcome back to the 2023 Ultra4 USA Best Dam Race of the Year, presented by Rugged Radios. We are on the backside of the Pensacola Dam, just outside of Disney and Langley, Oklahoma, at South Grand Lake Recreational Area. There's a Van Epron car.
And that is Rodney. Yes, it is. Then they were kind of having quite the battle there in the water section.
And he is right behind Josh Smith.
I was getting ready to say that was Josh Smith. Maybe Josh Smith.
But he's getting past.
Josh Smith has to be having some kind of issues.
Yamaha Racing. Rodney Van Epron pushing strong.
Yeah, definitely Josh Smith has something going on because he's normally on it way more than that.
So much action all over this race course. I hope you guys and gals are having just as much fun as we are. And there's the Spider Track Backsplash.
It's a weird change in the name up, isn't it?
Yeah, I got getting a little tongue-tied. There's AA Dan heading through. Don't forget to get on that MAO app. It's on Google and Apple. Go to AOE.TV, Speedsport.tv. Go to the Ultra4 USA, MAO, and BMR Facebook. Start a watch party. Hashtag it up. Share it. Let's show the world what Ultra4 USA is all about. As we're about, I'm going to say, over 2/3 the way through the 4,900 stock and open race. Two races going on at the same time. They're racing intermixed but scored separately. This is a 5-mile race, and there is Nathan Parker, 2 left flat tires, and they look like they've been flat for a while.
They
so
definitely
that's
did.
going to cost him some time. He was in 4th place overall last time around. We'll see how fast he can get through there.
Yeah, he right now is sitting in that same position, but yes, as we saw him going in the pits. But you know, they have a huge pit crew over there.
Oh, Team Momentum rolls
yes.
in deep. Brian Fulcher and his whole gang are up there. There's Byron Sterrett, I believe. Yes, because Byron Sterrett and Mike Park look identical. Those cars aren't on the same course at the same time this time.
Correct. But here's the thing, the number's the same, except Byron is 9004, and then Mike is 904.
So they're not the same. They're a number off.
Almost the same. Almost the same.
Yeah, they're very similar looking. Numbers are very similar, but yeah, there's Byron Sterrett
in the water.
checking up for the water just a little bit. And he'll be hopping in and racing for John Seaman coming up. And I kind of was talking to him at the start line this morning, and he was updating. He was like, oh, yeah, I was paying attention. Thanks for keeping me honest. I was like, but, hey, so you're going to go drive your car, and then you go tear up somebody else's car. And he laughed and smiled and said, oh, we're going to go have some fun.
Well, I believe John Seaman is also running decent in points, I believe, for the West Coast.
Let's see, that's in Pro Mod. Yeah,
Third
he's got a pretty good run going. He's not in the top 6.
I thought I saw it somewhere.
Oh,
I don't know where
there's
I saw
too many
it at.
names and numbers all over here.
And there's Jeremy Blackburn. Now RS1. So, Miles, how many of our racers have run the Joker line so far?
Everybody except for Cody Quattlebaum, I do not believe he has, and then Cameron Dickey are the only two. But there was I'm waiting to hear a little more info on that, because I did hear one car may have snuck through and they missed the number, but obviously there's cameras up there. We'll get it figured out.
Correct.
So basically, I believe everybody except for it's either Cody Quattlebaum or Cameron Dickey. I'm not sure which one made it up.
And there comes Jeremy Blackburn in on another lap. That is a great camera right on course.
And that's Cody Quattlebaum, speaking of him, with Team Bandit. And there was, so that's Cody Quattlebaum right there coming at us, and that was Ian Dickey heading away. So Ian Dickey bypassed. Cody Quattlebaum is heading to the Waterfall Joker as we speak, so that cleared that up for us. So there's Cody Quattlebaum, the last one to make the Joker line. We'll see. And look at that, single-seater. Can he one-shot it, or is he just going to plan to winch? There's Paul Wolf and Van Epperen.
And Paul Wolf taking a little bit easier in that water section.
Paul Wolf triple duty this weekend, racing both UTV races, and then tomorrow afternoon for the 4,400 main event.
You know, he's no stranger to doing that, though. He does that in all kinds of racing he's done. Last year at the 2022 Visions, he was in every single race we had out there.
Yeah, he was asking, why aren't we doing knockout this year? I want to race that too. I was like, buddy, we got too much going on. He laughed. But yeah, Paul Wolf's a great ambassador of the sport. Great to see him out here racing so much and doing what he loves. And you know, he's turned his passion into a profession and has a really good thing going. There's a lot of Paul Wolf fans out there. Speaking about that, we were at Visions, and I had my family up there, and Paul had brought his car down to Nitro Circus, if you remember right, and had his car parked up there and was selling T-shirts. And my little girls, they pulled my finger, and they got in my wallet, and they went down there and got a Paul Wolf shirt. And Paul Wolf signed all these kids' shirts, made
cool.
their day. It was awesome.
And there we have the 430
That's
of Jason
Wofford.
Wofford. Looking like they're working on, they are working on the driver rear.
Yep, left rear tire for sure. Oh, there's Adam Cutts. He'll be racing later. Oh, and there's part of Paul Wolf's. That's Robert, I believe. Uncle Robert helping out. Oh, there's the 441. Is that Robert Lee Bull? Yes, the Dirt Daddy himself. Pulling into the Amsoil hot pits.
I have to say, at Visions this year, Team Momentum, I can't tell you how many tire changes they did for other teams, not only their own, on race day. It was pretty amazing to see in their pits the amount of flat tires that were sitting there. And one driver came through, and they didn't quite have the right sizes, so they threw a 30, I think it was a 35 on a 33 or so. I don't know what it was, but it was not the right size tire for his car.
And there's our physical race leader, Tyler Gibbs, and we still have 18 minutes on my unofficial clock. But Tyler Gibbs still pushing strong. And I've got a physical eye on it. The car still looks like it's in great shape. Everything still looks good, so he's playing it smart. You know he's on that rugged radio talking to the pits, making sure everything's okay. And there's Joe Gould, I believe, with a left front flat.
Yep.
And he is heading into the he's up by the Amsoil hot pits. So Tyler Gibbs, if he can just hold it together, his fastest lap was a 9:06, but his current lap was a 9:56.
Out of the corner of my eye, I'm not sure, but it looked like Paul Wolf was coming this direction.
So it'll be down to the wire if it's 2 or 3 laps. I don't know. We'll see. It's 2 or 3 more laps to go. So there's Cody Quattlebaum at the Joker line. There's a hard right now that the bigger cars will run later on this evening and tomorrow. Oh, Cody, keep it together. He wadded that car up at Kentucky, a brand new Castle Lake machine, beautiful machine, and right off the start line took a pretty good tumble, but took it back to Castle Lake. They got it all put together, and he's out there running strong. And there is noises coming from everywhere down here in the river bottoms.
Oh, and just wait till the bigger cars get out there.
Oh,
like you were
yeah.
saying earlier, just rumbling through the valleys. The rocks out here are absolutely beautiful. It is taking a toll on all of these cars, though. I mean, obviously we're seeing, you know, a lot of flat tires, broken axles, all kinds of issues out here. Oh, and there we go into the water section.
And there's
Couldn't quite-
Anthony Young. In that Honda machines, we have Hondas, we have Yamahas, we have Kawasaki's, Polaris, and Can-Am. A great showing for the factory teams to be out here pushing. Oh, there's a car broke on course.
Oh, and here we
Cody
is that
still struggling.
trying. Oh, wow.
And Cody Quattlebaum.
Oh, and the 430 right here. Was that Wofford?
Yeah, so that's the one that they just changed that tire up at the Amsoil Hot Pits. Remember? Yeah, that was a left rear they just changed. So in the pits, they didn't get something right, and the left rear came off. So tough break. And he is the only one other than a fellow racer. The hot pits can't come to him. He has to either walk back to the pits, which is a few hundred yards away, or call it a day. Tough break for Jason Wofford.
Yeah, what a bummer. And you know what? I do see Mr. Paul Wolf is over here. Must be out of the race. Such a bummer.
And let's look at this right now. So that's Jason Wofford. So you see how the helmet's on top of the car. So that means he's out of the car, but he's okay. That's a signal to other racers with the helmet on top of the hood that says, hey, don't worry about me. I am okay.
Hey, if you can let race off, there's a guy broke down right here before the turn.
So, yeah, tough break for Wofford. That is Nathan Parker. No, that is Ian Dickey, followed by Nathan Parker on screen.
All right.
There is Ian Dickey. Oh,
Did you see
look
the
at the
back?
rear. Both tires are pointed in, so he's got some tie rod issues of some sort. So tough break for him. And I saw Nathan Parker hot on his heels. So we'll see what's going on there as we see the number 600 of Jacob Shade. There's the back of the little finger. That's that was last year's Bronco Boulders, but they're heading on around and then hit that high speed section and hit the little splash pass. And speaking about splash pass, I'm bringing a special guest in here. He's a little soaking wet. I'm not sure what exactly happened. Mr. Paul Wolf, I hate to see you with me. I love seeing you, don't get me wrong, but you're supposed to be in the race. What happened?
Yeah, I stepped out to pass a guy right down here, and I stepped out in the wrong spot, and there was about a 2-foot rock.
There's a few of those out there. That's
the car took it, but it in the process it broke an A-arm bolt in the front out of the frame. Broke the bolt.
Okay,
so
ripped it out.
Yeah.
Tough break for that. But hey, this is the open race. This is your fun race. Up next is the Pro Mod.
They all pay.
We were talking about that earlier. If you show up, you're racing absolutely everything you can. But again, you just had the best pre-running you could ever do, racing.
That's
so
very
up
true.
next, the Pro Mod, where you specialize in, it'll be interesting.
Yeah, I was pretty excited. I knew that car was going to struggle in the waterfall a little bit, and I got up there and beat on it and struggled and got out and winched.
Yeah, it looks like you lost a right front axle of some sort.
Yeah, and then the axle came out and killed the tire. So
I love you still have the smile on your face.
Yeah, it's racing. It's a part
Absolutely.
of it, so I can't complain. it looks like these guys are doing good. Gibbs out in the lead.
Yeah, Gibbs has been out there. He's been running super strong. He set the fastest lap with a 9:06. I was guessing 10 minutes. He shaved a whole minute off. But that's obviously skipping the waterfall.
Yeah. Has he ran his Joker line yet?
Everybody has. Yep, everybody's ran the Joker. So everybody ran it. Everybody made it. That's the important thing.
Yeah, that's good. That's really good.
And then you'll have to do the same exact race next time in the Pro Mod because you'll have to run that Joker as well. And you're running single seat again. Give me your thought process on that on single seat.
I'm debating now. Part of me wants to go for fastest lap, so I might bypass it in the first lap and see if I can lay a hard one down. But then I got to worry about getting into traffic later on.
Yeah, so I mean it's strategy.
So at least I can come into it right out of the gate. I'll come into it and be in the very front. I'll be the first one to it. Essentially, it's a drag race off the start, but I'll be right there in the front.
You got that Can-Am. You'll be and who are you drag racing against? I forget who's up
Cheney.
next.
I think
Yeah,
Kyle.
yeah.
So it'll be a good drag race. Can-Am's on the pole up there.
You two are going to be putting a show on for us for sure.
Yeah, so I think it'll be whoever gets to the waterfall. If he gets there before me, I'll let him go and I'll bypass it. If I get there, I'd imagine he'd do the same.
That's awesome. At Pennsylvania, I was talking to Philip McGilton in the 4400 class, and it was you and him drag racing. He said the same exact thing. If I'm in front of Wolf, I'm hitting the Joker. If he's in front of me, I'm bypassing. And now, strategy. I love talking strategy. But the funny thing about strategy is it all goes out the window when the green flag drops.
It does. Everything changes when you start running that car. It definitely changes how it is and all that. So it's definitely good. Yeah, there's Tyler.
Yeah, so you were just talking about Gibbs, and there he is.
He looks good. He looks like he's running real clean laps, doing a really good job. So
we got 10 minutes left to go. So I assume he's got this lap. It'll be green on this lap next round, so I think we have 3 more laps in this race.
Oh, wow. Yeah, he's got a lot of beating on that car still, and it's holding up well from the looks of it from here. It looks like his car's holding up good. Tires look like they're holding up good on the car, so and he's taking his time, even though he's in lap traffic. He's actually
being smart, patient.
Yeah, he's not stepping out and just running over stuff. So
yeah, Nathan Parker's in second overall, but he's in stock, so he's got a pretty good lead. Travis Zollinger, I mean, he's got to play it smart now. He's got to be talking to the pits and knowing where he's at.
Travis, I think Travis has an issue. I was out there on course with Travis, and his car didn't seem like it was running as strong as it normally does.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive what these Can-Ams can do. But speaking about Can-Ams, let's switch gears and talk about 4400, because you're running the same, well, not the same exact, a very similar course. We're going to add nosedive, which was last year's Joker, and you have to run that every time.
Yeah, yep. So it'll be good, and I'll let this guy go by here.
Those Can-Ams are loud, aren't they?
Yeah, that's a little brazier, I think, there. So nosedive, I think, is very strategic how you approach the ledge. You can't just square up to it and hit it. At least I can't. I think it's a lot of strategy goes into how to hit that. And then we also got to climb the waterfall.
Every lap.
Every lap.
So for 4,400, there's no Joker. It's all the hard climbs we can throw at you.
Yeah.
And you were the one, I remember at the summit, you said, hey, some of these courses are getting a little easy. We give you what we can, but we're stuck with the terrain. Well, here we have the terrain, and we're throwing it at you. What's your thoughts on that?
I like it. I'm a huge fan of it, and that's like running the waterfall. I voted to run it. I knew it could mess me up, but this is part of Ultra4 is running hard and doing your job. So I was super happy to run it.
And good on you for that, because I'm going to go even deeper into that. You're doing that with a disadvantage in my thought, because that's a hard climb and you're single seat. So if there's an issue, you want the hard stuff. And if you got a winch, you're not scared to hop out and handle it. Yep. So that's like sportsman. You want it hard. You want the toughest courses out there, and that's Ultra4 USA.
Yeah, no, it's good. It's definitely I was super happy with it all and really good. And then, I'm really excited for the Ultra4 adding in the harder technical obstacles. I'm a huge fan of the single seat. I don't think I'll go away from it. It's just one of them deals. I'll have to deal with it.
Hey, that's it. And talking about, especially in UTV, I mean, weight versus horsepower ratio, that makes, an extra 200 pounds in that right seat makes a big difference.
It does. In the UTVs especially. In the 44s, you don't notice it.
I would agree with that.
The weight, I don't think you notice the weight. But definitely in the UTVs, you notice the weight. And it's funny is I actually climbed the waterfall in my single-seat car, no problem, in practice, and struggled in my two-seat car. So I don't know what the difference is in them, but for some
they're very similar, but it's just the line is the difference.
Yeah, it's just a little things, So we'll see. And here comes Gibbs now. He's getting ready to come back through
Yeah, so
the
it'll be
starting line.
green flag right now, but next time around it will be the white flag for Tyler Gibbs next time. So we have 2 laps yet to go for the 4,500 open and stock class. So that means we're roughly 20, 30 minutes from taking off. So I'm going to let you step out, regroup, because I know you got a long race going. But Mr. Paul Wolf, always a pleasure. Thanks for everything you do, racing everything, and coming up and chat.
All the time, man. Take it easy. Good having me up here. Thank you.
Good luck at your next one, and especially tomorrow at 2 p.m. Don't forget to tune in. Paul Wolf's going to be setting her down.
Yeah, hopefully tomorrow is the big one for us. So today we get to go out here and I say run on house money. We're out of the points in the UTV, so we're just running for a win.
But last year you swept the points, so this year's a little hiccups. Yeah.
I had a hiccup at a double points race, and you had a fuel pump go out of the car, and it's just part of racing.
I remember that at the start line.
Yeah, so that took me out of points contention right there.
That's just part of it. But, Paul, always a pleasure. Good luck, buddy.
Yep, no problem.
Thanks
Take
again.
it easy.
Mr. Paul Wolf, a man on a mission. That dude does a little bit of everything. There's Jeremy Blackburn and Jacob Shade, I believe, coming down Disney. Sorry, coming down Little Blue in Disney.
It's a little early, Miles. You can't start getting boggled now. What a great interview with Paul Wolf. So unfortunate, but I have to bring this up. He's been racing in the water all day long, and he just now was over here standing next to you in my spot, and I come back up here, and he literally made a puddle from where he was standing because so much water. I took his helmet when he walked in to come interview with you. It was so heavy because it's soaking wet.
So there's Jeremy Blackburn, I think our physical leader in the stock class. So let's go over our timing real quick. It is Tyler Gibbs overall in the open class. Then it's second overall. First in class is Jeremy Blackburn. And then it is Nathan Parker, then Travis Zollinger, Cole Clark, Anthony Yount. It is a great race we have on our hands, Pam.
Yes, it is, Miles, and it's been a great day of racing right now. But it's awesome to see Nathan Parker in that second position in his class. I mean, he's been back and forth all day long. But here we do. Oh, so on screen, I'm going to jump around here. Cody Quattlebaum, I was not watching while you guys were talking, but he's back out on course, so that means he got up the Joker line.
And a single-seater had to winch. He's following Anthony Yount. And that Honda and that single-seat RS1 Polaris Razor with Bandit Off-Road. Yount with H&H Paving. That car, both cars still look very healthy as they pass right behind the rugged booth, going through the rugged radius, start finish. So I'm going to say the white flag will be out here in about 7-8 more minutes for Tyler Gibbs, as long as he keeps his pace, because we're at an hour and 26 now. So as long as it's still Tyler Gibbs, the white flag will be out for him next time around for the 4,900 open class.
Yes, and his last lap was a 10:45, so he's let up just a little bit, but he has the fastest lap of the race at a 9:06.596. So great job by Tyler Gibbs.
There is Owen Van Epperen coming through screen with Team Yamaha. Is that Kurt Mackey, I believe? Yes, it was. Robert Liebold chasing down somebody.
One of my favorite parts about watching this race is there's so many battles going on all over the race course. Every time we switch a camera, there's a battle going on, or they're running super close together.
Yeah, like watching Supercross or something. Up front, there's always battles up front, and then you can scan back and see, racing for third, fourth, and fifth. Well, we're racing all over the place here. So it'll be interesting to see how it all shakes out. But right now, it's looking good for Tyler Gibbs. And I'm getting confirmation through my rugged radios that next time along for Tyler Gibbs will be the white flag.
And he has to be super stoked right now, knowing that he's been up front on corrected time this whole entire race and physically out front as well.
There's
Rodney.
Owen Van Epperen. Oh,
you're right.
I thought
I saw
good.
4-5.
Owen Van Epperen and that Yamaha coming to. There's Anthony Yount.
And that's his brand new Honda, correct?
It's
fairly new?
fairly new, yeah. He said he's doing a shakedown run for King of the Hammers right now. Oh, there's Nathan Parker. He's physically third overall and second in class. We saw him changing 2 flat tires in the Amsoil hot pits earlier. Heading back towards the Spider Track backsplash.
That splash is pretty amazing.
Oh, and there's Rodney Van Eperen with Team Yamaha pulling into the pits. So he has to get out in front of Gibbs to do another lap. So they're in the pits right now. I assume Gibbs should be here in the next 5 minutes. So he only has 5 minutes to get out of his pits. Otherwise, if he goes behind Tyler, the white flag, once it goes out for him, it's white flag for the rest of the racers.
It was interesting, though, that he did pull up underneath the canopy, unless that's a strategy they have out here this weekend, so they're not in the sun working. I'm not sure. And there we have Nathan Parker.
I assume that means it's more than just a super quick tire change, so we'll see how that plays out.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Josh Smith.
Oh, and he was going through very slow, a couple laps ago, so it's good to see that he's back up to speed.
I love all these ledges they get to jump off. Building course all week, we had to crawl around, and it's just fun to see him launch off it. If you are just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. This is the 2023 Ultra4 USA Best Damn Race of the Year, presented by Rugged Radios. We're at the South Grand Lake Recreational Area, just outside of Disney in Langley, Oklahoma, just below the Pensacola Dam. There's Byron Sterrett hitting the Spider Track backsplash. This is an hour-and-a-half race plus the white flag, which will be flying next time around for Tyler Gibbs. Remember, they took off 2 at a time in 30-second increments, so this race is on adjusted time. Make sure you go to live.ultra4racing.com, pull that up on your computer or your iPad, and then have us up on the TV, streaming on the BMR, the Ultra4 USA, and MAO Facebook. Go to AOE.tv and speedsport.tv.
So we were talking about Rodney Van Eperen being in the pits and underneath the canopy. He just now went through, so obviously it was a quick fix, but they were trying to keep out of the sun.
So he beats the white flag of Tyler Gibbs as Byron Sterrett is going a little bit slow up by the Amsoil hot pits. There's the 211 of Ian and Katie Dickey heading down Little Blue. Oh, and there's our physical race leader. That is Tyler Gibbs.
That was a nice little hop step up. Were you looking at his right rear?
I'm trying to just look at him. But yeah, it looks like the car's still good. I didn't see anything with the right rear. But that is our physical race leader, so we are minutes away from the white flag flying. There's Byron Sterrett, part of Team 904 out of Florida, coming all the way up to Disney, Oklahoma. Byron and Mike are teammates. Byron's racing now, and then Mike races the next race. Oh, and then Byron actually hops in John Seaman's car, so he's racing back-to-back. Just think of that, hour and a half plus a lap, then an hour and a half plus a lap.
Yeah.
That's 6+ hours, 3+ hours just getting beat down here in Disney, Oklahoma.
Yes, that is a long time on racing in the rocks like this, but if they go and they race King of the Hammers, they're usually racing a lot longer than that, so it's definitely nothing compared to that.
It is all smiles from everybody involved. Again, thanks to everybody who makes this possible. Jason and Gayla Robinette, all of our marketing partners, the fans, we wouldn't be here without you, or the racers, USAC, the Ultra4 staff, AOE crew. It takes everybody to pull this together. As Tyler Gibbs hits the Spider Track backsplash, and then he'll grab the white flag and hit it one more time. There's Nathan Parker coming down Little Blue.
And Nathan Parker is still running in that number 2 spot in the 4900 UTV stock class. So great job by the 14-year-old Nathan Parker out there running solo. He has no co-driver with him, so that's pretty cool.
And don't forget, this is for the Western Series Championship. We're giving those away tomorrow evening. And then Pam will be giving away those LaserNut 360 Wrap Awards, thanks to Cody Wagner and company. Giving those away for open and stock following this race right in front of the Jumbotron.
And there we do have Rodney Van Eperen on the screen. Just trucking along, and there is our race leader, Tyler Gibbs.
He's in the Brannick Boulders just below the staircase. It is all about that man right there. If he can keep it together, he is going to win this race. But, hey, he's still got 5 more miles to go.
And
Tyler,
this time the white flag should be coming out.
It's in JT's hand right there.
Yes,
it's coming out for sure. And he just missed it by about 4 minutes, so I'm sure he's glad that he's only got one more lap. Because we started right at 11 o'clock, hour and a half plus a lap. So here we are. The white flag will be flying for Tyler Gibbs. He is leading in the open class, and then he'll be racing in the pro modified class up next. I know he's got a couple cars, but he hurt one of his cars during pre-running, so I'm not sure if he's going to be racing that one or not. We'll see how it shakes out. But Tyler Gibbs, you're right, Pam. He does have a right rear flat.
Okay.
He's already made it by the Amsoil hot pit. So the white flag's out for Tyler Gibbs. We'll see if he can pull this race together. But 5 miles on a right rear flat could be interesting, Pam.
And I think that's actually his slowest lap so far of the race at 11:15. So he has a decent lead right now. So he more than likely will be fine. He just has to truck along and make sure nothing else major happens while he is running on that flat tire.
The last lap was a 10:45 and then 11:15, so about 30 seconds slower. But now with that flat tire, it's going to be a little interesting to see. He's already passed the Amsoil hot pit, so he's got to make it on that flat tire for 5 miles that are really, really tough here.
I mean, he does have on a spare, but does he want to pull over and change it by himself?
By himself. He's riding solo.
Right, so that's a decision he'll have to make. If it gets too bad, of course he'll have to, but also running on a flat tire, what can happen too is your rim gets really hot or it starts messing with the lug nuts, and so sometimes it's harder to get the tire off once you've been running on it flat for quite a while.
And let's talk about the open class. We keep talking about Tyler Gibbs up front. He's doing a great job, but the race we're watching right now is for second, third, and fourth between Travis Zollinger in second, Cole Clark in third, and fourth is Anthony Yount. So to fill out the podium, it's going to be pretty tight between those last three.
Yes, correct.
And then let's change gears and go to stock class. It's still Jeremy Blackburn out front, then Nathan Parker, and then Kurt Mackey having a great run. So that's our top three in that class. Rich Birch is still in the mix. Cody Willenborg still in the mix. And there's Cody Qualabama heading up the staircase out back by the Amsoil hot pits.
I thought he was stopping there for just a second, but he was slowing down for just that little bit of a lip that he had to get up and over.
There's a lot of ledges out here that are, I'm going to say a foot and a half tall, that these UTVs running 33-inch tires, some of them are 35s. Oh, there's Travis Zollinger. We just talked about him. But some of these tires, are the ledge isn't much smaller.
And right there, when they're going through that area of the race course, it looks like it's a little bit of an off camber that goes down into the water. So they're just barely trailing the side of the water of the shoreline part.
And while you were talking, we just saw our physical race leader. That was Tyler Gibbs at race mile number 1 of 5. So 4 miles to go for Tyler Gibbs.
On a flat tire.
On a flat tire. There's Cody Qualabama, number 33 with Bandit Off-Road. There's Joe Gould, Rocky Mountain Speed and Fab.
Looks like
Abby
he's running,
Childress riding shotgun.
Exactly. Looks like he's running a decent race for himself. I mean, especially after having the problems they had and wasn't even sure if they were going to get up and race today. And here comes Cody Quattlebaum going through, getting the white flag from Mr. JT Taylor. So 1 lap to go to complete this race. So it looks like the only drivers that we have not seen in quite a while, we have not seen Brian Hamby, Jeff Bachman, Ian Dickey, but it looks like they're still possibly running. Steven Rogers, Yeah, there's quite a few. I mean, we had how many cars? We had 33 cars start the race today. And there's Anthony out with Cole Clark right on his tail.
So that's third and fourth right now. So Travis Zollinger's about a minute and a half ahead of them, and there's third and fourth, and he just made the pass. So what a great run for second, third, and fourth. But right now it's Travis Zollinger and then Cole Clark rounding out both ZRP teammates. But Anthony out. Can he give him a run for the money?
We shall
see.
see.
The AMSOIL hot pits. There's Jeremy Blackburn in that RS1 single seat. He's been racing with us for a few years now and really, really lays it down there in the stock class, leading the stock class as we speak. There's Nathan Parker.
Nathan Parker's going to be awesome if he gets up on the podium. It won't be his first time up on the podium this year.
So remember, the white flag flies for the rest of the field. JT Taylor, our Ultra4 USA race director down there, keeping everything running smooth. He's been real busy on that rugged radio.
I still love seeing the race course from up above on our drones.
The drone shots here are absolutely amazing. And look at that, yeah, just flying down there and showing you how vast this place is.
I saw a Yamaha off to the side just now when Josh Smith went by.
Okay, so that's one of the
Not
Van
sure.
Eperons.
That's Jeremy Blackburn.
Hitting the spider track backsplash. There's Josh Smith with Corey Nasso riding shotgun, heading through the heads-up loop, so he's about 30 seconds away from the rugged radio start-finish.
Looks like he's trying to take it a little bit easy in the water. Not too much, but he was taking it a little bit easy.
And speaking about easy with the water, I was talking to Philip McGilton last night at our appreciation dinner at Mooney's, and he said he redesigned his whole intake and everything. He cost himself about 47 horsepower, but he's not scared to hit the water at speed.
Well, you know, 47 horsepower or not finishing a race.
It's a big, I mean, that's how much they go into this and thinking about, you know, redesigning all sorts of stuff. They know they're going to hit some splashes, so they hide the intake.
Which makes sense. I mean, we had so many people with issues last year at Legends of the Fall with water coming into their engines and just shutting them down.
There's Ian and Katie Dickey.
And there we have Cody Quattlebaum. That is a cool little area of track right there.
Yeah, Cody Quattlebaum coming down the Little Blue section. There's Jacob Shade up by the AMSOIL hot pits. Getting ready to hit the Brannick boulders.
Oh, and look at that splash. That is a huge splash right there.
Yes, that's our physical race leader. That is Tyler Gibbs. He's at roughly race mile 3.5. So we're probably 3 to 4 minutes from the checkered flag flying for Tyler Gibbs. Remember, he had that right rear flat starting this lap. There's Ian and Katie Dickey. But he made it. Hasn't made it yet, but it's looking good for Tyler Gibbs.
Almost here. It's not over till it's over. And look at the race going on.
That's Byron Sterrett and Travis Zollinger. So that's second place in the open class and doing the little splash pass.
Going through the water like that together, I mean, you cannot see anything.
But they're having fun. I remember back in the day doing a splash pass on my buddy, and I haven't laughed that hard in a long time.
Yeah, it's pretty fun to do that. The cleanup's not so fun or being wet, or the mud, but it definitely is fun.
That's Josh Smith, I do believe. What a wonderful race we have on our hands.
So you said 10 laps, right?
Yeah, well, I did guess that. Yeah, it's looking like we're going to be right at 10 laps.
Tyler Gibbs will be right at 10 laps, exactly.
And let's think about that. It should be similar for the rest of the field because obviously the 4400s have a harder course, but they're going to be a little faster. Next race should be very similar to this one. And the stock class will be a little slow. I'm going to guess them at 8 laps, but yeah, what a great run. Van Eperen grabbing the white flag.
Now it's Rodney. And that was Josh Smith, I believe we just saw.
There is Tyler Gibbs, our physical race leader. He's at race mile 4.5 right now, so he'll be heading up towards the Amsoil hot pits, hit the Brannick boulders. So we're getting close to wrapping this thing up. But obviously there's a lot of cars out on course, so the recovery crew's got their hands full today. And again, let's give those guys and gals a huge shout out. The recovery crew are going to be out there all day today and tomorrow. You know, it's hot, it's beautiful, but they're having the time of their life. They've helped us do a little bit of everything from marking course to clearing course and just making everything run smooth.
And there is Tyler Gibbs going up by the Amsoil hot pits. He'll be here, in about 45 seconds?
About a minute, yep, because he's got to hit the the Brannick boulders as we speak. But Tyler Gibbs has a commanding lead, and he'll be seeing the checkered flag here very shortly. And I can't believe he made it with that right rear flat. What a great showing by him.
But, usually when race cars go through with a decent flat or a flat on their tire, whatever, they don't come in with the tread on it anymore, and it doesn't look like it's gone from his race vehicle yet.
Hey Pam, I just saw Travis Zollinger head through the start finish, so that means Tyler Gibbs almost lapped the entire field.
Wow,
what a great race he has had. So he is he was about a minute off from lapping second place in the open class.
Oh, and look at Cole Clark is right behind Tyler Gibbs.
Oh, that'll be interesting. So I put Cole Clark a lap down. So so Cole Clark's going to go for a pass here. If he does not pass, he gets a checkered flag. Yes, it's going to be
super close, but there goes Cole Clark with that checkered flag.
The checkered flag is out for Tyler Gibbs and the rest of the field. Congratulations, Tyler Gibbs unofficially winning this race on a right rear flat tire, and that puts Cole Clark a lap down. So that means Travis Zollinger just gets second place no matter what, and that puts Cole Clark in third. That's what it's got to be. Anthony Yount's going to miss it.
So Tyler Gibbs, Jeremy Blackburn, and Nathan Parker, as long as Jeremy Blackburn and Nathan Parker come in, get the checkered flag, they're the only 3 cars completed 10 laps out here out of the, how many did we have? 33 starts.
35. Okay, 33. We missed a couple. Wow, that is super impressive watching Van Eperen once again. But again, I'm going to go over this unofficially because I just played it through my head. It's going to be Tyler Gibbs, Travis Zollinger, and then Cole Clark the way it played out, because Cole Clark went a lap down. Travis Zollinger already took his extra lap. So, yep, that's what it's going to be. Unofficially, Tyler Gibbs, Travis Zollinger, and Cole Clark in the 4900 Open UTV class. We'll see how it shakes out for the stock class. It looks like it should be Jeremy Blackburn. No, look at this. Nathan Parker has got around Blackburn on the live.ultra4racing.com. Yeah, so what happened to Blackburn? Because, look, he's already hit a heads-up loop out there. So Nathan Parker moves into first position unofficially, I believe, if I'm reading this right. And then it is Rich Bursch, Mitchell Roccacelli. They could still round it out. So it's going to be a battle down to the wire between Blackburn and Parker. Great shot of unofficial. No, that was Cam Zollers. There's a couple different lines right there heading up the grand staircase. I like seeing that. The right's more of a steep, the left's a little more gradual. It's Kurt Mackey and Cody Quattlebaum and maybe Rich Bursch.
It's really cool seeing this from up high, because when we are here for the BMR event in March, I never see the top line, how they actually take that, because they race through there, and it's really cool to see it from up here. Now I can understand more of the track that they use at that time. But yes, we do have the checkered flag out, so we shall see when Nathan Parker comes through, and where, like you're saying, where is Jeremy Blackburn? He was running in that number one spot in the UTV stock class.
But Tyler Gibbs just ran one heck of a race. And don't forget, he's racing in the pro modified class as well.
Oh, and that water is definitely bogging them down right there.
But it's cooling them off. I'm up here kind of wishing I could take a quick little splash pass through there.
I agree with you on that. It's a little warm.
But it's a beautiful day to be racing. Ultra4 USA as Cody Quattlebaum grabs the checkered flag. And for the Open West Division, I think that just locked him unofficially for second place in the Western Series overall for Cody Quattlebaum. Again, unofficial, but it's looking good. He may have just locked that down. I think Josh Smith will take home first place in the Open for the Western Series. And then stock, we have Aaron Lynch, Byron Sterrett, Steven Rogers, Nathan Parker could move up. We'll see. It's going to be looking like it's going to be between Aaron Lynch and Byron Sterrett for first and second, and then it should be third for Steven Rogers for the Western Series. And we'll be giving those awards tomorrow evening. Getting a little slideways is Ian Dickey.
Yep. Coming through getting that checkered flag. So where do we have Jeremy Blackburn and Parker? Nathan Parker. There's Nathan Parker.
So Nathan Parker, I believe, yes, that's him. So yeah,
Yes.
he'll be our unofficial winner in the stock class. So the checkered flag will be flying for Nathan Parker as he comes around the bend. And here he comes, all sorts of slideways. Nathan Parker unofficially winning the stock class for the best damn race of the year. Presented by Rugged Radios. Great showing by Nathan
That is
Parker.
awesome. I'm super proud of that kid.
That young man, 14 years old, right rear flat tire for this winner as well.
And Jeremy Blackburn is just now getting ready to go down into the rock section. So he got past him. Nathan Parker got past him somewhere on course.
Usually Nathan Parker has Ed Reevy riding shotgun, but he opted out. So Nathan Parker, 14 years old, right rear flat, unofficially winning once again here in Disney, Oklahoma.
And that was a great shot of Josh Smith.
Oh, what an exciting race,
Wow.
Pam.
It has been super exciting, and we're not even over.
Holy cow. Love it. And look at that beautiful aerial. The top right is the Pensacola Dam. We're racing in the left side all through that river valley. What a great time we are having. Again, we'll be racing 2 more races today. We'll have 3 races tomorrow. So if you're anywhere in the area, this is a free event. Come on down and check it out.
And if you can't make it out, you want to make sure you stay on and watch tomorrow, because tomorrow is going to be another amazing day of racing.
Hey, Erica, ask Tyler if he's racing that car or a different car.
All right, there is Jeremy Blackburn. He was running in that number 1 spot, but Nathan Parker has came through and taken over that number 1 spot from him. So as it sits right now, Jeremy Blackburn will be in that number 2 spot for the 4900 UTV stock class.
He's had a great season. He's came to a lot of races and really pulling it together. So Jeremy Blackburn looks like he'll be in that second position. What a great run. So I did get confirmation, thanks Erica for running down there and getting that for me, but Tyler Gibbs does have a separate car he'll be racing for the Pro Mod class. Got a few more cars coming across the line. That was Joe Gould and Josh Smith.
Exactly.
So that looks like, I think Josh Smith just locked down the Western Series Championship. Again, that's my take on it, but I think Josh Smith just takes it. Cody Quattlebaum in second. And it looks like Peyton Dunford may take that 3rd spot. So Bandit Off-Road has a great showing here in Disney, Oklahoma.
And wasn't Josh Smith, was he our champion last year too as well?
I believe so. Yeah, he's got a great run going. There's Jeremy Blackburn, physical 2nd place. In this stock class, about 30 seconds to go. Well, he'll grab the checkered flag. So we've almost got both podiums set up. We're right on schedule, Pam. The next race doesn't start for another hour and 8 minutes. We might even get a quick little break.
Lunch break number 2. Now I'll be going over doing some podiums, and then we'll have maybe a couple minutes. And
so Jeremy Blackburn around the corner, grabbing the checkered flag. Unofficial 2nd position goes to Jeremy Blackburn.
And it looks like Travis Zollinger will be coming around here in just a minute as the timing keeps ticking away for him. And Travis Zollinger, it will be, if he comes around, he'll still be 2nd in the UTV Open class.
So, Pam, let me run this by you. Go to live.ultra4racing.com, and you see at Travis Zollinger where it says 9 1/3.
Yep.
That's the finish for the qualifying. So that's there's 2 heads-up loops. The end of the qualifying run, and then when it says 2/3, that's a heads-up loop. So we have multiple loops out there, so that's really cool to kind of keep us honest.
All right, and that will be Mitchell Roccacelli right there.
Running strong.
He was going a little slower earlier. Something was going on with him, but he is back out on course, and he should be finishing up, let's see, lap number 8 for him.
So Mitch Roccacelli and JT Strickland grabbing the checkered flag.
And somebody has a tire that has fallen off.
There's going to be lots of parts out here on course. Oh, there's Van Eperen hitting the Spider Track backsplash.
We can still hear the vehicles in the background coming through to get their checkered flag.
There's Travis Zollinger. That's second place in the open class. He was able to be on the lead lap just barely in front of Cole Clark. So Travis Zollinger in that beautiful built ZRP machine. That's a Pro R that's turboed, 37-inch tires. That is a beautiful, beautiful machine right there. That's top of the art right now.
Yes, it is. And he actually, Josh Smith, I believe, the one he is in is a Zollinger, a ZRP built Can-Am as well.
Yeah, I think it's K&T and ZRP built his machine. But Travis Zollinger, single seat Can-Am for the Pro Modified class coming up next at 2 p.m. Central Time. So we got about an hour before we kick off the next race. But who's coming in? So unofficial second position goes to Travis Zollinger in the open class.
The rear of his car looked like it's a little lower than it was when he started.
So how far back is Rich Bursch and Mitchell Roccacelli? It's going to be close between those two. I do think
Mitchell
Rich Bursch
Roccacelli is in.
Yeah, but I think Rich Bursch is still out on course, so I think he's going to get an extra lap.
And that is Rodney Van Eperen going through the water crossing. And he's running single. He does not have a co-driver in with him as well.
High fives all around here at the Jumbotron, getting ready for some awards that'll be given away here very shortly. We've got to wait for a few more cars to come through. Then we got to dot our I's and cross our T's. And during some of these breaks, make sure you make it up to downtown Disney and go check out the MAO Ultra4 USA merchandise trailer. Got Angel Carly up there slinging some merch, and go check it all out. They got some new hats, some new shirts. They got some great swag up there. So in between, go up there, check it out. Got a couple food trucks. Lots of stuff going on. Tomorrow night, we'll have a band playing down here in the Chili Bowl just before we give away the Western Series Championship. And that's following the 4,400 main event. We are just winding down here for the 4,900 open and stock UTV race. Waiting for a few more cars to come through so we can round out the podium. While we wait for a few more to come across the line, we're going to step away and we'll hear a few words from our sponsors.
Lightweight, agile, and strong, the Pitbull is perfect for the job. The Pitbull is the first and only lift that can be used in the pits and in your garage. Elevate your racing with a Handy.
your home for great off-road racing from America and around the globe. From Ultra4 to rallies.
These guys are fighting for the lead.
It seems very aggressive.
Short course to desert race.
Great move there. Oh, he is so fast.
Whether on 2 wheels or 4, Speed Sport 1 has the off-road action you crave.
Look at that move. It jumps to the inside.
Speed Sport 1, the Motorsports Network.
Welcome back to the best damn race of the year, presented by Rugged Radios. We are just winding down the 4900 stock and open class. There's the Optima Batteries leaderboard. It is unofficially Tyler Gibbs 1, Travis Zollinger 2, and Cole Clark in 3rd. And that's for the open class. In the stock, it looks like it's Nathan Parker, Jeremy Blackburn, and then we're still waiting for 3rd. Who's it going to be? Is it going to be Rich Birch or Mitch Roccacelli? I believe it's going to be Rich Birch if he can keep that car together.
And we do have somebody right here with a nice flat tire. That is the 717.
That is Mark McCleary. That's the one that was out of the race earlier. So
okay.
We had a chat with him earlier.
He's just recovering his own car.
Just getting his car out of the way. You can hear it rattling and banging.
Yes, you can. We have everybody over there waiting for our official results so we can do our podium interviews.
Yeah, we're down here in the South Grand Lake recreational area. Beautiful place. There's over 100 miles of trails, 20,000 acres of GRDA land, Grand River Dam Authority, so it's open to the public anytime except for when it's flooding, obviously. The towns of Disney and Langley have been great to work with. Population's small. It's only about 1,100 people between the two. The elevation here is right around 800 feet. We're just on the backside of Grand Lake. That is a beautiful lake. If you ever want to, come do some four-wheeling and some boating all at once, come on down.
Yes, there's so much to do around here, and I actually just found out that you can actually go do the tour of the dam here recently, so I was like, that'd be pretty cool to go do and find out the full history on it. But that is a beautiful view right there.
Yeah, beautiful aerial view of the race course right here. That's just showing you, I'm going to say about a third of the course to the left of your screen, and then we got the dam in the background as well. Just a beautiful aerial. So our next race will be the Pro Modified class. We'll kick that off at 2 p.m. It's been a great race going on, but Erica Ulrich's been running all over the place, and I think she was trying to find Mr. Tyler Gibbs. Erica, who'd you find? Looks like she's still running around a little bit, but she's been a little bit everywhere doing some stuff. But we'll be catching up with Erica and Tyler here in just a little bit, hopefully. And then Pam will go down there and give them some of that Laser Nut 360 Wrap Awards. All right, it sounds like let's try it once again. Erica's down there, and let's see what she has to say with Tyler Gibbs. Erica, take it away.
Thanks, Miles. Joining me as our unofficial winner here in the 4900 UTV Open class, Tyler Gibbs. Tyler, I asked you how this race was when you got off course, and you said simply it was rough given all the elements. So how'd you manage this one from start to finish and come out on top today despite some chaos and some flats?
So we just took it pretty easy. We had car issues before we even took off. The car will only go 50 miles per hour. So we just try to take it easy and just finish the race because our main focus is Pro Mod.
Well, congratulations on this one. I know it couldn't have been easy, especially being down on power and speed. So congratulations, and again, good luck in that Pro Mod class.
Thank you, Erica. And yeah, congratulations. Tyler Gibbs just ran one heck of a race, and he'll hop in his other car and race that Pro Modified, see if he can back-to-back podiums. We'll see how it all shakes out. We're still waiting for Rich Bursch, but it's been a little bit. He maybe broke down on course, so I don't know how it's going to shake out between Rich and Mitchell. So while we wait for the podiums to get all shaken out, we're going to wind down a little bit and step away. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this.
Connect with the Wild is about off-roading with your buddies. Connect with the Wild is about going to Moab and conquering new challenges that you didn't think were possible. Ultimately, Connect with the Wild is about enjoying the outdoors in your vehicle as best you can. We're treating it like we know it's something special that everyone will remember.
Watching Speed Sport 1, your home for great American grassroots racing. It's time to rumble! Whether you're into sprint cars or stock cars, at the line! Modifieds or midgets, down to the low side, retake the lead! Dirt lane models or demolition derby. Oh! Speed Sport 1 has the grassroots action you love. Oh, you kidding me? Speed Sport 1, the Motorsports Network.
Welcome back. We just wound down the 4,900 open and stock class. It was such a great race. We're waiting to get a couple more racers up here. We'll give away some of those awards. Pam's down there rounding up some people, and we'll give that away, and then we'll be starting our next race at 2 p.m. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. It's been a wonderful day. And we got a special guest that's going to be hopping in the rugged booth with me. He's been doing a little bit of everything the last couple weeks, been all over the place. Got Mel with Ultimax Belts. How's it going, buddy?
I'm doing well, Miles. How are you?
Oh, great. You were at MAO all last week hanging out, and then you came to check out Disney, and then you had to go to Texas for a meeting, but you didn't want to miss it, so you made it back.
That's right.
Yeah, you supporting a lot of teams out there. I mean, we have 50-plus UTVs racing out there. Now, a few of them are switching to transmissions, but a lot of your Ultimax belts are out there running.
They are, and they just keep growing. More and more UTVs are out here compared to 3 years ago when we met up. And
yeah, we were talking about the other night at dinner that, yeah, the UTV class, you know, when it first came on scene, it was big, right?
Correct.
Well, then it's gotten bigger, and then when COVID hit, it really got even bigger because you were forced outdoors, and the more machines that sold, that means the more parts they need.
Yep.
So how many you have quite a few sponsored racers here, correct? Give me just a handful of names you can think of that are here.
Well, we got the Dirt Princess that we support. We do a lot with the kids and support them, so we'll see the Singletons tomorrow.
Yeah, they'll be tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
Yep. Those are the racers that I can think of top of my head right now. A lot
Sorry
of
for
it's
throwing
tied
you
to
on
the short. No, a lot of it's tied to the short course type stuff there, but our belts do well out here, and all the racers have been happy that we've supported them. And usually we support them with a belt, and they promote our brand on their social media site and stuff like that. So it's been good.
And a place like this, let's talk about belt in a UTV because that's we're right in the middle of that. So you need low side to rock crawl, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you need high side to go fast. Then you throw the woods, the water. I mean, it really puts all the tests on these belts. It's the heat. It's the try to keep it dry.
Correct.
And the loads in the rocks, like try to rock crawl with a CVT. You know, that's a kind of like a golf cart. You know, it's the clutches pinch the belt to make you go.
That's correct.
And it puts a lot of wear and tear on them.
Yeah, and we're unique. We make our own rubber, so we're able to put the rubber compounds together to handle the heat. The heat's the main one that really eats at the belts. But then also the cords you have in there for the strength. So we can with our chemists, combine different things to get the best results for folks out here. And that's, our belts are truly engineered.
Yeah, and then you look around and what do you see? How do your race cars get here? Trailers.
That's
well,
right.
you guys are teamed up with Timken as well, so all those bearings are out there. If you've ever towed a trailer, you've definitely packed some bearings, and Timken is at the top of the game there as well.
That's right. Timken owns the belt factory, and Timken owns a lot of different products. But out here, yes, all the wheel bearings, not just for the trailers, but you're also talking the trucks, the toters, all that type of stuff. Timken's involved with that.
And they're at the top of the game. I mean, give us your 10-cent tour on that. How long they've been around, how big they are?
Yeah, Timken's over 100 years old. They're based out of Canton, Ohio. Their wheel bearings is how it started, and they also had a steel division. And about 10 years ago, they kind of broke off, and Timken acquired Fafner, Torrington, Diamond Chain Company, Drives Chain, the belt plant, Lovejoy, just a lot of stuff to keep factories running. That's what Timken mainly focuses on. But they're in aerospace, they're in rail.
A little bit of everything. It's pretty wild.
Is on all kinds of market segments.
Yeah, and then you get to come out here and have fun, and you're not in a factory walking around. You're actually out here and enjoying yourself. And, Ultra4 USA and Mid-America Outdoors, you get to come out here and enjoy it and check it out. And I love it. So thanks for being a part of it.
Not a problem. Great to be here.
Yeah. Well, Mel, always a pleasure. Good to see you. And thanks for the support. We really appreciate it.
No problem. Take care.
Mel with Ultimax Belts. So Pam's out there trying to round everybody up. We'll be giving away some of those Laser Nut 360 wrap trophies here momentarily. We got 2 classes, so we got 6 awards to give up, and we're about 45 minutes away from going live racing for the Pro Modified class. And a few of those are racing in that class as well. So while we get ready for the podium, we're going to step away, and we'll be right back after this.
AMSOIL runs on freedom and has since 1972. We punish our products firsthand in our world-class laboratories and beyond, because some things can't be learned from a test tube. Run with us.
Lightweight, agile, and strong, the Pit Bull is perfect for the job. The Pit Bull is the first and only lift that can be used in the pits and in your garage. Elevate your racing with a Handy.
Welcome back. It sounds like Pam's down there with the stock. She'll be getting ready here pretty soon. So we'll be giving away those stock awards, and I do believe unofficially in the stock it is Nathan Parker. Oh, my timing just updated, so it's all ready for the next race. So we'll give those away here pretty quick. But it's Nathan Parker, Jeremy Blackburn and Rich Birch, I believe, 1, 2, 3 unofficially. She's gathering them up. So Pam will be giving those away here very, very shortly. So just FYI, we are going to do awards after the Pro Mod now. All right, my bad. It sounds like we are going to do stock awards. Sorry, we're trying to get everybody rounded up. But it looks like Pam Hall will be down there. We'll do the stock awards right in front of the Jumbotron here in just a moment. And again, I believe it's Nathan Parker first, unofficially. Jeremy Blackburn, and then Rich Birch, 1, 2, 3. So look like Pam is down there. All right, it sounds like Pam's ready down there, so take it away. Pam, it's your show. Pam, it's your show.
Thanks, Miles. I am here. Thanks, Miles. I am here.
So I only had one flat the whole time, which is awesome.
Thank you, Pam, and great job by all of our racers out there. We're still trying to figure out if we're going to do the open class or not, if we can get those drivers rounded up. But speaking about open, let's talk about the Open Western Series Championship. Unofficially, I think Josh Smith just locked it down. Again, that's my math. But guess who I got with me? Josh, what's your math?
I think we got it locked down.
Yeah, it looks pretty good. Yeah, by my math, you had to beat Quattlebaum by about 100 points, and you finished, so I think you got that locked down. So I believe unofficially it's Josh Smith first, and second is Cody Quattlebaum, and then third is Peyton Dunford. And again, that's unofficial for the Western Series points we'll give out tomorrow night. And you had a championship last year, too, if I'm not mistaken, correct?
Yep, I got Western Championship in stock class and the National Championship in stock class last year as well.
And then this year you moved up the Open just a little bit, a little bit more open. It's more horsepower, it's bigger tires, it's whatever you want. What kind of made you make the switch?
I just wanted to progress my driving and progress my my car and see what I can do with a bigger, better, faster car, and that pushed me into the Open class.
And if that's a Zollinger and a K&T built machine?
Yep, it's a ZRP car, and built by K&T, tuned by K&T, out in Salt Lake.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great run. You had a fun race out there. You finished strong, and if it's going to get you the Western Championship, you got to be excited where you got.
Yeah, I'm pretty pumped about it. Maybe we'll go do Pro Mod next year and do a trifecta championship.
So is that two separate cars, or can you make that one a Pro Mod, or are you going to build a new car in the off season?
I'm not sure.
I guess time will tell, huh?
Yep.
Are you racing a Legends of Havasu with you?
Yep.
With us at the end of next month?
I will be there.
Awesome.
I will be there. Yeah, I'll be there, and I think I'm the only one qualified for national championship as well on Open.
I think you may lock that down as well. So,
yeah.
I mean, that's part of it. You have to race King of the Hammers. You have to race Visions. You had to race Legends of Havasu, and then two others of your best finishing throughout the season, and that's what goes to national points. So it looks like you should lock down the Western today, and then Nationals in Havasu. It's looking good for two more championships, if I'm doing my math right.
Well, we'll see. We'll see how it shakes out, but pretty cool.
Pretty impressive, Josh. I love the effort, and we'll see you at Legends of Havasu, and then I assume we'll see you at King of the Hammers, right?
Yeah, you'll see me at King of the Hammers.
You
sure.
haven't missed that one for a while.
Nope, not yet.
So anything else exciting you want to bring to light?
Nope, just going to do Havasu, and then we'll be off for Mexico for the Baja 1000.
Oh, let's see. There you go. Are you racing that? Or?
Yep. We're
with
racing that with Travis Zollinger.
Oh, in one of his cars. In the car he just raced, right?
So I just bought the twin to my car. So I have two ZRP cars.
That's pretty sweet.
So
awesome.
Now we'll go down there in that and try and do some work down there.
At the Baja 1000. We're starting at the tip and working our way up. That's a little different than normal. That'll be fun to see.
Yeah, it's going to be a grueling race.
Yeah, that's definitely on my bucket list. I need to make it to that one of these times.
Yeah.
And I see Abby in there sitting down. She just got out of the car, all smiles, having fun. Thumbs up? 2 thumbs up. Perfect. Well, yeah, all in good fun. So, Josh, congratulations. We'll see how it shakes out, but always a pleasure. And we thoroughly appreciate you coming to race with us at Ultra4. So
yeah.
I appreciate it, Josh, and everything else that you put together.
Yeah, thank you guys for hosting us.
Well, while we try to get a few more things figured out, we will be live racing here in about a half hour. So we'll see if we can get these open awards done. But the Pro Mod will be taking off in 30 minutes at 2 p.m. Central Time. So we're going to step away. We'll be right back in just a couple minutes.
Spaceport has been America's motorsports authority since 1934. Get news, results, and commentary from the most connected experts in the business, covering all forms of motorsports from flat track to NASCAR and everything in between. Bookmark Spaceport.com on your mobile device now, or follow Spaceport on social, and be sure to subscribe to the Spaceport Daily. Spaceport is your one-stop shop for all things racing on 2 wheels and 4.
AMSOIL runs on freedom and has since 1972. The rest of the market has been trying to follow our lead ever since. But a head start is a head start. Run with us.
At 360 Wraps, we've been working hard to transform the vehicle wrap industry. Wherever you are, we're standing by to show you the professionalism you deserve. With a dedicated account manager, you'll always feel confident and in control the entire time. Providing nationwide service to the top brands in the industry, our team will confidently handle any project you give them. One contact, one company, nationwide service. Come by to experience the 360 difference for yourself.
Connect with the Wild is about off-roading with your buddies. Connect with the Wild is about going to Moab and conquering new challenges that you didn't think were possible. Ultimately, Connect with the Wild is about enjoying the outdoors in your vehicle as best you can. We're treating it like we know it's something special that everyone will remember.
Lightweight, agile, and strong, the Pit Bull is perfect for the job. The Pit Bull is the first and only lift that can be used in the pits and in your garage. Elevate your racing with a Handy.
AMSOIL runs on freedom and has since 1972. We punish our products firsthand in our world-class laboratories and beyond, because some things can't be learned from a test tube. Run with us.
ready for any challenge. Maxxis tires can handle even the most punishing off-road conditions. Maxxis tires. Tread victoriously.
Speedsport has been America's motorsports authority since 1934. Get news, results, and commentary from the most connected experts in the business, covering all forms of motorsports from flat track to NASCAR and everything in between. Bookmark speedsport.com on your mobile device now, or follow Speedsport on social, and be sure to subscribe to the Speedsport Daily. Speedsport is your one-stop shop for all things racing on 2 wheels and 4.
AMSOIL runs on freedom and has since 1972. The rest of the market has been trying to follow our lead ever since. But a head start is a head start. Run with us.
Lightweight, agile, and strong, the Pitbull is perfect for the job. The Pitbull is the first and only lift that can be used in the pits and in your garage. Elevate your racing with a Handy.
racing from America and around the globe. From Ultra4 to rallies.
These guys are fighting for the lead.
It seems very aggressive.
Short course to desert race.
Great move there. He is so fast.
Whether on 2 wheels or 4, Speed Sport 1 has the off-road action you crave.
Look at that move. It jumps to the inside.
Speed Sport 1, the Motorsports Network.
Connect with the Wild is about off-roading with your buddies. Connect with the Wild is about going to Moab and conquering new challenges that you didn't think were possible. Ultimately, Connect with the Wild is about enjoying the outdoors in your vehicle as best you can. We're treating it like we know it's something special that everyone will remember.
Watching Speed Sport 1, your home for great American grassroots racing.
It's time to rumble!
Whether you're into sprint cars or stock cars,
At the line!
modifieds or midgets,
Down to the low side, retakes the lead!
dirt lane models or demolition derby, Speed Sport 1 has the grassroots action you love.
Are you kidding me?
Speed Sport 1, the Motorsports Network.
AMSOIL runs on freedom and has since 1972. We punish our products firsthand in our world-class laboratories and beyond, because some things can't be learned from a test tube. Run with us.
Lightweight, agile, and strong, the Pitbull is perfect for the job. The Pitbull is the first and only lift that can be used in the pits and in your garage. Elevate your racing with a Handy.
Sport has been America's motorsports authority since 1934. Get news, results, and commentary from the most connected experts in the business, covering all forms of motorsports from flat track to NASCAR and everything in between. Bookmark speedsport.com on your mobile device now, or follow Speed Sport on social, and be sure to subscribe to the Speed Sport Daily. Speed Sport is your one-stop shop for all things racing on two wheels and four.
AMSOIL runs on freedom and has since 1972. The rest of the market has been trying to follow our lead ever since. But a head start is a head start. Run with us.
At 360 Wraps, we've been working hard to transform the vehicle wrap industry. Wherever you are, we're standing by to show you the professionalism you deserve. With a dedicated account manager, you'll always feel confident and in control the entire time. Providing nationwide service to the top brands in the industry, our team will confidently handle any project you give them. One contact, one company, nationwide service. Come by to experience the 360 difference for yourself.
Connect with the Wild is about off-roading with your buddies. Connect with the Wild is about going to Moab and conquering new challenges that you didn't think were possible. Ultimately, Connect with the Wild is about enjoying the outdoors in your vehicle as best you can. We're treating it like we know it's something special that everyone will remember.
Welcome back to the 2023 Ultra4 USA Best Dam Race of the Year, presented by Rugged Radios. We are on the backside of the Pensacola Dam here at the South Grand Lake Recreational Area, just outside of Disney and Langley, Oklahoma. We just wound up the stock and the opens. We will do open awards after this next race. We just couldn't get everybody gathered because most of those guys are running this next race. I'm Miles Hasquist. Pam Hall's on my side once again, and we are about to kick off the Pro Modified class.
Yes, we are. They're down there getting lined up. And Miles, you're correct. Every one of our open class champions were just now getting into their cars because they are getting ready to race once again. So it is awesome to see them getting back in their cars to do another race. They had some great sweet seat time as well. But here we do have our Project X 4900 UTV Pro Mod lineup.
And on that pole position is Paul Wolf. Then it's Kyle Cheney driving for Robert Parker. Then Travis Zollinger. Then Todd Beckett. Tyler Gibbs.
Tyler Rimreed, Mike Park, Cole Clark, Adam Coots, Gavin Smith.
As our top 10 of the Project X starting grid for the Pro Modified class. And in 11th is Mitch Wofford, 12th Peyton Isabel, 13th Jason Susi, 14th John Seaman, driven by Byron Sterrett, and 15th is Corey Willis.
And that 16th position, Roper Merrifield. In the 17th, Tony Polari, 18th, Jonathan Hayes, 19th, Terry Madden, and in that 20th position, Matthew Walraven.
So we'll have 20 cars doing the same exact course we just did. They all have to hit the waterfall. The race line waterfall is a joker. You have to hit it once. You can only hit it once. So it's going to be very interesting to see how all this shakes out. Our Eastern Championship rounded up in Crandon just a month ago, and Kyle Cheney brought it home for Robert Parker. And then it was Corey Willis and Tony Polari, 1, 2, 3. And it's looking like for the Western, it could be the same. There is 27 points splitting Robert Parker, who is Kyle Cheney, and Corey Willis. And then it's Tony Polari there. But it's a tight battle between Tony Polari, Matt Walraven, Travis Zollinger, and Jake Versey in those top going out to round out for the Western Championship. So it's all down to this last race.
Awesome. It looks like we're going to have some onboard camera. That'll be awesome to see here. But we do see Mr. Paul Wolf sitting right there on the pole position right next to Kyle Cheney driving for Robert Parker. And speaking of Paul Wolf, he just raced right before this, and I don't know what actually took him out of the race because I missed his interview with you.
Yeah,
but,
he said he clipped a rock. He stepped out to pass and stepped out and clipped a rock. So he took out an A-arm and just took him out of the race. So bad luck. But, hey, that open race, he says he's here to race everything. But this is Pro Modified right now getting ready to come down. In last year's results, Mike Park won this race. Jason Sushi was second. And then Cole Clark in that third position. All three of those guys are racing. So it is getting ready to get turned up.
So that is going to be on board with Todd Beckett. So he has an onboard camera, which will be awesome to see. I hope that it stays running and everything whenever we get to the water crossings, because I would love to see how it's going to look whenever they go through the water at full speed.
And we don't call him Todd Beckett for nothing, so it could be interesting to see how it goes. But, yeah, it looks like we're getting ready to take off here very soon, and it is live racing. It's a drag race between Paul Wolf and Kyle Cheney, and Paul Wolf with the whole shot up front. So great showing by him. And we were talking strategy just a little bit ago. If the waterfalls, whoever gets the waterfall first is going to take that joker line. So right now it looks like Paul Wolf is more than likely going to hit the race line waterfall right out of the gate.
And we did see him on the last race right before this. He did break his right front axle, and so he was having some difficulty. Plus, he's by himself, so he is having to winch up the waterfall by himself.
And off the line now is Travis Zollinger out of Logan, Utah with Zollinger Racing Products, with Todd Beckett out of Pineville, Kentucky with Top Gun Fab. And look at that onboard, Pam. That is awesome seeing these two battle it out.
And right before you looked up, Miles, it was so cool to see how close they were. They were definitely drag racing down this front stretch.
And Todd Beckett right behind Travis Zollinger. Oh, going for the pass. This is the end of qualifying last year, so this is a nasty little step into the water. It's anybody's game.
Yes, and now we do have Tyler Gibbs and then Tyler Rimreed taking the line just now.
Tyler Rimreed, one of our MAO ambassadors out of Bennington, Nebraska with TR Racing. Drag racing against Tyler Gibbs out of Cattlesburg, Kentucky with Gibbs Racing.
And Tyler Gibbs just won the last race here right before, so he has some great seat time already out on track.
Off the line now is Cole Clark, number 24 out of Cortez, Colorado, with ZRP Army. Drag racing, Mike Park with 904 out of Callahan, Florida, with Team 904 Racing. And off the line now is Adam Coots and Gavin Smith drag racing along. Gavin Smith out of St. Albans, West Virginia with Smitty Racing. Drag racing Adam Coots out of Perryville, Missouri with Coots Racing.
And we have Mitch Wofford and Peyton Isabel taking off the line.
Mitch Wofford out of Ashland, Tennessee with Razor Extreme. Drag racing the 490 of Peyton Isabel and Ricky Wood out of Jinx, Oklahoma with Godfrey Fabworks.
And next up we will have Jason Susie and then John Seaman that is actually being driven by Byron Starrett. They'll be taking the green flag here in just a moment.
So Jason Sushi and John Seaman. Byron Starrett out on course with Jason Watt Performance in Marion, North Carolina. You can have one fill-in driver per season, and John Seaman's using Byron Starrett as we speak. As Jason Sushi gets the early lead with ZRP.
And Byron just came off of course as well. And next up will be Corey Willis and Roper Merrifield.
And there goes Corey Willis out of Lake Charles, Louisiana with PPEI. Drag racing Rupert Merrifield out of Sweetwater, Oklahoma with Elevate Off-Road Racing. That's Ryan Rockhold's cousin out there running along.
All right, we only have a few more cars to take off the line. We do have Terry Madden and Jonathan Hayes taking off.
Johnny B himself, local out of Veneta, Oklahoma with Lucky 7 Racing. Drag racing Tony Polari with Travis Pope out of Greenup, Kentucky with Bad Batch Racing.
And then our last car that'll be taking the green flag will be the 181 of Matthew Walraven.
What happened to Terry Madden?
He just took off.
Oh, yeah, I missed it. Okay, Terry Madden went. Sweet. Terry Madden, one of our MAO ambassadors, with his son Dalton taking off with Terry Madden Racing.
And Cole Clark is trying to make it up the waterfall, and he just made it up with no problems.
So Matthew Walraven with Rhett Bryan riding shotgun out of Oak Ridge, North Carolina with JW Performance. Last but not least, remember they took off 2 at a time. 30-second splits. This race is on adjusted time. It is a 5-mile loop. And look, Adam Coots is kicking his co-driver out early to go up the race line waterfall.
And we did see Matthew Walraven earlier take a tumble in qualifying, so that's why he started in the back.
And do you see this? He put the window net up already. So my assumption is he's going to leave his co-driver here at the waterfall. He's going to try to one-shot it once, I would guess, and just get a good position, get the co-driver up, and see if he can winch up.
And just be prepared.
So let's see. I'm curious. Is he going to leave the co-driver? My guess is yes.
Because of, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Use the co-driver to get up
use him
the
to
most
get you up.
difficult part.
You only have to do it one time. So now he shouldn't have to winch the rest of the race.
And I'm not quite sure. Oh, that's Jason Susie's co-driver's getting out as well, right before the waterfall, putting up the window net as well.
So I think that's a good strategy, is use them when you need them. So it was Paul Wolf and Kyle Chaney. There's a bunch of them that bypassed the race line waterfall in the first lap because it's only Cole Clark and the 36-22 of Adam Coots.
And also Jason Susie's going up as well right now, as we can tell. And we already have, I think that is Kyle Chaney is already coming around for the first lap.
It was a battle between Kyle Chaney and Paul Wolf, if I saw that correctly. But look, here's a great shot of 2 separate lines on the race line waterfall. That right lane is going to be great for the 4400s, but the wheelbase is not there for these UTVs. So Jason Sushi is doing a great winch line. And now we're riding back on board with Todd Beckett. They're heading down the little blue section, super steep little section. We'll dive right of the water here and then head towards the woods section.
The water's either messing with the onboard already, or we're just not having great signal.
What it is the water's getting on the lens of the camera.
Yes, I would agree with that. All right, Jason's up, and let's see, does the co-driver stay? Or does the co-driver get back in? Because they did put their window up as well.
So I see Travis Zollinger on my backside. So it is Paul Wolf physical out front, then Kyle Cheney, then Travis Zollinger, then Todd Beckett, and then Tyler Gibbs. All have made it through race mile 3.5. And look at the Spider Track backstretch.
All right, that is Kyle Cheney. Yep.
So
Kyle Cheney's physically out on front, I think.
No, you just missed it.
I
That was
missed
Paul Wolf.
Okay,
yeah,
perfect.
Paul Wolf hit the Spider Track backsplash.
You can't look away for a second, I'm telling
there is
you.
action all over. And this is a great section of the woods you can kind of see from that aerial view. That looked like it was Cole Clark in the back.
Okay, so what do you think these guys' lap times are going to be?
I'm going to say the ones that skipped the waterfall should be around that 9-minute mark.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a fast run. So we should be seeing Paul Wolf and Kyle Cheney coming through the Brannock boulders on the bottom side. Yep, there's the Brannock boulder. So that is Paul Wolf, our physical race leader. So right behind him should be Robert Parker and Kyle Cheney. Paul Wolf just had a heck of a race going until he hit a rock.
Yes.
Remember, the attrition is going to set in heavily, and to finish first you must finish. So Paul Wolf, our physical race leader, but skipped the race line waterfall. Ooh, Todd Beckett back in the woods. This is a great little section. So we're going to pop out on the dry lake bed and then head right back into the woods. Hopefully the camera keeps location. So if we can stick with this shot, there's a really cool little waterfall we're going to hit here in about 10 seconds. We're going to jump up through here, and here in about 3 seconds, we're going to take a right, and it's a fun little waterfall section. Not very long, hard ride up a loose dirt climb, and this is a great showing of the woods here on the backside of Disney, Oklahoma, and look at the ruts that are really starting to show. This race course is starting to deteriorate a little bit, and the tires are only going to get bigger and bigger as we go.
All right, Miles, we just had Paul Wolf come in for his first lap with Kyle Cheney right behind him at a 1:09.
At 9:06.
Yes.
So a 9:06 by Paul
04,
Wolf and
yep.
a 9:14 by Kyle Cheney. And remember, they left at the same time, so Paul Wolf has a 8-second lead over Kyle Cheney as we speak. There's a fun little water crossing we were able to mitigate right there. And this is a great shot of the nasty little ledges. There's so many about foot-tall ledges, and that's why the tires are falling apart on these cars.
Yes, for sure. These a lot of sharp rocks out there. I mean, we saw the last race. There was a lot of flat tires as well.
So Tyler Gibbs just coming through.
That's
Tyler
Clark.
Gibbs just moved in the overall lead on adjusted time with a 9:02. He beat his fastest lap last time in the Open. So Tyler Gibbs once again putting on a heck of a show. And we do have a car pulled over.
Can't quite. That's a
3:04 it looks like. So that means that's Gavin Smith. Tough break for him. There's John Seaman, which is Byron Sterrett. Oh, it looks like they'll be changing a belt. So they are stuck in the middle of the road, changing looks like a belt right there.
I mean, if you break a belt, you can't move. So that's unfortunate.
Your transmission is all neutrals at that point. And there's our physical race leader, Paul Wolf. But on adjusted time, Tyler Gibbs just took that away from him.
With
a 9:02, 4 seconds faster than Wolf. Tyler Gibbs, he just got done racing. He just got done winning his last race. Can he back it up 2 in a row, back to back? That would be amazing.
Mike Park is going through now. He has a super fast time as well.
Mike Park moves into 6th position with a 9:27 lap.
All right, Tyler Gibbs. Wow, that was an amazing time in 9:02. So you know that Paul Wolf is going to have to step it up to get back in that #1 spot as corrected time. Todd Beckett running in that 4th position. Tyler Rimmereed is in that 5 position. As we just saw Mike Park go through in that 6th. Travis Zollinger in 7th.
On screen right there is Byron Sterrett driving for John Seaman at the Spider Track backsplash. Fun little skim area. If you hit it just right, you can hydroplane all the way across.
That is a great view right there. I believe that is Paul Wolf from above, and that is an amazing view. Or is that Kyle Cheney?
That is Kyle Cheney, right?
Yes,
yeah.
it is.
And that is heading down little blue section. They'll be on the top side. It'll be dropping right down next to the little cave. This is a super steep little easy drop. Momentum is key here. Just keep it smooth and silk. And there goes Kyle Cheney.
Look at that. We do have a race next to Corey Willis and John Seaman, which is Byron Starrett.
And Corey Willison and Kyle Cheney are battling for the Western Series Championship. So if Corey Willis can beat Kyle Cheney, he can take that away for Robert Parker. But it's going to be interesting to see how it all shakes out. If Kyle Cheney for Robert Parker can pull this together, he can take home the Western Series champ and set himself up nice for the Nationals.
All right, we have a race coming through here. So that, I believe, is Todd Beckett.
Todd Beckett followed closely by Corey Willis.
And there goes Cole Clark through our finish line. But look at that. We have 3 cars in order.
Oh, they about missed the little turn right there. They all turned a little too quick and a little interesting.
I've seen that happen quite a bit. So we have Todd Beckett, Corey Willis, Byron Starrett, who's driving for John Seaman, and I'm not quite sure
that's
who
Terry
that is.
Madden trying to get the pass in the back. So Terry Madden and Dalton Madden all over the race course. And we got a pass right here. Corey Willis over Reckitt Beckett, and Terry Madden gets a pass over Byron Starrett. So 2 passes right underneath the rugged radio start-finish line. Absolutely amazing.
Let's see, who was that just went through? I think that was Tony. Was that Tony Polari?
Yes,
Okay.
I do believe you're right. Tony
I didn't see
Polari.
numbers on the side, so.
We had 20 cars that took the green light right at 2 o'clock. So we're 15 minutes into this race, and there's Travis Zollinger in this single-seat Can-Am. And there's some sportsmanship. They're up there helping each other. What a great show. Looks like that's Brian Hamby helping out Travis Zollinger.
And Travis is in a single seat in this race.
This is a no-chase race, so only fellow competitors or Ultra4 USA staff can help. There's Matthew Walraven, if I'm not mistaken, who took the green flag from the back of the pack, but he's already made a couple passes. So Matthew Walraven has a strong, we'll see where this shakes him up in adjusted time. This is going to move him up quite a few spots, if I'm not mistaken. He'll probably be top 15 after this.
Yes, that puts him in the 11th position. His lap time was a 10:24.552.
So he made up 9 positions on his first lap. What a great run for him out on lap number 2. There's Cole Clark in that single-seat RS1 RMS-built machine with the Slightly Heated podcast. If you're just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. This is the Pro Modified class for the Ultra4 USA Best Damn Race of the Year, presented by Rugged Radios. We are on the backside of the Pensacola Dam at the South Grand Lake Recreational Area, just outside of Disney and Langley, Oklahoma.
So, Miles, I was just looking at Tyler Gibbs' lap time for the last race that we were in. It was a 9:06.596, so he's picked it up by 4 seconds.
Pretty impressive. But here's a little, I don't see Tyler Gibbs. So on our first heads-up loop, it's Paul Wolf, then Kyle Cheney. Tyler Gibbs has not crossed the first heads-up loop. So what happened to him? Is he broke? Is he pulled over? Did he have some issues? Not sure, but right now it's Paul Wolf and Robert Parker physically out front.
Yes.
Remember, this race is on adjusted time. And there's Terry Madden heading up. His son Dalton Madden helping run the winch. He'll hook up to the excavator and see if he can get pulled right up and out. He's on that little right line. And, ooh, do we have somebody shooting it?
And, Miles, we also now have Todd Beckett. So Todd Beckett went through our heads-up loop before Tyler Gibbs, so he has now made it through it. But
but again, I'm mistaken. On adjusted time, Tyler Gibbs still is our overall leader. But Todd Beckett's right in the mix, too. So on adjusted time, it's Tyler Gibbs, Paul Wolf, Kyle Cheney, Todd Beckett, and then Tyler Rimreed in the top 5. Great showing.
Tyler Rimreed's having fun in his new car. He's really enjoying it.
Is that Tony Polari?
Yes, it is. You can see it. I believe that's his name right there on the roof.
Having a great run thus far. Having some fun here in Disney. Oh, so there, Terry Madden made it up and out.
And we have Kyle Chaney going up by our Amsoil hot pits. So is Paul Wolf still out in front of Kyle Chaney? Because Kyle Chaney is up there. I don't know if I missed him.
A lot of action on the rugged radio. I'm trying to keep up on who's going up the race line waterfall. One of our volunteers, Boogie's down there, making sure everything's running smooth. So it's Travis Zollinger's through, Cole Clark, Terry Madden, Adam Coots, and Jason Sushi. And then we saw Tony Polari. We'll see if he can make it up and out. The sun is out. It is absolutely beautiful. And Paul Wolf just set the new fastest lap of the day with an 8:55, so shaved 7 seconds off. Paul Wolf is on a mission. Tyler Gibbs has his work cut out for him. There's Kyle Chaney driving for Robert Parker in the number 900. That Can-Am machine running strong.
So you know that Chris Hickman was on that radio telling Paul that he needed to pick it up, and he definitely did for sure on that last lap. Now can he keep running those paces for the rest of the race?
You got to keep the car together. It's a sprint endurance, but this course is tough. And how many tires do they have to change in the Amsoil hot pits? It's going to be interesting. And the top 5 right now are all in Can-Ams. That's pretty impressive. Great showing for them as we speak. Going to need to give a huge shout out to Raceline Wheels, Rugged Radios, Project X Off-Road, Speed Sport, Amsoil, Can-Am, Good Boy Vodka,
A Laser Nut, Mid-America Outdoors, 360 Wraps, and Optima Batteries.
The Off-Road Syndicate, American Outdoor Events, King of the Hammers, Funhover Off-Road, Whalen, Yukon Gear and Axle, Spider Treks, and Brannick Motorsports. So please support who supports the sport. As we're at the top of the Disney half pipe right there. That's up and over the Raceline waterfall. They jump in the woods and then go down Viagra. That looks like it's Cole Clark.
Making a big splash.
There's a lot of water here. We tried to go around most of it, but obviously in a live riverbed, you can't get around all of it.
No, and we did get a lot of rain last week as well. It was definitely a wet race course at Mid-America last week. And there is Terry Madden making his way around.
So it was Tony Polari up and over the Raceline waterfall joker section. Oh, and our one and only Erica Allreed's in the Amsoil hot pits. He says a passenger front flat for Tyler Rimreed.
Oh, goodness gracious.
So they'll get him in and out pretty quick, and I assume the hot pits will be very, very busy.
And he was running a good race. I mean, he's running 5th on corrected time.
But this is going to slow him down
And
probably
he's
a
back
minute or
going.
so.
There he is.
That was a quick in and out for Tyler Rimreed.
And it doesn't look like he has a co-driver in with him, so that's pretty awesome.
He's used to driving an RS1 Razor, recently switching to Can-Am, so he's kind of used to the driving solo, so keep going.
And there we do have Mike Park getting ready to go through, but that
is Tony Polari. As he's heading up and over, heading back towards the Spider Track backsplash. Oh, there's Paul Wolf,
Actually,
our physical race
that was
leader.
490. I'm sorry, that was Peyton Isabel.
Oh, yep. Good catch, Sir Pam. Thank you. So Paul Wolf already dealing with lap traffic. That is pretty impressive that he's already put down an entire lap over some of these guys and gals. And I'm sure he's all over the horn. There's great sportsmanship right there, pulling over. Because you know this race is on adjusted time. If you've been caught, you've been passed on time already. So just move on out of the way and keep on rolling. Wind's starting to pick up a little bit. The wind is the racer's friend, and it's feeling pretty good on my back right now.
Oh, definitely. Definitely feeling really good because it's warmed up. The sun's been on us. It's been an amazing day out here, though.
There's Cole Clark and the Brannick Boulders. Oh, here's Todd Beckett Oh, he is at the top of the Disney half pipe right here. This is a cool little run. It's literally a half pipe up there. There's water running down it. It's slick. It's fun. The big cars are going to be really moving through there. He's going to take a left right now and then head up into the woods, dive down around, and then head down Viagra. So if we could stick with him for a minute, it'd be a fun ride to see Todd Beckett head down Viagra. It's a super steep climb. You've seen a lot of the rock bouncers out here play on that. It's a very iconic trail here in Disney, Oklahoma. So, yeah, we're about 20 seconds away. So Todd Beckett running through the woods. This is a great showing. These onboard cameras are absolutely amazing. There's a few trees you have to dive around. He's going to take a right into the bed and then take a left and head down Viagra, and the camera's going to cut out on it just at the wrong time. We'll see.
I think it doesn't have quite the signal it needs to have right there, but it's pretty cool to see when it is actually functioning properly.
Tough break. He was dropping down Viagra as, oh, there he goes. He's making it down. There's a ledge right in the middle of it. Great to see that happen. Cool. Thanks again to the amazing production crew we have behind the scenes. Need to give Speed Sport a huge shout out for our official broadcast partner. There's Tyler Gibbs, who fresh off his win. Oh, come to a complete stop. Is he shifting from low to high, possibly?
That's what it kind of looked like. Is he going up into the waterfall section?
Yep, so that's exactly what he's doing. He shifted from high to low, and now he'll try to one-shot it. Remember, he's running single seat again. We'll see if he can make it up quick and easy, and I think he does, Tyler. Oh, makes it all the way top. I think when he's there, he's still going to make it. If he can back up just a tick, get a bump out there, I think he'll – oh, the tires are heating up.
Well, you can see, he's not letting up. That is for sure, because you want to try to make sure, like, get that momentum going, and sometimes it'll bounce up to exactly where it needs to be. But unfortunately, that is not happening for him right now. And I believe that is Paul Wolf getting ready to come into frame.
Paul Wolf, our physical race leader. Lots of chatter on the rugged radio right now, keeping everybody updated on the race line waterfall.
All right, let's see if Paul Wolf comes through with an updated fastest lap, because that last lap he threw down that 8:55.987. That was the fastest lap of the weekend so far.
By quite a bit. The next fastest lap on this race is a 9:02 by Tyler Gibbs, but then after that we're jumping up 10 seconds. So Paul Wolf really laying it down. But strategy, Paul Wolf has not ran the Joker line yet, but when I was interviewing him, he's like, I'm just going to send it and try to get that fastest lap money, because we do pay out for the fastest lap per race as well. Paul Wolf likes winning some checks.
It's kind of like at Crandon when he had the little incident that they had on the Sunday race, and then
when
he
him and
ended
Lauren
up
got a little, kissed some tires and took a tumble, he still set the fastest lap. We were watching. Oh, here's Viagra. This is a great showing here. It's super steep. There's that big ledge in the middle, but makes it right on down and through. We still have the 4600 Spider Track stock class. That'll kick off right around 5 o'clock, so be sure to stay tuned in the rest of the evening. Still have a lot of racing action yet to come.
All right, and Paul Wolf and Kyle Cheney should be coming around here any moment.
We're at the top of the Yukon Little Blue area.
You can see the cracks in the rocks there that they go over. The terrain here is very unique, and there we do have Paul Wolf. He's going up towards the Amsoil hot pits right now.
We'll see if he bypasses. I assume he is.
And he has somebody right behind him. I'm wondering if that's Kyle Cheney right behind him.
He's definitely fighting some lap traffic. Could it be Cheney? Absolutely. But look at that. There's Johnny B. Looks like he's going to have to battle him through the Brannock boulders. Johnny B making his Ultra4 USA debut. And he's racing Paul Wolf. But Paul Wolf is all over his tail.
I was going to say, you know that Paul Wolf's probably on his And well, there he goes. He got past him, probably on his horn trying to get past him.
And I'm sure, so this is Johnny B's first race, so he probably doesn't know that that's Paul Wolf right behind him. It just takes a little bit of, learning to see how it happens. But yeah, that's our physical race leader, Paul Wolf, out front. And again, Tyler Gibbs he started a little bit further back in the pack. Tyler started in 5th spot. So we'll follow Paul all the way across the rugged radio start finish. We'll see him coming around the corner. He'll get a little slideways, get all over the throttle, and heading through for another lap. We'll see what his lap time is on this one.
And we do have a drone chasing him down. That's pretty cool to see.
He slows down quite a bit to a 9:24.
Huh.
So I wonder.
Probably lap traffic is probably being a factor right now.
Lap traffic slowed him down 30 seconds. Yeah, you're right. It would cost you 30 seconds. We saw 5 minutes 5 seconds to Brannick Boulders. There's some stuff going on everywhere. There's Matthew Walraven in the Raceline Wheels waterfall. See, if your ass in slides to the left there a little bit, it just sets you up wrong. You need to kind of hit it at an angle, unless he's just setting up to winch. Looks like that was, yes it was, that was Kyle Cheney driving for Robert Parker. Physical 2nd position. And just getting information from Chris Hickman, the team owner, Paul Wolf has no brakes. So that's what's slowing him down. So he's got his work cut out for him, because there's definitely a few spots out here you want to check up, especially going down. Well, he has not made the waterfall, so he's got to go down Viagra with no brakes. That's going to be a little spooky.
Definitely spooky, sketchy.
I'm glad I'm not riding with him. There's Peyton Isbell that just made it down Viagra. We'll see if Paul can keep it together. It is a beautiful day here in Disney, Oklahoma. It's roughly 90 degrees as we see Todd Beckett wheelie up the grand staircase. See those Fox shocks working hard.
All right, so we do have Todd Beckett. He is in that number 3 spot right now on adjusted time.
And look at this, Pam. It is Paul Wolf in the waterfall with no brakes in a single-seater. So here's a great shine side of sportsmanship. Look at this. Paul Wolf in a single-seater gets lucky. This is a no-chase race. Only fellow competitors can help you get up and through. And Paul Wolf, he's going to be like, we're going to see. Yes, he
look
does.
At that. He made it look easy, and Chris Hickman's over here to our side. He's super excited.
Paul Wolf put those Nitto tires to work and made it up the Raceline Wheels waterfall. And that's a great shot of the Disney half pipe as we're back on screen with Todd Beckett.
Looks like we have Tony Polari's coming through. He's got a
he just lost a wheel.
His wheel. Oh my goodness.
And he is already around the Amsoil hot pits, so tough break for him. Oh, Johnny B just made it up.
That is so crazy that just happened right here. His tire, I think, passed him up after it came off.
So it looks like through my rugged radios, we have Walraven, Wolf, and Johnny B have all cleared the Raceline Wheels waterfalls. We see Paul Wolf coming down Viagra with no brakes. That is a gnarly hill. So I'm sure he put it in low side and just ghost ride the whip, see what happens.
Yes, and they only have to do that one time, correct, when they go down?
This is a joker line, so they can only go up once. They have to go up once. There's Cole Clark heading out for another lap, finishing number 3 of 4. So let's go over our unofficial Optima leaderboard. Is Paul Wolf up front, Kyle Cheney, Todd Beckett, Tyler Rimreed, Mike Park, and Cole Clark.
And yes, and they are all out on their 4th lap. We have had 20 cars take the green flag here this afternoon.
We're basically 1/3 away through this race. They started at 2 o'clock. It's an hour and a half, then the white flag comes out for the leader. There is Tony Polari. No, Tyler Gibbs, sorry.
He sounded like he was sputtering just a little bit, and there we do have Corey Willis as well going through.
If Corey Willis can keep this together, he's sitting 2nd in the Western Series Championship, right behind his buddy Kyle Cheney for Robert Parker. Great shot of another splash pass out back. I believe that's Paul Wolf.
Yes, it does look like him.
And right as he is right there, there's a big rock on our right that's taken out a couple competitors. It's about a 3 foot by 3 foot brick rock, just a huge rock right there. And if you step to the right just a little bit, that's where Mitch Roccacelli took out his right front yesterday during pre-running.
It jumps out and gets you.
And there's our MAO ambassador, Mr. Terry Madden, with his son Dalton Madden riding shotgun out of Yucca Valley, California. He's been doing a lot of cool stuff with Pastrana and over in Italy with some really cool things he's got going.
Yes, his last lap was a 19:53, so he must have had some issues. Oh, I guess that's when he did do the waterfall as well, because his fastest lap time so far of the race was a 9:31.179 for Terry Madden.
And Erica's all over the place keeping us up to date. And she said Terry Madden just came through the Amsoil hot pits, put a belt intake boot back on and kept going, trying to keep that belt dry.
Gotcha. Yeah, you definitely don't want to do that, because what happens is it starts slipping. And here we do see Cole Clark going through. He is in that single seat, but that's a good call for Terry, more than likely, because all this water, you do not want your belt slipping.
And how did he know it was off? Probably because it started to slip, so he knew that situation. So put that boot back on, get that belt dry, because you can put it in neutral and kind of rev it up a little bit, and it'll spin the belt fast and dry it out. But with all this water, you can't risk that. There's baby Mitch Wofford in that RS1 Turbo.
Well, and there's so much water out here, you never have a chance to dry it out.
There's a lot of splashing going on. So they're bypassing the waterfall. So who has not made the waterfall? Todd Beckett, John Seaman, Tyler Rimreed, Kyle Cheney has not. Mitch Wofford has not. Gavin Smith, Mike Park, Roper Merrifield, and Corey Willis. What a wonderful race we are having for the Pro Modified 4900 UTV race. We're about 35 minutes into this race, but still lots of action to come, so don't go away. We'll be right back after this.
Lightweight, agile, and strong, the Pitbull is perfect for the job. The Pitbull is the first and only lift that can be used in the pits and in your garage. Elevate your racing with a Handy.
Welcome back to the 2023 Ultra4 USA Best Dam Race of the Year, presented by Rugged Radios. We are on the backside of the Pensacola Dam at the South Grand Lake Recreational Area, just outside of Disney in Langley, Oklahoma.
And speaking of coming back with Erica Allreed over in our hot pits, she's giving us some more information through our Rugged Race Radios. Byron Sterritt came in and the car is sputtering just a bit. They're not sure exactly what's going on with it, so he's headed back out and just going to let her run, they say. So he's out there running for John Seaman, and all this water is taking on a toll with all of these race vehicles. But thank you, Erica, for keeping us up to date of what's going on over there. But we do have, in that number 1 position, we have had a change. We now have Kyle Cheney running for Robert Parker in that number 1 spot on corrected time. Paul Wolf in that 2nd position. And then Todd Beck at 3rd, Tyler Rimreed 4th, and Mike Park in that 5th position. So Kyle Cheney is definitely turning it up a notch, but we do have right now, that was Paul Wolf.
Oh, look at that huge bicycle.
That was
Jason Soucy.
Yep.
Yeah, wow. And there's a pretty good rut that's getting developed there. There's Gavin Smith coming into the Raceline Wheels waterfall. And there's our physical race leader, Paul Wolf, with minimal brakes. He'll be coming by us very soon.
So he has dropped down, like I said, into that number 2 position, but he's still out there trucking along. But that is going to be a bummer, not having brakes for the whole entire rest of this race. I mean, it's a long race to go still.
Yeah, it's a great showing to have.
All right, we do see we have
Byron Sterritt and Gavin Smith both in the Raceline Wheels waterfall section.
All right, Todd Beckett has also turned up the heat because he's now in that number 2 spot with Paul Wolf in that 3rd position. But so far, Paul Wolf has the fastest lap of the day.
So Kyle Cheney is in the lead overall, but I do not believe he's gone up the Joker line.
Well,
What's
so
he,
that'll
number
change.
900. I don't have him down. So we'll see. Strategy comes down to it. He still has, about 50 minutes to hit that Joker line. We've been racing for 40 minutes.
And there's Tyler Rimreed right there going through the water.
We race an hour and a half, and then the white flag comes out. They took off 2 at a time, every 30-second increments. This race is on adjusted time, so technically you're racing yourself. But obviously when there's somebody next to you, you're not going to let them have it. There's Tyler Rimreed clicking off another lap.
And right behind him going through for another lap is also Adam Coots. And that is Mike Park. He has a little bit of a fender on the driver's side flapping in front of him.
It's been flapping for a few laps.
Yeah, obviously it's not hurting his vision at all. We did see Adam Coots was going just a little bit slower there on the right-hand part of the screen.
Mike Park does overtake Adam Coots, and we have Gavin Smith winching up the Raceline Wheels waterfall, and Byron Sterritt driving for John Seaman is patiently awaiting. And you know, John, hey, I'm sure you're watching at home. We hate you're not here, but understand you got to take care of business back home. But I know you're sitting here telling them, go up the right line. Keep on going, buddy. But right now, strategy is Kyle Cheney and Robert driving for Robert Parker. They going to pull it together. There's our physical race leader, Paul Wolf. Well, on adjusted time, he's dropped back to 4th. There's Travis Zollinger in that single seat Can-Am. That is another beautiful built Zollinger Racing Products machine.
Here we have Cole Clark. Cole Clark is running in that 7th position. We'll see where he comes around this lap.
So Papa Poe's back at home keeping me updated as well. Hate you're not here. We had a lot of fun last year with you. But he's saying Wolf is the only one in the top 5 that has done the Joker line. So strategy's really in Paul Wolf's favor right now. So it's still anybody's game.
Yes, it is, because we do know if you don't get up that joker line on your first try, it definitely hurts your timing.
And Erica down in the Amsoil hot pit said Adam Coots came in complaining of brake fade to the team, but they said, hey, it is what it is. Go on out. So they checked it out, evaluated, said, keep on keeping on. Erica's been running all over the place, keeping us some information flowing, so we thoroughly appreciate all her hard work. She'll be more involved as the week goes on. Paul Wolf running one heck of a race, but knowing you have brake issues, that's in the back of your head. We'll see how it all shakes out. There's a wheel just got rolled up. Travis, one of our volunteers, rolled it up. There is no center to the rim.
No, it's just the bead lock and the tire.
It's the wheel, the bead lock, and the tire. There's no center to it.
Wow.
The attrition is definitely sitting in. There's Tyler Gibbs has something hanging on the bottom. Is it just a stick or is it?
Actually, that's Terry Madden. It looks like it's like the floor pan possibly, and they are pulling off to the side.
Oh, he's that's the rear trailing arm.
Oh,
so the
no.
right rear for Terry Madden came completely apart. He is out of the race. Tough break for Terry Madden.
Yeah, that is definitely unfortunate. You could tell something was dragging, but here we are. And now Corey Willis just now went by him, taking it easy. Well, that is definitely unfortunate.
Yeah, so Terry's out of the car, evaluating the situation, and you looking at it like there is not much he can do. Tough break for Terry Madden and his son Dalton out there having some fun. Looks like that's Cole Clark in that single-seat machine still trucking along. Corey Willis hauling the mail, heading out for another lap. Corey Willis sitting in 7th position as we speak.
And there we do see Cole Clark from above. There's Travis Zollinger going through one of our many water crossings.
He'll be heading through the Rugged Radio start-finish here in just a couple seconds. Travis Zollinger on the podium for the open class. Can he do it for the pro modified as well? Time will tell. Looks like Travis is a lap. Nope, there he goes. He moves into 8th position, Travis Zollinger.
Looks like we have more information. Mitch Wofford is in the hot pits with the driver rear flat and no brakes. So brakes are an issue this race. I have not heard that in any of the other races, but this race, brakes are a problem.
Well, you see a lot of flat tires and whatnot, and that can get into brake lines.
That is true.
So we'll see if that is an issue or not.
And there's Jason Susie right there. I love watching them skim over the top of that water crossing. All right, so let's just do a little update. In the number 1 position is Kyle Cheney in the number 900 for Robert Parker. We had in the 2nd position Todd Beckett in the 101, Mike Park in the 904 in that 3rd position, Paul Wolf in the 1018 in that 4th, and Tyler Rimreed running in that 5th position in the 143. But we do have a race going on behind us here. We'll be seeing Mr. Paul Wolf here shortly.
As Cole Clark dives back into the woods, this is a fun little woods run. This is really rocky at the beginning, and that new left line is really starting to burn in well. The harder rocks are straight ahead, but the bigger cars may have to go straight on that around that tree. And there's Paul Wolf really sending it at race mile roughly 3.5.
Yes, and he is definitely on the tail. I can't quite make out who that is. He is right on behind.
But I can hear the siren on, and sportsmanship right there. Pull right over. Paul Wolf gets around, and it's smooth at first, and then it gets a little bit rocky at the end. And there is Kyle Cheney. Wow, Paul Wolf is within a mile of Kyle Cheney. So Paul Wolf is really putting it on. No, Kyle Cheney's ahead of Wolf, sorry.
Yes, well, with Paul Wolf, he's struggling with the brakes and everything. That's going to definitely be a factor in his race today. But it's very unfortunate that happened to him, and he had a great race going, and here he is, falling behind, but he still is in that number 4 position. We do have Kyle Cheney. Looks like he's going to be coming into some lap traffic. And he's right behind Wofford here.
And we saw Terry Madden still pulled over. Tough break for him. There's Mitch Wofford and our physical race leader, Kyle Cheney, driving for Robert Parker.
Yes, and he's being very patient right there behind Mitch Wofford.
I don't hear a siren, and they're within ear's reach. I'm kind of surprised Kyle Cheney does not have the siren on. But Mitch Wofford all over the throttle. Kyle Cheney is running a pretty mellow pace at the moment. The car looks solid, but he's probably just, again, to finish first you must finish. The attrition is definitely setting in. We know Paul Wolf's having brake issues. There's a lot of other cars that are out due to mechanicals. There is Travis Zollinger.
Yes, but he does not want to let up too much because Todd Beckett is not too far behind him, so he is running in that second position on time. So we'll see if he ends up.
There's a great shot of the waterfall. There's a great aerial of the raceline waterfall to the right, just on this side of the crowd. And a great overview of what Disney, Oklahoma is all about. A beautiful chunk of land down here that's public property. Come on out anytime, except for when we're racing. We do get a permit to kind of lock it down. But it's a great, great place to come out to go wreck wheeling as well. And this is a great place to show what Ultra4 is all about. Oh, and it looks like they're going to Band-Aid it to try to finish a lap.
Yes, he was refusing to have help. There's some information coming through the Rugged Race Radio, refusing to get help because he wants to get back going again. So he was trying to get it fixed up as much as he could.
So John Seaman, driven by Byron Sterrett, has cleared the race line waterfall.
He still looks like, Terry Madden still looks like his car's definitely hurt a little bit, but they have the yellow flag there just so people will slow down when they come through. But when he comes through, we'll see if he's going to just pull off or if he will try to keep on going. Depends on how well he was able to, as you said, Band-Aid it up.
So Terry Madden is trying to finish his third lap. You have to do 2/3 of the race to get finishing points. So he's trying to limp it along right now. So if he only finishes 3 and it's a 10-lap race, that's not 2/3. So tough break for Terry Madden.
Or he could just be trying to
limp it off course.
Limp it off course, exactly. Because he's definitely not at any kind of speed, and you can still see that it is not running.
Yeah, it looks like he may have ratchet strapped up a little bit or something. Oh, and here comes Kyle Cheney driving for Robert Parker. Stops, goes from high to low, and now he's heading up the race line wheels waterfall joker section. We'll see if he can one-shot it or not. He's struggling just getting up the bottom of this one.
Well, and he went by just a little bit slower.
His right front didn't look like it was pulling.
It's not.
And Kyle Cheney, we know he's driving solo, so is that driver still there? Yes, he is. Sportsmanship 101. This is what you do, folks. If you're out of the race, you stay in the race to help your fellow competitors. Again, no outside of census outside of your fellow drivers. And Ultra4 USA safety crew. So Terry Madden does limp across the Rugged Radio's finish line. So Kyle Cheney trying to winch up the race line wheels waterfall. And yes, the right front is not pulling for Kyle Cheney. And it's kind of in a little bit of a wedge right there. So not exactly sure what's going on, but hopefully he can get up there. It pops up and over. Good. So now he's at, I'm not going to say it's easy from here on out, but he should be able to make it up. So Kyle Cheney struggling a little bit. We'll see if he can get up and out. So Kyle Cheney still trying to winch up, still having a little bit of issues, but get that winch to working. Pull him up.
So, yeah, he is definitely having issues. That's going to be a bummer. But this is the only time he has to do this lap. But he also has the lead right now. But Todd Beckett, he's definitely gunning for it. And didn't Todd Beckett already do the Joker line?
I do not believe so.
Okay, so he still will have to do it as well. But
Yep.
Kyle Cheney is definitely struggling.
But he is up and out of the hard spots now. He needs to unhook the winch, sucker back in, and he should be done winching as long as the rest of his race goes smooth. If you are just joining us, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. This is the 2023 Ultra4 USA Best Dam Race of the Year, presented by Rugged Radios. We're on the backside of the Pensacola Dam at the South Grand Lake Recreational Area, just outside of Disney and Langley, Oklahoma. So much racing action yet to come, but we're going to step away. We'll take a quick break and we'll be right back with more racing action right after this.
AMSOIL runs on freedom and has since 1972. We punish our products firsthand in our world-class laboratories and beyond, because some things can't be learned from a test tube. Run with us.
Ready for any challenge. Maxxis tires can handle even the most punishing off-road conditions. Maxxis tires. Tread victoriously.
Speedsport has been America's motorsports authority since 1934. Get news, results, and commentary from the most connected experts in the business, covering all forms of motorsports from flat track to NASCAR and everything in between. Bookmark speedsport.com on your mobile device now, or follow Speedsport on social, and be sure to subscribe to the Speedsport Daily. Speedsport is your one-stop shop for all things racing on two wheels and four.
Welcome back to the 2023 Best Damn Race of the Year, presented by Rugged Radios. We had some action that just happened. Paul Wolf cleared Little Blue, so he is back ahead of Kyle Cheney because we saw him going up the Raceline Wheels waterfall. Lots of action all over the course. Corey Willis was just in with a passenger rear flat, in and out. But joining me in the Rugged Race Radios booth is Dalton and Terry Madden. How you guys doing?
I've been better, Miles.
I know that feel. I wish you were still in the car, but we saw you had, it looked like a issue with the right rear. Was it a trailing arm popped off? Or?
We broke the front right rear trailing arm bolt. A damn bolt.
Okay, the bolt that holds the front of the trailing arm.
Yeah, but when it broke, it twisted out, so it broke brake line and a few other things. So I can't just put a bolt in it and go on. I mean, I could, but we're going to end up tearing up the car. So at this point, we're kind of out of contention, so it's just not worth it.
Yeah, that's a tough break. I mean, it's bummer that happened, but hey, you know that's racing. You know, one bolt can take you out for sure. But I want to dwell on one thing independently right now is you have your son in the car. How cool is that? How special is that?
It's good and bad. No, it's amazing.
All right, let's stop you, Terry. What do you think, Dalton?
I like it. It's always fun going out and riding with my dad. You know?
Yeah, I mean, you've been doing it since a little kid,
exactly,
and now you're doing it in an actual Ultra4 race?
Yeah, it's totally different for sure going race speed, but, you know, it's always the same fun.
Absolutely. So, Terry, how is he as a co-driver? I mean, you've been a co-driver for a long time, and And now having your son being your co-driver, what's the difference?
I mean, it's really hard to co-drive for me because I'm pretty picky because of what I did co-driving. But I'm trying to train him, and he's doing super, super good. But my goal, to be honest, Miles, that I haven't really told anybody is this is probably going to be my last Hammers. I really want Dalton to co-drive for me, and then I'd like to hand it to him. So
That's
we're going to get him as much time in the car as we can, and then I'm going to get out.
And then what's your plan from there on out?
I don't know. I love the coaching.
Okay. So still be involved, but less behind the wheel.
Yep.
Or in the car.
Yep.
More in the pits, the kind of strategy, whatever.
Absolutely.
Awesome. Well, that's a cool thing. So he'll co-drive for you here and at Havasu, I assume, and then King of the Hammers?
Yep.
So you got some time.
And then we'll get him some seat time next year, and then the year after will probably be his first Hammers.
So, Dalton, what do you think about getting behind the wheel?
Oh, it'll be awesome. Yeah, I'm definitely excited for the experience for sure. Just need, a little more time behind the wheel. Have my dad coach. It'll be quite the experience.
Yeah, no, it's really cool. I mean, Terry, we've been running around doing this off-road scene for, I can't keep it straight, 15 plus
Miles,
years, I think.
From the start, way back.
Yep, I think it was KOH 09, if I'm remembering right. We started running around, and obviously we were both just kind of pit crew. You were helping Shirley's, I was helping Triple Nickel, and just we were kind of running amok at the time, and then we just kind of worked our way through, and it's cool to see from where we came to where we are.
No, that's one of the greatest things about this is to watch the evolution of the sport. I mean, where it's at right now compared to a few of us sitting around the campfire in the desert before there was even a Hammer Town. And, what the Robinettes have brought into it and what we're doing is the family's back.
Yeah.
And to watch it grow
growing, yes.
and to watch the opportunities for the new kids, that's the side of it I want to get involved with.
There's Corey Willis heading up. Looks like he'll be hitting the Raceline Wheels waterfall. He's shifting from high to low. He'll get back in it. We'll see if he can make it up. I don't believe you made the waterfall yet, had you?
Yes, we did it.
Oh,
second lap.
Right. Yep. Did you have to winch it?
We pulled up and winched right away. That was the plan from the start.
I'm replaying it in my head. I remember now. Yes, you pulled up. He hopped out. You guys winched and made it on through. So
yeah, we had no intention of trying to drive it. I didn't want to break anything. That was just the game plan.
Yeah.
I also, not that we're not out here trying to win, but we are out here trying to train, and I wanted him to winch, and we wanted to play and winch in a race time situation. So we're prepping for Hammers. That's what all this is.
That's 100%. Obviously, you're heavily involved with mile marker, and winching is a huge part of Ultra4, especially at King of the Hammers. And there's winch training, just like you're saying. I mean, that's a huge deal. It's a safety concern. It's the equipment itself.
And we do a lot of it, and I actually coach and teach a lot of it. We have a lot of training sessions out there in Johnson Valley, but you can train all you want. When you're winching in race atmosphere and trying to get back in and trying to get excited and your finger fobbling the buckles, and
you got
different.
Gloves on, you got a helmet,
you're excited, you're soaking wet. So to be able to do that during a race environment in a race that I don't want to say doesn't matter, but it doesn't matter as much. We're not running for points this year. It was a plan to winch that to give him that experience.
There's nothing like race experience except for when you're racing. You're absolutely correct. And there is our physical race leader. That is Paul Wolf, still out front. Ooh, and Kyle Cheney's hot. So our physical 1 and 2, who took off side by side, are within 3 seconds of each other. This race is really starting to develop as they're heading up towards the Yukon Little Blue section.
Where are we at on time, Miles?
It is. We are an hour in, so the white flag will be flying in roughly 30 minutes.
And where are we at on lap count?
The leaders are out on lap number 7.
Okay.
And so Todd Beckett on adjusted time is out front. And then Tyler Rimry just moved into third on adjusted time. So Kyle Cheney struggled a little bit there on the Raceline Wheels waterfall and stepped back just a little bit. So right now on adjusted time, it's Todd Beckett, Paul Wolf, Tyler Rimry, Kyle Cheney, then Cole Clark.
But have all of them ran the waterfall?
So Paul Wolf had an 11-minute when he did the waterfall, but now he's back to 9:09 with brake issues. He had an 8:55 fastest lap of the day, so it's pretty impressive. Corey Willis has cleared the joker line. So Todd Beckett has not. So even though he's out front, he still has to do the waterfall.
That was my question. Who do we have that has to run it yet, Miles?
So Todd Beckett still needs it. Rimreed needs it. Wofford, Gavin Smith, Mike Park, Roper Merrifield.
So that changes our top 3 drastically because Todd and Tyler, neither one have ran the joker line yet.
Looks like Wofford is broke down on the rocks entering the pit. So tough break for baby Mitch Wofford. But so far, so good. Was that camera frozen? I couldn't quite tell. But we're back on board with Robert Parker. Okay, so Todd Beckett, yep, there it is. It is moving. So Todd Beckett is sitting still. I can't quite tell exactly where he's at, but tough break for him because he was on adjusted time leading, but obviously the longer he sits, the further back he goes.
Well, this course is brutal on maintenance, Miles.
It's rough on equipment.
We fully prep the car, and I lose a bolt. So, I mean, it's hard to tell, and anything can happen until this is over.
Yeah, to finish first you must finish this.
That's part of it, and this is one of them
good.
that you got to run it hard and take the risk of not finishing at all if you want to win it.
Yeah, I mean, it's an endurance race, but it's really turned into a sprint endurance, and the fast guys and gals out front are really pushing hard. But you got to save the car to the finish as we're heading. This is on the qualifying course you saw earlier this morning. That is John Seaman, driven by Byron Sterrett.
How many cars did we have, Miles?
Say that again, Terry?
How many cars did we end up having, Miles?
Started with 20 cars.
In Pro Mod.
Yep, in Pro Mod. That's a big car count. We had 35 between stock and open, and then 20 in Pro Mod. So it's
so great to see these classes growing the way they're growing. You remember back when we ran the very first UTV race at Altus, Oklahoma, with 3 rhinos with ratchet straps for window nets?
It's been a while, and to see it go from there to this, it's pretty impressive.
Everybody laughed at us because they were golf carts?
Well, we're still laughing at you, buddy.
Well, that has nothing to do with the car. Who just made it up there?
That was Rimreed, if I'm not mistaken, made it up. There's Travis Zollinger hitting the Spider Track backsplash. Well, Dalton, you having some fun still?
Yeah,
you enjoying being up here in the rugged booth?
Yeah, it was fun, yeah. I definitely have fun. It's fun being just a part of it all.
And here is coming down Viagra. This is a really steep drop with that little ledge in the middle as Corey Willis is making his way through there. What'd you think of coming down Viagra there, Dalton?
Oh, it was definitely it was something.
You just held on and see what happened?
held on, and it was, along for the ride.
There was a few moments today you got a little quiet. Not too many, though.
I can understand that. And there is Paul Wolf out front. Can't quite tell who's hot on
That's Kyle.
Race. Is it? This is a long beach run. We're going to take a hard right, come right back at us, and in that little splash section.
That section right there is horrible when you're following somebody.
You come
through the water right there, Miles, and you've got a wet visor, wet everything, and then you hit that dust, and it turns to this cake, almost concrete mud on your visor. You can't wipe it; it smears. It's really tough right there, and you're blind until the next splash, and you can wash your visor good.
And now it looks like Paul Wolf getting ready to hit some lap traffic. That could be Matthew Walraven. Paul Wolf all over the throttle. No, that's John Seaman. So he's going to slow down. Kyle Cheney with the splash pass, yes. So the lap traffic caused Paul Wolf to slow down a little more than he meant, and Kyle Cheney saw the opportunity and took it and did the old splash pass. What a great race we have on our hands. There's Tyler Rimreed coming down, recently switching over to Team Can-Am. Well, what a wonderful guest we had in here, Terry. Dalton, always a pleasure. Great to seeing you. Can't wait for Legends of the Fall.
Yeah, I'm going to go try and get my junk in the trailer, Miles, and start packing up and thinking towards getting home.
All right, Terry, always a pleasure. Good to see you, buddy. Dalton, thanks for coming in, and best luck on your next adventure.
Yes, sir.
Thanks, Miles.
You.
So there is Paul Wolf coming through. We saw Todd Beckett pulled over. So that is Todd Beckett. I am mistaken. I apologize. So Todd Beckett is still running. We saw him pulled over earlier, but he is back in action. So Todd Beckett and Paul Wolf still running strong.
And there we have Tyler Rimreed going through the water, but what a great race going on right there with Todd Beckett and Paul Wolf. Todd Beckett out in front. His fastest lap of the race so far is a 9:03.511, but Paul Wolf still has the fastest lap of the entire race at an 8:55.987. And there we do see some dust, as we were talking about earlier. You know, you don't really see much dust around here, and here we see it. And I believe that is Todd Beckett.
We just saw Todd Beckett come through here with Paul Wolf.
So that was not
That was
him.
not Todd Beckett.
Who has the other blue? And
Getting
it's not Polari
brain
because he's
fade
not
right now.
out running anymore. There is another one that looks a lot like his.
Peyton Isabel has one, so that could be him.
You're right. I'm pretty sure that you're correct.
Looks like it could be. Ooh, there's Jason Sushi with a broken right front. So tough break for him. That should be right. Yep, there he is.
I'd say it's got to be right around here because JT Taylor is right there. He's trying to drive it off to get off of the race course just
he
enough.
was right in the center. That's right at the finish of qualifying from this morning.
And I believe that was Kyle Cheney passing behind him just now, but what an unfortunate. This race course is taking a toll on these cars.
A lot of people. Robert Parker Kyle Cheney has dropped back to 5th position. Cole Clark's in that 4th spot. Rimreed has moved all the way into 3rd. And 2nd's Paul Wolf. And then 1st is Todd Beckett. Remember, this race is on adjusted time. Right now, it's just Paul Wolf and Todd Beckett.
And speaking of Todd Beckett, he's right there.
And he has to hit the waterfall this time around, so that's going to help Paul Wolf on his time. This time split, it's going to be close. We'll see if Paul Wolf can get back around Todd Beckett on adjusted time. Todd Beckett left only 30 seconds behind, so
he's already up.
Yeah, a one-shot. Nice job at the Raceline Wheels waterfall joker section.
Yeah, he was smoking his tires just a little bit, and then the next time he gassed it, it bounced right up, and here he went. And where's Paul Wolf? Because Paul Wolf didn't have to take this. I forgot. He's already done that.
Yeah, it's a joker line. You can only hit once, and you have to hit once. And he tried to turn a little bit early. You have to go all the way to the top and up and around. There is Paul Wolf already down the Yukon little blue section. You see him getting a little slideways right there. That is off camber, and it steps down quite a bit. There's actual stair steps right there going down. So it's pretty cool to see him drifting sideways down that. Paul Wolf is a man on a mission.
And that looks like that was Corey Willis. Not quite sure, but I think it was. And there is Matthew Walraven still running. Unfortunate roll this morning in qualifying, but he is outrunning a pretty good race. I mean, he's actually up in 6th. He started in last place because of the mishap he had during qualifying, and he's already up into that 6th position on corrected time.
So it looks like it's just Mitch Wofford, Gavin Smith, Mike Park, Rupert Merrifield, and the ones have not taken the Raceline Wheels joker line. And there is Kyle Cheney driving for Robert Parker, heading through the Brannick Boulders. Cole Clark heading out for another lap that puts him in 3rd position on adjusted time. Cole Clark started back in 8th position, so about a minute and a half behind Kyle Cheney. So on adjusted time, he's got him about 2 minutes right now. So Kyle Cheney's going to have to step it up if he's going to get on that podium.
We just had Corey Willis go out for another lap, but Kyle Cheney should be coming around here in just a moment. He's making that last left-hand turn before he's coming through for another lap.
We got about 20 minutes to go before that white flag will be flying for our leader. And as of right now, it is Todd Beckett and Paul Wolf, then Cole Clark, with Kyle Cheney sitting in that 4th position as we speak. Tyler Rimreed is in 5th, so that's our top 5. Overall for the Pro Modified 4900 UTV race.
Yes, and Todd Beckett, his last lap was his fastest lap of the race so far at a 9:03.511. So he's definitely picking up each lap that he goes through. And there is Todd Beckett.
He's got a great race under his lap, but hey, that means that pushed Paul Wolf about 2 minutes ahead of him if I'm doing just some guesstimation math.
And that's Byron Sterrett in the 111 of John Seaman's car.
He's a lap down, but still pushing strong, trying to get some points for John Seaman. Byron Sterrett just raced the stock class, and now he's in the pro modified. There's Tyler Rimreed in 5th position on adjusted time. Don't forget to go to live.ultra4racing.com for the same live timing we have here in the Rugged booth.
And out talking to the racers earlier after doing some of the podium interviews, we were talking about all the water, and we were talking about how in October of last year for our Legends of the Fall, how cold it was. Everybody was freezing, and this time they're like, I feel like we're at a water park just on some rough slides is what we were hearing.
But yeah, the water's kind of welcoming during this one because it's definitely warming up today.
Yes, it is. And there is the 490 going down in that off camber of Peyton Isabel.
And don't forget, get on our MAO app on Google and on Apple. Go to AOE.tv. Go to speedsport.tv. Get on our Ultra4 USA, MAO, and BMR Facebooks. Hit that share button, start a watch party, and hashtag it up. We will be doing a post-produced 1-hour special on Speed Sport, our official broadcast partner. So thanks, everybody, for tuning in. That's what makes this thing happen. There are a lot of cars that start. We started with 20 cars, but the attrition is definitely heating up.
And I was going to say, I think the camera was just frozen for just a second right there. But look at that. Paul Wolf is hauling the middle.
The Spider Track backstretch. Then right behind him, is that Travis Zollinger? Yes, it is. Doing a little hydroplane. Ooh, did a little bicycle kick.
At the very end, yes. And there's
Corey Willis. Coming down the Yukon Little Blue section. And there is Kyle Cheney driving for Robert Parker right behind Corey Willis. And it is getting slick coming down the Yukon Little Blue section. Back on board with Tyler Rimreed. He's got that fresh Can-Am pill, recently switching from Polaris to Can-Am. We saw him and his dad racing at MAO last weekend. They're both racing here at Ultra4. For the best damn race of the year, presented by Rugged Radios. We're on the backside of the Pensacola Dam here at the South Grand Lake Recreational Area just outside of Disney in Langley, Oklahoma. We still have the 4600 Spider Track stock class yet to go, so be sure to stay tuned. We have some awards to give away and one more race yet to come as we're nearing about, I'm going to say, 3 more laps to go as Paul Wolf, our physical race leader now. Where was Todd Beckett?
I have not seen Todd Beckett, but Paul Wolf right here will be getting around this driver more than likely, but they are racing, even though Paul Wolf is up in the lead and he is a lapped car right in front of him.
So Todd Beckett just crossed over the heads-up loop after the qualifier, so he's about, a mile and a half behind Paul Wolf. Paul Wolf he's trying to get the pass.
Paul Wolf just set another fastest lap of the race. He now picked it up to an 8:55.628.
Paul Wolf is on a mission.
Yes, he is definitely turning up a few notches, not just a notch. There's Tyler Rimreed. Looks like he's being followed closely behind. Can't quite make that one out yet. Smith.
That's Gavin Smith. The number 304 out of St. Albans, West Virginia with Smitty Racing. I hear Chris Hickman over there on his Rugged Radio hollering back to Paul, and having some chats. But Paul Wolf with a great run. Is that Wall Raven, I believe? It looks like 118 of Matthew Walraven with a flat right rear tire.
Yes, and that is a Jason Watt logo on the roof of it, so it is definitely Matthew Walraven.
The Amsoil hot pits have been very, very busy with mainly just tires, but obviously there's definitely been some axles. We saw Terry with his trailing arm bolt issue. There is our physical race leader, Paul Wolf, the number 1018 out of Alton, Illinois, with Wolf Racing. Putting his Can-Am with Nitto tires, Raceline wheels, RCV, Alltech Motorsports, HCR, Halo Lockers, Evolution Power Sports, CA Technologies, and ZRP. Making him run strong out front as we spin back to Todd Beckett. Let me try to figure out where he's. Okay, he's right behind us.
Oh, and that's a sputter.
He just lost a belt, or the transmission went in neutral?
I would say he lost a belt.
So Todd Beckett, right after the Rugged Race Radios, the Rugged Radio start-finish line, Todd Beckett has to get out, and I assume just blew a belt. So that's physical second position. So Paul Wolf is really starting to walk away with this one. That is a tough break for Todd Beckett.
Definitely, and he does have a co-driver with him.
Yeah, he does. Yep, Paulin out, but they're going to hop out and hopefully change that belt.
This is where you see his co-driver did have a spare belt in his hand.
So they got to pull the cover off, change that belt. I'm going to say you can change a belt in less than 5 minutes. So you could change it in a couple minutes if you have it down pat, but just like we were talking with Terry, winching. Well, changing a belt, you have your helmet on, your gloves on. There's just your adrenaline's going on. So we'll see. Looks like they got the cover off, but I think they got to put that cover right back on with all this water.
They will, and a lot of these drivers, what they have done is there's a quick disconnect release for the cover for these, and then also for the belts as well. I mean, this is something where you want to make sure you practice it because you can get this done really quick, or it can take you a very long time.
But it also depends on the belt, because if the belt comes apart, and sometimes it'll kind of shred itself and then get stuck in the clutches, so you have to get all those out. Otherwise, it'll hurt the new belt you put on there. So
exactly,
it's just kind of luck of the draw. We'll see how it all shakes out. But every second counts for Todd Beckett right now as we see Travis Zollinger coming down the Yukon waterfall section.
So Paul Wolf out front right now. We do see Todd Beckett over here with that broken belt. But we shall see how this will all shake out. Cole Clark running in that number 3 position. He has already been on the podium once today in our race earlier on.
And now he's getting closer and closer to Todd Beckett. I think Cole Clark's going to pass Todd Beckett.
Yeah, they're getting ready to come through the finish line here in just a moment. That is Gavin Smith that is right in front of him.
I'm sorry. Peyton Isabel, I think?
Peyton Isabella.
Okay, yep, all good. Oh, and he knows he's got pressure behind him.
Oh, and here's the third
splashing.
car.
They're hitting hard. So Cole Clark, it looks like he's going to move into second position.
That is Corey Willis that is behind Cole Clark. So we have Peyton Isabel, Cole Clark, and then Corey Willis. All three just now went through.
Corey Willis is a lap down. So right now it's Paul Wolf, Cole Clark, then Todd Beckett.
All right, and that is Matthew Walraven. Oh, and he just sails right over that water. It's so cool to see them just hydroplaning through. Do you see that is not Jason Watt, that is Smith, I believe?
That is John Seaman and Byron Sterrett driving for him, but it's a little off pace, spitting and sputtering just a little bit.
Oh, so let's see what we just did. You know what Todd Beckett just did? They left the clutch cover off, and he left his co-driver as well.
The clutch cover is interesting. With all the water here, I think I would have left that on. Leaving the co-driver, I do understand that just for time-wise. But, okay, yep. Byron Starrett driving for John Seaman just does pull off. He finished a lap. So John Seaman gets 6 laps. So 2/3 is going to be really close. He may get the finishing points there, but remember you have to finish 2/3 of the race.
All right, and that, I believe, is Paul Wolf. Yes, it is. Going through some of our little rocky, rough sections back in the backstretch over there. Here we do have Kyle Cheney coming through our finish line. He's still a little off pace.
He is a little off pace. So Paul Wolf is already, man, he is on a mission. So right now it's Paul Wolf, then Cole Clark, then Todd Beckett, then Kyle Cheney. But Paul Wolf's running full speed. Todd Beckett doesn't have a clutch cover. That's interesting. Cole Clark looks like he's moving super strong. And then Kyle Cheney did look to be a little bit off pace.
Yes, he did. I mean, we saw him struggle going up the waterfall earlier on, so that was very unfortunate. But he is definitely off pace compared to what he normally is driving. And there we have Paul Wolf. When they go through that little water section right there and it bucks them up just a little bit, little kicker at the end of it.
Yeah, the Spider Track backsplash is a lot of fun to see. As Paul Wolf heading up towards the staircases.
And that is Todd Beckett.
Beckett, yeah, he's pushing strong still. Tyler Rimreed clicking off another lap. So Rimreed still in the top 5. But it's still anybody's race. There's Corey Willis heading down the Yukon Little Blue section.
That little kicker right there when they bounce down is a little gnarly.
Yeah, terrifying with no brakes, Jason Sushi says. He was having some issues and then popped either a ball joint or an A-arm or something, so he's out of the race. We saw JT Taylor pull him off the race course just a little bit ago, so tough break for him.
And there we do have Paul Wolf. Still on a mission. A man on a mission.
So right now it is all about Paul Wolf with a commanding lead here for the Pro Modified main event for the UTVs.
Wasn't quite sure who that was off to the side right there, right before he made the right-hand turn.
Those Project X lights are on even during the daylight, trying to shine the way through. Kind of a good way to see who's who. Paul Wolf comes around a little gingerly.
Yeah, he's definitely going a little bit slower than he normally does.
You know why? He's got Chris Hickman in his ear saying, hey, you got a good lead. Tame it down just a little bit. Save the car.
And that's Gavin Smith. From above, we're watching him. And it looks like he's off pace, more than likely going to be pulling off as well. Man, this race course is definitely taking a toll.
He hadn't quite made it to the rugged race, the rugged radio stop. It shuts off. Looks like he's pulling the dash off a little bit. Not sure if something got wet or whatnot.
He's pulling up to JT Taylor.
What's he look like? I haven't seen him all day.
I think he's about to come to my location, Taylor.
We got a little dusty section in the back there. All right, let's see who this is hauling the mail down backstretch. I believe that is Matthew Walraven. Yes, it is. He got a little bicycle action going on. That little kicker right there at the end is gnarly.
Yeah, the old Spider Track backsplash is a lot of fun. If you hit it just right, it's perfect. But if you don't hit it right, it's a little interesting. There's Corey Willis. And it could be. So Corey Willis is in second in the Western Series points. So if Kyle Chaney can finish in front of Corey Willis, he'll take that home for Robert Parker for the Western Series championship.
All right, and there's Tyler
Reed.
Yep.
Coming down the Yukon Little Blue section, and back on our leader, Mr. Paul Wolf, who had an issue in his last race, but this one's going smooth, and we'll see him tomorrow at 2 p.m. for the 4,400 main event. There's Wall Raven coming through the Brannock boulders.
And what a great race course. I keep saying it over and over and over, but you guys really laid out an awesome course. I mean, obviously it's not as difficult as some of the places we've been, but it's definitely taken a toll on these race cars.
Yeah, it gives you a little bit of everything from the gnarly rocks to the water crossings to the tight woods to the main rock obstacles. I mean, this is what Ultra4 USA is all about. I say it almost every time, but this is one of my favorite racetracks. That is an absolute fact. Back to Matthew Walraven. We'll see his son Xander Walraven run tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Central Time. Be sure to tune in to the future of our sport. So Walraven still pushing strong. Out for another lap.
And Walraven is sitting in that number 6 spot now. He's moved up in one position. His last lap was a 9:27.052. But I don't know if anybody will beat that fastest lap time of Paul Wolf at an 8:55.628. We shall see tomorrow when the big boys get out there and race, but I'm not sure if that time will be beat.
Yeah, Paul Wolf has really been on a mission today with that 8:55. That is a smoking fast time, and he'll take home a check for that one as well. Obviously, in the open class, he had some part failure issues. He hit something and took out an A-arm, which is kind of a common theme out here today.
Definitely, isn't it? Tires and brakes, actually, though, have been an issue this race. It wasn't earlier on in our other UTV races, but today and this afternoon, brakes are not being anybody's friend out there on race course. All right, that is Todd Beckett getting ready to go through that spider track backsplash, as you're calling it. I think that was Rupert Merrifield that just went through our finish line.
Good catch on that.
And that's Corey Willis that we're watching go through to go out on another lap. Corey Willis is up in that 8th position. His fastest lap, he actually just broke the 9-minute mark. He's at an 8:59.005. So good job on Corey Willis.
Oh, and Ryan Miller's tuning in. He's saying there's no way that the big cars will beat 8:55 because they have to run the Joker line every lap and nosedive every lap. So he is absolutely correct. They'll be 10-plus minutes probably.
That is true.
Because, yeah, they get to skip 2 of the main obstacles that the 4,400 cars get to hit. But, hey, those are the unlimited cars, so they get to do a little bit more.
It's awesome whenever you're talking about something and a driver that's in the pits watching the race chime in. It's pretty fun. So thanks for tuning in. You guys will be out on course tomorrow. It's going to be exciting to watch, but you are 100% correct. But Todd Beckett, he has dropped down into the 3rd position. So we have Paul Wolf, Cole Clark, Todd Beckett, 1, 2, and 3 right now on corrected time. And there we do see Todd Beckett on screen.
So Todd Beckett heading out for his 10th lap.
And we only did 10 laps earlier.
So next time around for Paul Wolf, he will be getting the white flag.
And speaking of Paul Wolf, as I was looking at the start-finish line, I saw his lights, his Project X lights in the distance.
So he is at race mile 3.5. So I'm going to say here in about 3 or 4 more minutes, the white flag should be flying for Paul Wolf. How far back is Cole Clark? How far back is Todd Beckett? And is Kyle Chaney going to be able to get in the mix? It's going to be close. We'll see. But right now, Paul Wolf, Cole Clark, and Todd Beckett. Remember, this race is on adjusted time.
And Tyler Rimreed, he is definitely having a lot of fun, as I said earlier, in his brand new Can-Am that he just finished building just a couple days ago. They were still working on it, and here he is out racing it already.
Yeah, got it teched. We have Lee O'Donnell here, our USAC rep, who's our sanctioning body, runs timing, scoring, race operations, safety, and tech. They've been a huge addition to our Ultra4 USA family, helping everything run smooth.
All right, we should be seeing Paul Wolf here in just a moment. Was that Cole Clark? That was kind of going a little slow? I couldn't tell.
I couldn't tell. But here's Kyle Cheney driving for Robert Parker. So he'll have 3 more laps to go.
He's definitely been limping at the rest of the race after we saw him struggle going up the waterfall, the Joker line.
He had a broken axle, if I remember right, so definitely has a little bit of issues, but he's still moving, and that's what it takes. There's Corey Willis heading down the Yukon Little Blue, and there's Cole Clark.
There we go.
Well, the Yukon Little Blue section has been a lot of fun to see. Kind of launching down there. Off camber, wet. It's literally stair steps that are smooth. It's fun, it's interesting, and it's anybody's game.
All right, there is Paul Wolf, and he is in that #1 spot right now. And he was having brake issues earlier on, but it doesn't seem like he's had any problems since then, since we were told that. Maybe whatever was going on, maybe he had an air bubble in there or something, I'm not sure, but he doesn't seem like he's been having any brake issues the rest of the race.
I see JT Taylor, our Ultra4 USA race director, with the white flag in his hand. Paul Wolf should be coming through, so the white flag will be out here in about 30 seconds.
Going through that last little bit of water crossing before he comes over here and makes that left-hand turn to come around to the start-finish line. He's slowing down just a little bit, but you know what? If you have the lead, you want to take it easy. Make sure you're not going to mess up your last lap of the day.
A little fist pump from Paul Wolf as he sees the white flag. He's taken 2 races back-to-back, taking a beating out there, but the white flag is out for the rest of the field here for the Pro Modified class.
But you know what? If he had a race vehicle for our next race, I bet you money he would be in it then too.
He's talked about it.
All right, so where is Cole Clark and Todd Beckett? Our 2 and 3 position. You can see our recovery crew up there.
And I'm just kind of double checking my things, but the top 5 all have taking the race line wheels Joker line. So the top 5 have already cleared the Joker line, so it is down to the race itself. Back to following Kyle Cheney driving for Robert Parker and that number 900 Can-Am. Factory-backed Can-Am machine.
Oh, and it looks like that one kissed the water just a little bit.
Travis Zollinger clicking off another lap. White flag. White flag and thumbs up for everyone around.
And Tyler Rimreed here again. Tyler Rimreed has so much seat time. We had him up here earlier talking to him. He races in multiple different kinds of vehicles, multiple different racing associations, and he just keeps adding to his program. He's one of our Mid-America ambassadors as well, but he gets lots of seat time. And there we do have Matthew Walraven. That little kicker every single time. And there we see Kyle Cheney going down that little down step.
At the Yukon Launch Little Blue. Kyle Cheney still pushing along like we're talking, a little bit off pace, but he's making it happen. And there's our physical race leader, Mr. Paul Wolf. Is he going to be able to pull it all together? His last lap around was a 9:11, but the fastest lap was an 8:55.
I really like how small this race course is because there's action going through all the time, and it's all over the race course. They're not really getting spread out. Like earlier on we were talking, there's battles going on all over the race course, and this has been a very fun one to watch.
Looks like that's Wall Raven in the Brannick Motorsports Boulder Field. Up next will be the 4600 Spider Track Stock Class.
All right, Cole Clark has gone through one of our heads-up loops, so he is quite a bit of ways behind Paul Wolf on time, but he's still sitting in that number 2 spot. Todd Beckett still sitting in that 3rd position, and Matthew Walraven going through, getting the white flag from JT Taylor.
And Todd Beckett has to beat Cole Clark by 1:30 on adjusted time, so it's going to be really close. Second place is going to be interesting to see how this all shakes out. Because right now on adjusted time, it is Cole Clark, but Todd Beckett is physically in front of him, and that's why this adjusted time race is a lot of fun all the way to the finish.
And that is a gorgeous view right there. We don't go through all of that water, but we do parts of it.
There's Corey Willis in the Brannick Boulders. It's been fun keeping up with the Optima Battery leaderboard in our top left of our screen. You can also go to live.ultra4racing.com for the same timing we have here in the Rugged Studio.
All right, Corey Willis is definitely spraying himself with a lot of water right there, going through as fast as he can.
And it's crazy how burned in this course is. Up next will be the 4600 Spider Track Stock Class. Those are Jeeps, Broncos, Toyotas with 35-inch DOT tires running after some of these. It's going to be interesting.
Definitely not as fast, for sure.
And then tomorrow we'll start off with the youth races in the morning, and then we'll have the 45s and 48s running after that. And then 2 p.m. we will kick off the 4400 main event. So if you're on the fence of coming, come on out. It's a free event. It's a beautiful event. So Cole Clark physically in front of Todd Beckett and on adjusted time. So Todd Beckett has to pass Cole Clark and get 1:30 on him. So if Cole Clark can keep this together, it's his race to lose that 2nd position.
And there we have Kyle Cheney making his way around. Kyle Cheney running for Robert Parker. He is running in that number 5 spot right now. His fastest lap of the race so far has been a 9:14.653. Making his way through the rocks. But we do have to see Todd Beckett. Have not seen him yet come through, as we just saw Cole Clark. And there's Matthew Walraven.
So Todd Beckett, hopefully he can keep it together. But remember, he took his belt cover off, so he could be having, the belt could be slipping if he's got a little bit of water. Is that Paul Wolf already in the distance? It is. So Paul Wolf's at race mile 3.5 roughly, and it's his race to lose, and I can physically see him. The car still looks very, very healthy. All 4 Nitto tires holding air. The Can-Am is still running strong. So Paul Wolf with a commanding lead. It looks like it's his race in the bag with 1.5 miles to go. One of our fun little water crossings just before race mile number 1 heading towards the waterfall. That's Corey Willis, I do believe.
All right, all he has to do is just hold on to it. He's almost here. Oh, no, Todd Beckett's going through, and
And look at the left rear. Left rear looks like it could come off any moment. So the left rear of Todd Beckett's car is really, really hurt. Is that a radius rod? Is it I don't know.
I don't know, but we'll have to see if he's actually going to make it through.
Yeah, it could be the bearing getting ready to lose out. But there's Cole Clark, physical second, so it's looking even better for Paul Wolf and Cole Clark right now.
So Tyler Rimreed or Kyle Cheney would have to get in here before Paul Wolf to get through that another lap, right? Am I reading that right? Yes, I am.
And there's the Yukon Little Blue section.
Oh, and look at that pass in the water just now.
The Spider Track backsplash, having some fun back there with Paul Wolf, just passing race mile number 4 as he is heading towards the Amsoil hot pits. We are about a minute and a half away from the checkered flag flying for Mr. Paul Wolf. And once the checker comes out for him, it's for the rest of the field. This has been an amazing race. Thank you to each and every one of you for tuning in to the 2023 Ultra4 USA Best Dam Race of the Year, presented by Rugged Radios. We're on the backside of the Pensacola Dam at the South Grand Lake Recreational Area just outside of Disney and Langley, Oklahoma, is our race leader heading through the Brannock Boulders for his last time. About a minute away, he'll be here in town. So Paul Wolf has raced the last race, had some mechanical issues, was running strong until he wasn't, but now it looks like he should have this race locked up. Race is on adjusted time. He did start out front, but there's no way that anybody is going to be close enough to catch him. So 30 more seconds to go, and Paul Wolf will be grabbing the checkered, Pam.
Yes, he will, and it's going to be, we saw Todd Beckett limping it through. It might be Tyler Rimreed rounding out the podium. Could be Kyle Cheney. I mean, they are all on the same lap, so it's going to really come down to the last few little laps of the race.
And Paul Wolf heading towards, we'll give the checkered flag for Mr. Paul Wolf. What a great, great run.
Okay, so that just threw Travis Zollinger into the mix as well. No, he did not. He has to go 10 laps. So, wow, what a race this is going to be to get our top 3 right here. So we have Paul Wolf, Cole Clark. It's going to be down to the wire for our 3rd position to round out our podium.
We saw Todd Beckett with that left rear that was extremely hurt. So now, it definitely throws Tyler Rimreed and Kyle Cheney in the mix. Depends on. But I do believe Cole Clark's looking good. There's Travis Zollinger. He is a lap down. But Paul Wolf just unofficially wins the Best Damn Race of the Year. Congratulations, buddy.
Oh, there Travis Zollinger just got the checkered flag. So in reality, it's going to be Todd Beckett, Tyler Rimreed, or Robert Parker, Kyle Cheney that'll be finishing in that 3rd position.
Yeah, Cole Clark, as long as he keeps it together, anything can happen. This race is far from over for him. This is a tough, tough course. As we got an aerial view there. So once the checkered flag comes out, it's for the rest of the field.
Yes, and we just saw Peyton Isabel coming through with a driver rear flat. The tires are definitely the issue out here this weekend.
And there's Kyle Cheney dropping down. Looks like he's got a left rear issue. No, that's Todd Beckett. Sorry. Todd Beckett. So that left rear is still holding on, but it's still flopping for sure. So I'd like to stick with this one a little bit and see. Yeah, the bearing's letting loose or something. I can't tell, but it's definitely walking on him. So where are we at right now? This is probably race mile number 2.
So he has roughly 3 more miles to go.
He's got a few more miles to go. It's going to be interesting. But the drone's doing an amazing job, and look at that left rear just flopping. And he's getting ready to head in the woods. And the hardest wood obstacle out there is that little waterfall climb with the hard right, and that's going to put all the weight on that left rear tire, and that could really give him some issues. So he has broken an upper radius rod. Just got an update from his co-driver. Thanks for that, buddy.
We'll see how long those other 2 hold on.
Yeah, Can-Ams have 3 radius rods, so the upper one did break, so that's why it's flopping a little bit. And that's putting a lot of wear and tear on that bearing as well. And who is that? That's Corey Willis getting ready to hit the Spider Track backs. And look at him, completely hydroplaned. And then gets a little bunny kick at the end, and he is hauling. Oh, there's Cole Clark.
Oh, and
physical 2nd position.
Limping as well. He should be going
that's a pretty
faster.
rough section. That's a pretty rough section. So he could be knowing where he's at, communicating with his team, getting on the rugged radio. And there's Kyle Cheney driving for Robert Parker, exiting the Little Blue Yukon area.
So he's still physically behind Todd Beckett. but Cole Clark is sitting in that second position.
And that's Roper Merrifield, Rupert himself, out of Sweetwater, Oklahoma, with Elevate Off-Road Racing. Still putting some laps down. I believe he's the one that came to qualifying just a couple minutes late and finished qualifying and then took a little tumble. We were already off air because once we quit qualifying, there is a 5-minute window, and we thought it was clear, and then he pulled up right in that 5th minute. So JT did let him run a qualifying, made it all the way through, and then just took a tumble.
Yes, and that's Matthew Walraven coming through. There's Corey Willis as well coming
and
through.
Look at Corey Willis getting a little slideways, pushing hard. So I think Corey Willis, between him and Kyle Cheney.
Well, Corey
okay,
Willis.
so unofficially, it is Kyle Cheney for Robert Parker should win the Western Series championship, and Corey Willis should win or should get second in the Western Series championship. This is all unofficial, but it's looking good for those two. And Matt Walraven may have stole 3rd position from Tony Polari, possibly.
All right, here comes Cole Clark. He'll be coming around here in just a moment, getting the checkered flag.
What a great run. He raced in the last race as well. Cole Clark with Slightly Heated Podcast and ZRP. One more turn to go. Cole Clark unofficially taking 2nd position. The checkered flag is out. Cole Clark, number 2.
And in the distance, I can see Todd Beckett, so he's coming around to the finish as well.
And the left rear is still holding together. It's definitely not looking good. As we see Roper Merrifield at the Raceline Wheels Waterfall Joker line. And he's out there by himself. Looks like, yeah, he had to get out of the car. He's witching himself up this line.
Yeah, so he never took it, so that's exactly what he's doing right now. With Cole Clark sitting in that number 2 position for our Pro Mod class. He also was on the podium for our UTV Open class as well in that number 3 position. So 2 podiums in a day. You cannot have anything to complain about on that one for sure.
That is a good day.
Yes,
and here's another great shot. So on our left, that's the top of Waterfall. On our right, that is Little Blue. And then you can see the little dams there. That's Grand Lake on the top. So that's a great aerial view of, again, Waterfall, you can't see it, but it's on our left bottom. Mm-hmm. And Little Blue, you can't see it. It's on our right bottom. And that's the backside of the Grand Lake Dam. So every once in a while, they'll open those dams up, and that is a roaring river coming down there. Obviously, the GDRA, the Grand River Dam Association, they put on a siren, they kick everybody out, and it floods around down here. It's a way to keep that lake at the levels it needs to be. There's Todd Beckett coming on in. Unofficial 3rd position. He is still smoking through there as he hits the Spider Track backsplash. He is not letting out. He wants to get in here in that 3rd position.
So, Miles, we have a little update on the fastest lap of the day. Corey Willis came through on his last lap with an 8:35.437. Paul Wolf had it at an 8:55, so that is quite a difference in lap time.
It's pretty impressive. How far back is Tyler Rimreed? Because Todd Beckett has to beat Rimreed by 30 seconds. And I think he's got more than that of a lead.
Did you ever get Lindsay food?
And there is Todd Beckett heading through the Brannock Boulders for his 12th time.
That's a lot of laps. We were guessing 10 earlier.
They've really turned up the heat.
Yes, they have.
What a wonderful day of racing it has been, and we are not done yet. We still have the 4600 Spider Track stock class that'll be kicking off in just over an hour at 5 p.m. Central Time. We've got just shy of 10 of those cars will be racing. I just love the 4600 Spider Track stock class.
All right, so Todd Beckett and Tyler Rimreed just clicked at the same time on the timing loop.
So I think Tyler Rimreed is going to steal it away from Todd Beckett because he has to beat him by 30 seconds. This race is on adjusted time. So yes, Tyler Rimreed will sneak away and take that third position from Todd Beckett that limped through that whole lap with a left rear issue. I think Tyler Rimreed just stole third place.
On adjusted time, on adjusted time he did. He ran his fastest lap of the whole entire race just now, too, at a 9:09.835. Todd Beckett, we saw that he was limping it in, and he was trying to make it as much as he could. But, wow, look at that great run by Tyler Rimreed in his brand-new car.
What a race to the finish. That was one to see. So Tyler Rimreed, I believe, just stole it away from Todd Beckett. So unofficially, 1, 2, 3, it's Paul Wolf, Cole Clark, and Tyler Rimreed. There's Kyle Chaney driving for Robert Parker. He should be in that 5th position as he's heading through the Brannock Boulders.
What an amazing race it's been today. We're not even done. We have one more race to go after we're done with this. We have our podiums to do as well. So it's been a great day of racing.
There is Jason Sushi. We saw him earlier. JT pulled him off course. Had either a ball joint or an A-arm failure, so tough break for him. But he'll get that car back together, and hopefully we'll see him at Legends of Havasu. And speaking of that, Legends of Havasu is a do-not-miss event. But here comes Kyle Chaney and Robert Parker, so it looks like he's going to get unofficial 5th place. So that's going to set him up very, very nicely. So I think Kyle Chaney driving for Robert Parker just locked up the Pro Modified for the Western Series. So we have a rugged replay we're going to show you here in just a moment. And here it is, the rugged instant replay. Here is the pass of Tyler Rimreed stealing 3rd position away from Todd Beckett. It was a race to the finish. What a great showing by these two competitors. But it was Tyler Rimreed who stole the show from Todd Beckett. What a great race Todd had. He had a great race. He was leading it, had some issues, but hey, that's part of the business. So again, thanks for that rugged replay.
And that's a testament, too, to the product that is on Todd Beckett's car because he had that broken upper tie rod the whole entire time.
It's these cars are beasts. So to finish my thoughts, Nationals will be in Lake Havasu for Legends of Havasu. It's a do-not-miss event. We've got Ultra4 USA, F1 boat racing, IPRA rodeo, American side-by-side takeover, national music acts, sand outlaw drags. We got pool parties, jet ski trick shows, and so much more. That is October 26th through the 29th, and we have got some amazing VIP packages available. Go to legendsofhavasu.com and check it out.
It's going to definitely be a great time. Everybody's been talking about it already. People have already got their stuff booked because you can go on, you can book your hotels. They're all available right now. So buy your tickets and buy your hotel rooms, and let's all go have a good time at our finals. It's going to be a great, great week.
There's Roper Merrifield winching up the Joker line. I believe this is his Ultra4 USA debut. Great to see him out here having some fun. So Roper Merrifield heading up the race line wheels Joker line. He's unhooking. He'll put it in, getting thumbs up, and he'll head on to finish his race.
And he's running single, correct? And he does not have a co-driver, so he's having to get out and do all of this himself.
And then get back in the car and then suck in the winch. It's a lot of work.
But that's what you sign up for when you decide to not have a co-driver with you.
And I know that A.J. Stratman's part of the Ultra4 USA family, and he tunes in quite a bit. And I just want him to know, from me personally and the entire Ultra4 USA family, you are in our thoughts and prayers, and I hope everything gets better for you, buddy.
And that is a great overview again of the dam and also the lake, Grand Lake. That's the Pensacola Dam. The Pensacola Dam is the world's longest multiple arch dam in the world. And also Grand Lake is about 43,500 acres of lake. That's an amazing size of lake. They have about a 1,300-mile shoreline, and that is huge. I mean, when you're flying over this area, it definitely stands out and everything. But the Pensacola Dam is a beautiful dam. I mean, great photo op.
It's in the background right now. It's absolutely a beautiful part of the area. You are absolutely correct, Pam. But what a wonderful day of racing it's been so far. We're winding down the Pro Mod 4600. We'll be in here in just a little bit. We'll step away and be right back after this.
Lightweight, agile, and strong, the Pit Bull is perfect for the job. The Pit Bull is the first and only lift that can be used in the pits and in your garage. Elevate your racing with a Handy.
This is no lie. Brannick parts have been on this car. I have yet to break an axle shaft in a race. I have yet to break a U-joint in a race. Everything that's been on this car has pretty much been on this car, unless it's a wear item from Brannick from the beginning. And that's the honest to God's truth. They do quality work, quality parts, and I stand behind them.
We're real focused on making parts that last, that get our racers across the finish line. Looking for better materials, lighter weight, stronger, thinking about innovating new product, improving on what is already developed. That's why we do race, because it makes us understand you can't break.
They're racers themselves, so they know what it takes to race, and their parts are tried and true, right? They run them in their own race cars, and they've beat them, they've broken them, and they come back and they do better, and they do that before they offer them to the consumer. Everything they build has held up great on this car. It's Brannick Motorsports parts on this car all day long.
My name's Stan Haynes. Me and my son at Brannick Motorsports make parts to get you across the finish line.
We race what we make.
Welcome back to the 2023 Ultra4 USA Best Damn Race of the Year. Such a great little commercial of Brannick Motorsports they put together. They traveled to their team just a little bit ago. A great shot. That's the Spider Track backsplash at the bottom right of your corner. At the top left of your corner, you can see a little structure there. That's the rugged radio start finish. And just shows you how vast this valley is here at South Grand Lake Recreational area. We are hidden below the Pensacola Dam, out of sight and out of mind, and most people out on Grand Lake don't even know that one of the best off-roading places around for rock crawling in the U.S. The park has about 100 miles of trails, 20,000 acres. It just has so much of these big rock obstacles that they have, and it's absolutely beautiful. So if you ever want to come check it out, but it sounds like we have our third member of the team, Erica Allreed, down there with Paul Wolf, our unofficial winner. Erica, take it away.
Thanks, Miles. Like you said, I've got our unofficial winner, Paul Wolf. Paul, what a comeback. Things weren't looking too promising early on as you lost brakes and then dropped back in the pack, but you're able to turn it back around and right the wrongs from earlier. So take me through the highs and lows of that one from the driver's seat.
Yeah, so we went out, and the car right away had some wheel bearing issues, which makes your brakes go out. And so I told my pick, I can pay a little extra money for that. So let's just see what kind of laps we can throw down. And we started throwing down laps, and then all of a sudden they're like, hey, you're actually leading right now, so keep racing. And I said, okay. So we just kept running, and then the brakes completely went away in the car. And the last couple laps, I was just really surviving and hoping the white flag would come out sooner.
Well, we definitely saw you do a little fist pump when you saw that white flag, and understandably so, but we wish you the best of luck in your 4,400 race tomorrow, and congratulations on this one.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And a huge shout out to Can-Am. They built an awesome car. And Travis Zollinger, awesome knuckles, and Nitto tires, Raceline wheels, All-Tech Motorsports. They all do a phenomenal job.
Thanks, Paul. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Erica, and congratulations. Paul threw down a heater lap of an 8:55. Absolutely amazing out there. And he still has one race yet to come, Pam. It's the 4,400 main event tomorrow afternoon at 2 p.m. We're about, I'm going to say, 55 minutes away from starting the 4,600 Spider Track Stock Class. That's going to be another great race to watch. So we're definitely going to be giving some awards away here in just a little while. But we're still waiting for a couple more cars to come on through. And we got to dot our I's and cross our T's, make sure everything is A-OK.
So, Miles, let's just do a little recap of this race we were just now watching. We had some fast lap times thrown down. I mean, Paul Wolf threw down an 8:55.628, but he's not the one that had the fastest lap time. Corey Willis came through with an 8:35.437.
Wow, I missed that one, an 8:35. Todd Beckett had the lead for a little bit. Kyle Chaney was running strong, had to drop back. I mean, the attrition definitely set in heavy on this race.
Yes, it did. I mean, tires were an issue. Brakes were an issue. I mean, we saw people losing the wheel completely breaking off, going down our front stretch over here after the start-finish line, and that was very unfortunate. But, wow, what a race we just watched again today out here in Disney, Oklahoma.
It's been so much fun. Again, thanks for everybody for tuning in. It's been one heck of a day, but it is not over yet. We still have the 4,600 Spider Track Stock Class this evening at 5 p.m. And then tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. we start with the Ultra4 USA Youth. And at 11 a.m. it's the Ultra4 4,500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class and the 4,800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. And then at 2 p.m. it's the 4,400 main event presented by Good Boy Vodka. So more action coming up here in about an hour. We still have some awards to give away, so we're going to step away for just a minute, and we'll be right back after this.
AMSOIL runs on freedom and has since 1972. We punish our products firsthand in our world-class laboratories and beyond, because some things can't be learned from a test tube. Run with us.
Ready for any challenge. Maxxis tires can handle even the most punishing off-road conditions. Maxxis tires. Tread victoriously.
Speedsport has been America's motorsports authority since 1934. Get news, results, and commentary from the most connected experts in the business, covering all forms of motorsports from flat track to NASCAR and everything in between. Bookmark speedsport.com on your mobile device now, or follow Speedsport on social, and be sure to subscribe to the Speedsport Daily. Speedsport is your one-stop shop for all things racing on 2 wheels and 4.
AMSOIL runs on freedom and has since 1972. The rest of the market has been trying to follow our lead ever since. But a head start is a head start. Run with us.
lightweight, agile, and strong, the pit bull is perfect for the job. The pit bull is the first and only lift that can be used in the pits and in your garage. Elevate your racing with a handy.
Watching Speed Sport 1, your home for great off-road racing from America and around the globe. From Ultra4 to rallies.
These guys are fighting for the lead.
It seems very aggressive.
Short course to desert race.
Great move there. He is so fast.
Whether on 2 wheels or 4, Speed Sport 1 has the off-road action you crave.
Look at that move. It jumps to the inside.
Speed Sport 1, the Motorsports Network.
Welcome back. We just winding down the Pro Modified class here for the best damn race of the year, presented by Rugged Radios. There's a great aerial shot. So beautiful down here. So we will be giving away some awards here very soon. We just got to make sure everything is running smooth on our end. So again, thanks to Cody Wagner with Laser Nut and those 360 wrap trophies. We'll be giving those away here momentarily. Dot our I's, cross our T's. And we still have the open class from earlier today. We'll round all those drivers up as well and give away some awards. So while we wait for everything to come together, we're going to step away one more time and then give away some awards before we start up the 4600 Spider Track Stock Class. So one great race yet to come, so be sure not to go anywhere. But for now, we're going to step away, and we'll be right back after this.
Connect with the Wild is about off-roading with your buddies. Connect with the Wild is about going to Moab and conquering new challenges that you didn't think were possible. Ultimately, Connect with the Wild is about enjoying the outdoors in your vehicle as best you can. We're treating it like we know it's something special that everyone will remember.
Watching Speed Sport 1, your home for great American grassroots racing. It's time to rumble! Whether you're into sprint cars or stock cars, at the line! Modifieds or midgets, down to the low side, retakes the lead! Dirt lane models or demolition derby. Oh! Speed Sport 1 has the grassroots action you love. Are you kidding me? Speed Sport 1, the Motorsports Network.
AMSOIL runs on freedom and has since 1972. We punish our products firsthand in our world-class laboratories and beyond, because some things can't be learned from a test tube. Run with us.
Lightweight, agile, and strong, the Pit Bull is perfect for the job. The Pit Bull is the first and only lift that can be used in the pits and in your garage. Elevate your racing with a Handy.
Speed Sport has been America's motorsports authority since 1934. Get news, results, and commentary from the most connected experts in the business, covering all forms of motorsports from flat track to NASCAR and everything in between. Bookmark speedsport.com on your mobile device now, or follow Speed Sport on social, and be sure to subscribe to the Speed Sport Daily. Speed Sport is your one-stop shop for all things racing on two wheels and four.
AMSOIL runs on freedom and has since 1972. The rest of the market has been trying to follow our lead ever since. But a head start is a head start. Run with us.
At 360 Wraps, we've been working hard to transform the vehicle wrap industry. Wherever you are, we're standing by to show you the professionalism you deserve. The dedicated account manager, you'll always feel confident and in control the entire time. Providing nationwide service to the top brands in the industry, our team will confidently handle any project you give them. One contact, one company, nationwide service. Come by to experience the 360 difference for yourself.
Connect with the Wild is about off-roading with your buddies. Connect with the Wild is about going to Moab and conquering new challenges that you didn't think were possible. Ultimately, Connect with the Wild is about enjoying the outdoors in your vehicle as best you can. We're treating it like we know it's something special that everyone will remember.
Lightweight, agile, and strong, the Pit Bull is perfect for the job. The Pit Bull is the first and only lift that can be used in the pits and in your garage. Elevate your racing with a Handy.
This is no lie. Brannick parts have been on this car. I have yet to break an axle shaft in a race. I have yet to break a U-joint in a race. Everything that's been on this car has pretty much been on this car, unless it's a wear item from Brannick from the beginning. And that's the honest to God's truth. They do quality work, quality parts, and I stand behind them.
We're real focused on making parts that last, that get our racers across the finish line. Looking for better materials, lighter weight, stronger, thinking about innovating new product, improving on what is already developed. That's why we do race, because it makes us understand you can't break.
They're racers themselves, so they know what it takes to race, and their parts are tried and true, right? They run them in their own race cars, and they've beat them, they've broken them, and they come back and they do better, and they do that before they offer them to the consumer. Everything they build has held up great on this car. It's Brannick Motorsports parts on this car all day long.
My name's Stan Haynes. Me and my son at Brannick Motorsports make parts to get you across the finish line.
We race what we make.
AMSOIL runs on freedom and has since 1972. We punish our products firsthand in our world-class laboratories and beyond, because some things can't be learned from a test tube. Run with us.
Ready for any challenge. Maxxis tires can handle even the most punishing off-road conditions. Maxxis tires. Tread victoriously.
Speedsport has been America's motorsports authority since 1934. Get news, results, and commentary from the most connected experts in the business, covering all forms of motorsports from flat track to NASCAR and everything in between. Bookmark speedsport.com on your mobile device now, or follow Speedsport on social, and be sure to subscribe to the Speedsport Daily. Speedsport is your one-stop shop for all things racing on two wheels and four.
AMSOIL runs on freedom and has since 1972. The rest of the market has been trying to follow our lead ever since. But a head start is a head start. Run with us.
Welcome back to the 2023 Ultra4 USA Best Dam Race of the Year, presented by Rugged Radios. We're on the backside of the Pensacola Dam at the South Grand Lake Recreational Area, just outside of Disney and Langley, Oklahoma. Here comes the Project X starting grid. On the pole position is John Rance, then Lauren Healy, Doug Langford, Scott Farley, Sergio Pinillos.
In that sixth position, Albert Contreras, Mick Henson, Josh Atterbury, and Tom Biddle.
So we'll have 9 4600 Spider Track stock cars take the line. It's going to be a great one to watch. So we are about to go live racing here very, very shortly. This is the 4600 Spider Track stock class. You have to have a stock OEM frame. Wheelbase must stay within 3 inches, factory engine, but may be replaced with any available engine the same year, make, and model. Factory transmission, 35-inch DOT tires, single 2.5 shocks. Factory style suspension and mechanical steering.
All right,
so
and we got
pole position is John Rance. It looks like about 1 minute, and we will be live racing for the 4600 Spider Track stock class. We'll be taking off 2 at a time every 30 seconds. It's going to be a great one to watch.
Yes, it will. It's going to be very interesting. We have some of those, the rock climbing sections and the bumps out there, the water sections that they're going through. And these guys, they have to be a little bit more careful on the water crossing. And we are live racing right now. The green flag has dropped.
John Rance and Andrew Anderson out of Farmington, New Mexico with Mud Nut Racing. Drag Racing, Lauren Healy and Jesse Amex out of Farmington, New Mexico with Fun Haver Off-Road Team. And it looks like Lauren Healy does get the whole shot.
And John Rance following behind. We will be going here in just a moment with Doug Langford and Scott Farley.
Looks like we are about to take off here very shortly. Scott Farley out of Irving, Texas with Lone Star Racing, part of Rufus Racing. And then Doug Langford and Rob Craven out of Dayton, Ohio with Outlaw Off-Road. And Doug Langford with that huge Hemi gets that early lead. But don't count out Scott Farley.
All right, next on the line is the 4688 of Sergio Pinillos and Albert Contreras.
And a good story with Sergio is he's actually riding shotgun for this race. His right arm and shoulder's out of commission, so he's been renting this car from John Schaefer. So now he's letting the owner actually drive this one. It's cool to see John Schaefer back out of retirement. Out of Mount Dora, Florida with RPM Extreme and Warren Racing. And then drag racing, Albert Contreras, a Mid-America Outdoor Ambassador with Bruno Pinillos. Sergio's brother riding shotgun out of Compton, California with Jeep Thrills Off-Road.
Yes, and then next up will be the 4619 of Mick Henson and the 4693 of Josh Atterbury.
So Mick Henson and Disco Derek West riding shotgun out of Tahlequah, Oklahoma with Rusty Nail Racing. Drag racing, Josh Atterbury and Brandon Bain. Number 4693 out of Show Low, Arizona with Cracker Fab Motorsports. Great to see Derek West out here playing around with his buddies. You guys recognize that name. He raced Ultra4 and King of the Hammers for a very long time. Stepped away, but hopping in the co-dog seat with old Mick Henson. And Mick Henson does have an onboard.
That is awesome to see the onboard cameras whenever they do get them up and running. And Tom Biddle, the 4653, just took the green flag.
With Joe Fabrizio riding shotgun out of Longmont, Colorado with Trail Rig Racing. We have 9 4600 Spider Track stock class cars out on course. And it's going to be the same course you have seen all day. You have to hit the race line waterfall one time as a joker. We see Lauren Healy out front in that physical lead.
And you know that he's probably going to be taking it just a little bit easier this race because when we were here for Legends of the Fall, he took on a little too much water, ended up not being able to finish the race. So here he is out front, though, going a little bit slower than normal that you would see him driving. So Lauren Healy did get that whole shot on John Rance. He's now going towards the waterfall right here, doing his joker lap.
Lauren Healy sitting in that 5th position for the 4600 Western Series. We'll see if he can advance enough to get into that third, in the top 3 or not for the Western Series points.
And Miles, while you were looking down and talking, they did throw out their winch line early before he even got out of the truck. So they're just not even going to mess with it and just winch their way up.
That's some great strategy. Obviously, they've got clean air in front of them, so they know they can get there first. And John Rance, there are 2 lines here. There's the right line and the left line. So we'll see if John Rance patiently waits or if he takes that left line.
But it is the beginning of the race, so why not just save your car and get through and go ahead and, you know, follow suit possibly, because, I mean, it is an hour and a half plus a lap race, so right off the start, you don't want to really mess up your car.
But now, you know, it's up to Doug Langford and Scott Farley, Sergio Albert, Mick Henson, Josh Atterbury, and Tom Biddle. If it was me, there's Scott Farley right there, so it's already being a little bit of a parking lot. If this was me, if I saw a couple cars in there, I would bypass this on the first lap because it's going to save these guys about 5 minutes, and now you're in clean air. But Lauren Healy and Jesse Amick make quick work up the waterfall. So the Raceline waterfall is making quick work up here as John Rance and Andrew Anderson already out of the car, taking that right line. And here's the Disney half pipe of Lauren Healy heading on through. This is a fun little section. It's always wet. And wait till you hear some horsepower tomorrow in this little Thunder in the Valley here in the Disney half pipe.
Oh, and there we do see John Rance right there.
So the Broncos back-to-back in the Raceline waterfall. Lauren Healy in an automatic machine and John Rance in a 7-speed manual. And there's Scott Farley heading up that left lane. So we'll see now. It's a winch game. Who's going to be able to get up the waterfall first?
Whichever co-driver has been having the most practice is what I would say right now.
Scott Farley raced with Jackson Kunkel last year, and then they debuted this car. So it's great to see them back having fun. And Lauren Healy has made it through, so he'll be heading down Viagra here in about a minute. So we'll have to keep an eye out for him.
All right, here we go. We do have John Rance did make it up. They'll be unhooking his winch, getting on their way. And there's Doug Langford. So Doug Langford he bypassed it because he did not stop and go up it. We did not see him.
But again, that's some great strategy. So he's probably out front, but it's going to be down to the wire, see how it all shakes out. This is a 5-mile course. They're racing for an hour and a half plus 1 lap. This race is on adjusted time. There's John Schaefer driving for Sergio since Sergio has that shoulder problem. He's riding shotgun. This is the duo they used to race. And there's Viagra as Lauren Healy bounces down. That short wheelbase is a little bit sketchy there on Viagra, but he makes quick work of it. So now he's got some lap traffic left to deal with, but hopefully it'll line up to where they go into the waterfall next lap and he's able to get back around him. So there's Josh Atterbury, there's Tom Biddle and Scott Farley heading up the Raceline waterfall.
Scott Farley obviously got up, and here that was Josh Atterbury, but we will see here in just a moment. I mean, John Schaefer and them, they did not do it either, so they will have to do it at one point on their laps around because they do have to run it once, like you were saying earlier. So here is Mick Henson in his little Toyota that could.
He's got Derek West riding shotgun. It's cool to see him back in there. It takes a little nose dive, but keeps on rolling. I went over to the start line and talked to Mick and Derek West for just a little bit. I was like, hey, good to see you back here riding along. He's like, oh, yeah, Mick said this thing rides smooth. He drives easy. I was like, well, he lies to me too, buddy. And there's Lauren Healy right behind Mick Henson. But Mick Henson did bypass the Raceline waterfall joker line. So Lauren Healy made quick work of it, and it makes sense. So now he's got a little bit of lap traffic, and there's Tom Biddle trying to one-shot it. Tom Biddle and Joe Fabrizio out there having fun.
And they obviously didn't have the strategy of having the winch line already pulled out. A lot of the drivers do that because it does save a little bit of time, as we were seeing earlier on.
It's all about strategy on that joker line. I love how it throws just an extra element. And there's Mick Henson following. Is that Lauren Healy, I believe? So Lauren Healy did get around Mick Henson in that little water crossing. So Mick Henson with that on board.
We'll just see if his tailgate stays up this race.
Well, it's all we can see is his hood. Yeah, last year the tailgate kept bouncing around. But he put extra zip ties on it. I think it'll be fine. So they're getting ready to dive into the woods here in just a moment. And Tom Biddle and Joe Fabrizio winching up the Raceline waterfall. Makes pretty quick work there. Unhook, suck the winch back in, and keep on keeping on.
You can see everybody out there that's sitting there watching and working with their easy ups. It's definitely a warm day out here. The sun is shining. The breeze is blowing. We have been racing since 8 a.m. this morning. We started our qualifying and moved right into racing.
So we have our rugged replay right here as Mick Henson making a pass on Doug Langford. So Doug Langford, that's where you first enter the tree section. So he's got an issue on course. There's a little bit of rock section right there. So Mick Henson gets around Doug Langford that's having issues chasing down Lauren Healy. So thanks again, Rugged, for that replay.
And this is definitely a very sketchy camera view right here, or sketchy hill going down.
It's super steep, and there's that huge little chop, and he makes it down. So old Rufus Racing over there hooting and hollering. They got their boy out there having some fun.
I mean, they bounce down it. It's pretty awesome to watch these guys go down.
They do only have to do that section one time.
So Sergio has been our East Coast champion this year. Mick Henson got second place, and Tom Biddle in that third place, and they're all out here racing here this weekend with us. And in our West Coast points, as coming into this race this weekend, John Rance actually is running number 1 in the West Coast points with Tom Biddle in second, Mick Henson third, Sergio Pinilius, and then Lauren Healy. So,
and looking at the points, as long as John Rance finishes this, he should have it locked up. And then it's going to be close between Tom Biddle and Mick Henson. But to finish first you must finish. So Lauren Healy is praying that Sergio, Mick, and Tom have some issues out there on course. He's pushing strong.
And Miles, we do talk about this usually. So race course, what happens, the sun starts going in a different, obviously it starts going down. It's getting later in the evening. It changes. The
shadows start playing games.
Exactly. And the rocks.
And in the woods, it can really throw it off. And obviously the UTVs really tore up the course in the woods, so different lines are starting to take effect.
Oh,
so I hear somebody. That must be Lauren Healy. Oh, we're back on screen with Mick Henson. That on board. And he was chasing Lauren Healy, but it is Sergio Pinilius driven by John Schaefer who is out front. They did bypass the waterfall, but right now at mile marker, at race mile number 3.5, it is Sergio and John Schaefer out front. This old Jeep has been taking a beating, but it's great riding along with Mick Henson. And that's still Lauren Healy in his scope. And we are back to our race leaders, Sergio and John Schaefer. Sergio is driver of record, but he's riding shotgun. You can have one fill-in driver per season because he's got a shoulder issue. Mm-hmm. And if his shoulder is worse, you can have more substitutes if it's a medical issue. So if he has to have surgery or something, that can come into play.
All right, and we do have Lauren Healy in our sights back here. There he now appears on our screen. Going through that water, I'm telling you, I bet he probably has a different strategy going into this weekend because of the water last year. And not too far behind him is Josh Atterbury.
So Lauren Healy physical second, John Rance physically third, Mick Henson physically fourth. Mick Henson and Sergio both bypassed the waterfall, so it is looking good for Lauren Healy and John Rance and those two Broncos out front.
And here Mick Henson is now appearing. He is going to go through a water crossing right here. He doesn't take it as hot as the other guys have done.
Mick Henson has put that Rusty Nail Toyota through its paces. We've got a rugged replay of a close call we just watched here just a moment ago. So here's Tom Biddle coming down. And it gets a little sketchy there, does a little bit of a nose stand, and gets sideways and saves it. What a great
How did he save that?
by Tom Biddle. As Joe Fabrizio gets a little squirreled up there coming down Viagra. And now we're on screen with Tom Biddle as he's coming down the Yukon Little Blue section. There's two trails going down. You can go down the gut or around the outside and to do the steep little downhill shoot. And there's Albert Contreras from Compton, California. Back on screen with our physical race leader, Sergio Pinillos, and John Schaefer with RPM Extreme and Warren Racing.
And John Schaefer's doing a great job. I mean, he hasn't been in the car or the Jeep in a long time, and out here, obviously, they have not gone through, like we keep saying, through the Joker line yet, but out there physically on course in first position.
Coming out of retirement, John Schaefer. He had a funny little bumper sticker. Can't exactly remember what it said, but it said retired, pass on the left or something.
Yeah, I can't remember what it said. Something like that. It's funny. They're like, you have to come see the bumper sticker.
There's Lauren Healy going to check up at the Spider Track backsplash. Playing it safe, but he's got a great race going right now. The strategy is really playing strong for Lauren Healy and John Rance, because Sergio and Mick Henson that are in the top 4 still have to run the waterfall.
And you know that they probably went into this with the strategy of what they're going to do, but there was a little bit, bottlenecks going on. So like you were saying earlier, strategy, go around and do it the next time around. So that's where you'll have your winch out, hopefully ready to go. But we do have John Rance coming into our sights right now. So John Rance out there in his Bronco. And here's Sergio Pinillos and John Schaefer. Jeep just trucking through all those rocks.
Right there in the Brannock boulders. Lots of chatter over race-offs over the rugged radios. So far, so good. Trying to keep up with a little bit of everything. We got the pit guys up there helping out Mick Henson. Hopefully they don't have to stop in the AMSOIL pits too much, but they're there and waiting. And again, Mick Henson has Derek West riding shotgun. I love, him coming back to play with us. He raced King of the Hammers and Ultra4 for as long as I can remember. I mean, before even that, he was racing XRA. That's where we got our start. Great to see him coming out here and playing once again with his off-road family.
All right, before they come through, what are you going to say, lap time?
Lap time so he did not take the Joker, so he's going to be about around that 11 minute?
I was going to say 12.
Oh, we're way off. They're up close to 15. I should have cheated and looked at timing.
Well, at least I was closer on my time then, because you said 11, I said 12.
And Doug Langford is still stuck. That is at the entrance of the woods, so not sure what's going on, but tough break for Doug Langford and Rob Craven with Outlaw Off-Road. There's our adjusted time leader, Lauren Healy. He'll be clicking off a lap here momentarily.
Here he's coming around now. We can hear him and see him. The drone is chasing behind him in his Bronco. Right.
There's John Rance getting ready to hit the Spider Track backsplash. Slows down a little bit.
He's slowing down, but not a whole lot. Just a tick. All right, Josh Adbury going through our start-finish line.
So there's Scott Farley. Heading back to stack. Oh, there's Mick Henson back on screen. And he's got the onboard video we've been checking out off and on, but Mick Henson, the little Toyota that could, is making his way around.
The other day when he got here, he had the doors off. He had his little son in the car seat in the front seat with him, and they were going trail riding. It's pretty cool to see him out having some fun with his son, and the doors off of the Toyota, kind of like a Jeep style, right? But the doors off the Toyota out running around. Pretty
Just
cool.
having some fun.
Mm-hmm. And if I'm not mistaken, he is a Toyota mechanic as well.
Yep. He's been working on those things for a very, very long time, and he's fairly local to Disney here, races around here quite a bit. Back to Albert Contreras and Bruno Pinillos. Contreras comes all the way from Compton, California, Pam.
Yes, he does. And Bruno, he's new to being in that passenger seat. I can't remember which race it was that he was first in with Sergio, but he had a blast. I think it was Visions possibly. He had a blast, and here he is now co-driving for others as well. Normally, Albert's son co-drives for him, but he was unable to do that. So it worked out really well. And there we do have John Rance in the 431 Bronco. And here we do see him coming through. That is Sergio and John. Sergio and Pinilios and John Schaefer. Now we are back on John Rance and his Bronco.
And there is our physical race leader heading into the waterfall for his race line waterfall joker section. So we'll see if Lauren Healy gets a pass on him right here. He'll probably take the lead back. So this is going to take – so with a bum right shoulder, that is Sergio hopping out. And there is Lauren Healy taking over the lead. So Lauren Healy is back in the lead after that joker section, bypassing it. So you can only run it once, but you must run it once on this hour-and-a-half plus 1 lap, 5-mile track for the 4600 Spider Track stock class. And if you are just joining us, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. This is the 2023 Ultra4 USA Best Damn Race of the Year, presented by Rugged Radios. We're just on the backside of the Pensacola Dam here at the South Grand Lake Recreational Area, just outside of Disney and Langley, Oklahoma. And there's Scott Farley heading into the pits.
Looks like they might be popping the hood. That's what they're possibly doing.
They were doing some drivability tuning to that machine last night.
They're looking at the steering right now. You can see him. He's going back and forth while they're looking underneath. You definitely don't want to lose your power steering out on this course. The rocks are definitely rough. You have to have it to maneuver around. So having any kind of steering issues is not fun out here at this race course here in Disney.
And there is Lauren Healy heading around the Yukon Little Blue section. He's going to kiss that cone with his left tire. You can see the cave on our right, his left. There's a nice little highway down. It's very steep, but if you hit it just right like Lauren did, it's pretty smooth. So now I'll take a little right and then a little left and head towards back the woods, now, where we saw Doug Langford still sitting there parked.
That view is totally different just now of that section because we've been going behind the whole day, and you can see the off-camber, but it looked a little more sketchy at that angle.
It's a little goofy, and it's wet. It's off-camber. It's the ledges. So they'll take a little right here through the woods, then another left as we're back on board with Tom Biddle and Joe Fabrizio. This was the Bronco Boulders last year. Remember how rough it was? Look how smooth it is. The GRDA came through with the dozer and smoothed her on out. They've been extremely helpful to work with, so a huge shout out to the Grand River Dam Authority for working well with us down here at Ultra4 USA to make this race happen. Back, so Scott Farley in and out of the Amsoil hot pits. Part of Rufus Racing over there.
And here we're back with Mick Henson.
Wonder if we get a little onboard as we see the nose stick up in the air. Mick Henson taking that right line right behind Sergio and John. So we'll see if Derek West hops out or if old Mick Henson's going to try to bounce on up. I'll bet you he drops the clutch. Hopefully he doesn't have it in R for race. He did that in Pennsylvania and flopped her over pretty good.
Wasn't that in practice?
It wasn't pre-running, but it was funny to see, yeah.
Oh, you were right by it when it happened.
Scott Farley coming through to finish his first lap at Rufus Racing. I know Mama Ange is over there rooting along, part of their team. Scott Farley still chucking along.
And they have not yet got out over here on the joker line to try to winch themselves up. He almost make it up.
Is he going to be able to bounce on up? Mick Henson loves the hard rocks, and these little Toyotas have been running around Disney for a very, very long time. He comes out here and trail rides quite a bit just for fun, and I know he's been in this same predicament before. So hopefully he can back up just a little bit, grab maybe second gear, and let those squirrels eat.
Drop the clutch and bounce it up. Look at that. He's almost
it's so close.
You know, this is a true testament to this Toyota. I mean, the body panels and everything are all beat up and all bent and everything. And he still comes out here and finishes.
And there he goes. Mick Henson does make it up.
That was awesome. No, everybody else that we have seen go up that has used their winch, and he did not do it. He just showed everybody up. So good job, Mick Henson.
So I'm going to go over who has cleared the race line, waterfall, joker line. John Rance, Lauren Healy, Mick Henson, Scott Farley, Tom Biddle, and Sergio. Who has not? Josh Atterbury, Doug Langford, and Albert Contreras. But Doug Langford was parked there for a while. I'm not sure if he's still moving or not. But it seems like the race is coming together for our leaders as we're following Mick Henson up through the Disney half pipe. He'll turn towards us, go through the woods a little bit, and we'll see what happens when he heads down Viagra. Some of our safety crew down there. It's Ethan, I believe, one of our AOE staff members, making sure everything's running smooth. There's two lines there, the left line and the right line. The right line's a little more direct, but a lot steeper. This left one's a little dug out, but Mick Henson's making his little Toyota work.
I think
he'll take a right here and head back into the woods. But go ahead, Pam.
I think he likes to take the hard lines for sure, because that's what he keeps doing.
So he'll head back down, take a left here, truck through the woods for just a moment. And we're back on screen with Tom Biddle and the Brannick Boulders. Tom Biddle and Joe Fabrizio.
And they're going through those Brannick boulders.
So we got a couple Toyotas out there running strong. That's where the old tin benders got their name back in the day, running the hammer trails, because they bend all the tin on these Toyotas.
Do you know the gap in the trucks' ages? Because I know Mix is, what, a 84, I believe?
85?
85, okay. Oh, it looks like Lauren Healy is going to be coming through. Oh, wait, hold on. Let's talk about Mick Henson here, because he's on our screen.
And we saw Tom Biddle come down here, and we saw his ass end lift up a little bit. Did a little pogo stick, was able to save it. So let's see if Mick Henson can bounce his way down there a little bit smoother. Oh, and he bounces the other way.
My goodness.
That is a rough ride heading down. I'm sure Derek's wondering what he got himself into, but they made it through. So, Pam, to finish your thought, they're both 1985 Toyotas.
Oh, they are? Okay. I wasn't sure which year they were, if they had a difference in age. And I thought that Lauren Healy had a passenger rear flat, but he does not have any flats going down or tires going down.
Middle tires still look like they're in good shape. There's Tom Biddle heading out for another lap as he goes through the Rugged Radio's start-finish line.
And there's Lauren Healy making his way through those rocks section. From this side, it looks like it's just a grassy area, but if it was up close, you would know how rough it actually is going through there. And there's Mick Henson making his way around. And Miles, if I'm correct, Doug Langford, he has a 392. Is that correct?
Yeah, a 392 Hemi. That's a big, big engine. But, hey, it doesn't matter if it's not running.
Actually, yeah, that is true. I saw a blue coming through, but that's a Bronco.
So that must be Josh Atterbury. We do have three of the newer Broncos running out there. John Rance, Lauren Healy, and Josh Atterbury. But we're back into the Yukon Little Blue with Mick Henson running strong.
I bet it's fun riding in that truck. I mean, I guess it's probably rough a little bit, but I bet it's a blast. I mean, that truck is iconic out here. It's one of the fan favorites. And there we're back here with Lauren Healy.
That's the Spider Track backsplash. He'll be hitting that tomorrow at wide open and trying to skim through there. Mick Henson still making his way. If this drone will follow him here in about 1 minute, we'll see if Doug Langford is still in the woods parked. He'll come out here, take a left, another left, cross a water crossing, and then into the woods right where Langford is.
That's unfortunate. You know, he hasn't even made a lap, but that's unfortunate when something happens so early on in a race. If he's still sitting where he was earlier on.
So everybody has been through the Race Line Wheels Joker section except for Albert Contreras and Doug Langford. Haven't seen Albert for a little bit, So here we are. We're probably about 20, 30 seconds away from seeing Langford. So we'll follow Mick Henson through here. Right here on the right, there's that rock that if you hit that, it's taken out. It's a 3x3 brick over there, little mini refrigerator-looking rock that really could cause some damage. All right, so we're seconds away from seeing a blue Jeep. It is still there. Doug Langford is still parked at probably race mile, just over race mile 2, I believe.
Okay.
So tough break for Langford. And there's Scott Farley right behind Henson. And I physically got eyes on Albert Contreras, so everybody's still moving except for Doug Langford. Looked like they had the spare tire off the back. Not sure what they're working on.
Again, it's a bummer for sure, but we do, like you said, have Albert Contreras. Now we have John Rance in our sights as well.
There's our physical race leader, Lauren Healy, heading through the heads-up loop, so he'll be in here in about 30 seconds, heading out for his third lap. Remember, this is an hour and a half. They're about 1 hour in, so he'll probably get at least 2, possibly 3 more laps. I think they're running about that 15-minute mark. But now he doesn't have to hit the waterfall anymore, so he'll pick it up a little bit. Lauren Healy running strong.
Yes, these Broncos do so well out here. They do run a little stronger than the others, and here he is coming through, going through for another lap.
All 4 Nitto tires holding air. Everything looks good on that Bronco. Mick Henson still chasing Scott Farley into the second little woods section.
I think Scott Farley got past or got around Mick Henson, it looked like.
So Mick Henson chasing him will take a left here and then take a hard right. And this is no passing through. I mean, you could probably try, but there isn't much to happen. It's a fun little wood section. It flows really well. And right about here, it used to go left around that tree, but they blew straight through it.
Such a gorgeous course out there. I mean, like going through the trees, the tight tree sections. When you guys all took me out on the race course the other day to see it, there were some very tight sections. The 4400s, they're going to be rubbing them.
Snug, yeah. And, yeah, that day we went through it, and it got dark on us. We were working into the dark that night. And there's Josh Atterbury pulling into the Amsoil hot pits.
Yep, it looks like they're changing this front
right
tire.
Front.
Mm-hmm. It is flat. It didn't look like he had a flat when he went by earlier, so I'm wondering if he got it after he passed us. They are out there changing that tire. And there is Albert Contreras running strong. He is taking it a little bit slower through those water crossings because, like we keep saying, electronics, those things can definitely mess up the electronics.
Don't forget, you can go to live.ultra4racing.com for the same timing we have here in the Rugged Studio. Lauren Healy out for third lap. His fastest lap was his last lap of a 13:31. And then on adjusted time, it's Sergio Pinilios and then Josh Atterbury. So Bronco, Jeep, Bronco right now. And then Mick Henson's in that fourth. Albert Contreras, Scott Farley, Tom Biddle, John Rance, and then Doug Langford that we know is still parked at race just after race mile 2. Back on board with Mick Henson and Disco Derek West. We'll have visual from him very soon. Actually, I can see him in the far, running that little rock wall. He's getting ready to come in where we turned for the qualifier this morning. I believe that water on our right's it, so we're back on the qualifying course right now that we saw this morning. Mick Henson, that 1985 Toyota, getting her done. And there's Albert Contreras and Bruno Pinolius bypassing the Amsoil hot pits, heading towards the Brannick Boulders.
You can see Mick Henson coming around here. And that's Tom Biddle that we do have on screen at this time, blazing through those water puddles. And back to Lauren Healy. He is still trucking along. No issues so far, so good on his race day.
It's been such a wonderful day for the 2023 Ultra4 USA Best Damn Race of the Season, presented by Rugged Race Radios. We also need to give a huge shout out to Raceline Wheels, Can-Am, Good Boy Vodka, Amsoil, Speed Sport, Rugged Radios, Project X Off-Road,
LaserNut, Mid-America Outdoors, 360 Wraps, and Optima Batteries.
Spider Tracks, Brannick Motorsports, Yukon, Whalen, the Off-Road Syndicate, American Outdoor Events, King of the Hammers, and Fun Haver Off-Road. So please support who supports the sport. If you're building a mall crawler, a tow rig, a race car, give these guys the love that they are giving us. Go check out their products, get online, follow them, and they hit another one of my flags.
Oh, goodness, that was Albert Contreras.
No, he didn't hit it. I'm just saying it's already gone.
Oh.
So there were a couple flags. We'll have to go see if they're still savable or not. So Albert Contreras clicking out another lap. That's going to move him up into second position on adjusted time.
Well, good for him. Scott Farley, he's in our sights right now. But we do have Lauren Healy right here.
Pretty sure this was the guy that was in the pit.
So here is Josh Atterbury splashing through. Josh Atterbury will be clicking off another lap, so that should push him into third position. So Josh Atterbury still clicking along, making things happen. There's our physical race leader, Lauren Healy. We'll see if Doug Langford's still parked up in the woods here in about 5 seconds. Yes, I can see that blue Jeep, so it's not looking good for Doug Langford. Tough break for Outlaw Off-Road. So Lauren Healy still pushing along, but I've got a couple, I'm not going to say if they're exciting or not, but they're interesting characters of the sport. We got Pip Justice and Chip McLaughlin. How you guys doing?
Go ahead, Pip.
Yeah, mate, we're doing awesome. We come here for a great weekend, make some memories, and we're having a ball at the moment. The cars are running great for 4400, and the guys are out there representing Rufus at the moment. Scott Farley, he's killing it at the moment, so we couldn't be prouder.
Yeah, they're having fun out there. So you're out here enjoying watching part of your team out there, and then tomorrow they're going to be watching you. So, Chip.
Yeah, we got to take care of the guys out there today because that's our mechanics besides Diamond Dave who will be running with Pip. And I don't know where any of the parts or anything are, so we gotta take care of these guys and make sure everybody's good, safe, and healthy for tomorrow. And I think it's cool to see like the younger generation to come out here and start doing this because they're going to take over our place.
One of these days, Sergio Planilius and John Ranch just click off another lap. So that puts him in that fourth position. So, yeah, I mean, you're good at tearing stuff up, but not necessarily fixing it. So you hope Scott has a good race today so he's in a good mood. So when you hit that tree tomorrow, you can get that A-arm back.
Well, yeah, I thought I was good at fixing it until, these guys came in and started working on the stuff, and they won't allow me in the shop anymore.
That's not a bad thing.
Well, it happens. But
Scott and Johnny running around there now, they're the backbone of our maintenance, aren't they, with Diamond? And they're talented people. They're fortunate to have them on the team, I tell you.
And Scott came through
the Fab School.
The Fab School, yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, so he graduated from there, and he came over and helping you guys, helping himself. It's really cool to see. I mean, you got to start somewhere.
No, it's pretty cool to see, the sport giving back, and that's what the Fab School does. And Scott, who's driving out there, Jackson's in the pits. He works at Tribe 4x4 now, or Tribe 16. And it's pretty cool to see people giving back that vocational type occupation. We don't have it in the schools a lot right now. So seeing them go through that, paying money to go through that, and then coming to help people like us where, I'm an arborist and hit trees. And, it's a cool thing.
An arborist, I like that. As Mick Henson clicks off another lap, making some good run. That puts him in that physical 6th position. So, Pip, let's talk about you a little bit. You came all the way from Australia. Exactly where are you, and how long did it take you to get
He's
here?
in the bush.
Yeah.
The Australian bush, yeah.
We're from country Australia. We're from down Victoria way, Melbourne. We're about 2 hours from Melbourne.
Is that down where the kangaroos jump around?
Yeah, they jump around pretty much well everywhere, but yeah. They're not in their backyards like everyone thinks, but they are around, yeah.
So how long of a flight was it to come over here and work race with Rufus?
So direct flight from Melbourne to DFW for Rufus Racing is 16 hours for us. So
that's a long haul.
It is a long haul, but you know, when you've got family over here that you just feel so connected with, that you know, you guys, the whole Ultra4 family, it creates avenues that just bring people together from around the world.
There's our boy right there on the screen coming in.
Farley, yeah.
He's coming in for another lap.
So he's coming through, still pushing strong. So that just shows you the dedication, the love for Ultra4. I mean, you love it, we love you. It's just a perfect fit. So Pip, always a pleasure having you in here. Now let's shift gears a little bit. Tomorrow, 4400, 2 p.m. You guys are both racing. It's going to be a great show.
It is. Tomorrow at 2 p.m. we're looking at getting set. The cars are 100%, you know, dedicated to these guys here that are on screen now, working our cars. And
there he goes.
And Rufus is rooting as Scott Farley heads out for another lap. That moves him in
We're not rooting.
position.
He is Rufus Racing.
I like it. And there's our physical race leader, Lauren Healy. He will not be racing tomorrow. His big car wasn't quite ready, so he brought the Bronco out.
No, I know he's telling people that, but I think he heard that Pip was coming from Australia.
And got scared.
And he was like, you know, I'm just going to skip this one.
You guys are something else. I love it.
We're going to go out, Rufus. We're going to go out. We're going to run our own race, and we're going to, you know, make sure we get to the checkers.
And what are you going to do? You're going to make memories, right?
We are going to make memories
It's
for the man.
always about making
We're going to
memories.
make them for the man.
And, you know, when we talked to JT about it, I was telling Pip about this earlier, and it's unfortunate we had to take the jump out yesterday, which Pip and I got to go play on. When JT was telling us about this track 2 years ago when we were going to come race, he goes, you better bring your jumpity-jump shots, because he had this grand idea of jumping, I think, below the dam or somewhere.
About where the bridge is up
Is that
there.
where it was?
Yeah,
Okay.
Right in that area. But then the fun police showed up, and Liam said, no way, we're not doing that.
So, but it was pretty cool to go back. It took me back to 2 years ago and to make that jump. And I was like, okay, he's here with us. He's laughing at us and our shenanigans that are going on. And, you know, we just love coming to race here.
Absolutely.
Having fun and creating memories.
That's what it's
all
all
about.
Yeah. Absolutely.
So one thing I wanted to mention, though, you know, we got Farley there driving, and he came from the Fab School. Littlefoot, Johnny, in his passenger seat, his full-time job is a firefighter. And so he's one of our first responders. We always give back to our first responders because they always meet with us on their worst day. So we're really honored to have him when he's off work and come in, you know, mess things up in the shop like I do.
And join in the shenanigans.
You know, he makes memories too. And so just a shout out to all the first responders out there that come out and they keep us safe.
All right, who's gonna beat who tomorrow?
Oh, I'm absolutely winning.
Yeah, well, there's a little deal that the
I know there's a bet line in here somewhere. Let's hear it.
Someone's tied a tree on the back of Donkey so he can follow it.
so he's going to try to. Yeah, all right, that's a good idea.
Watch out for the little pine tree.
I
that's
decided
on the
to
back.
go with a little different race strategy this race, and we're going to try it. So there's 6 cars. They're going to start tomorrow with pine tree air fresheners on the back of the car. So I figured that if the trees were on the car, maybe I would chase the cars instead of the trees.
That is fantastic. Typical old Chip happens. I love it.
Well, you got to change it up a little bit. So we're just out here making memories and, you know, enjoying y'all. And, you know, we're out here with the 4600 class. I'm going to tell you, I'm kind of disappointed that there's not more fans out here. I'd like to see more people out here watching. I know it's kind of like the beginner class, but this is where the future of our sport's going.
It's one of my favorite classes as Lauren Healy's coming through the Brannock Boulders as we speak. We got 9 of them out there. We saw Doug Langford parked for a little bit, but Lauren Healy is running a great race. We'll see. He might be able to sneak into the Western Series championship and get a podium there. We'll see how this all shakes out. But Lauren Healy's running strong out front thus far, getting ready to finish his 3rd lap.
Did I hear correctly that Nick put a Cheeto in his hinge to keep the tailgate on?
Somebody said that, but I think it's more baling wire.
Oh,
and
I just
zip
heard
ties and
weird. There's somebody else talking to me in my earphone, which I don't know who it is.
You'd be used to that. You always got
I always have,
people in your head talking. And that's
I'm in for the Cheetos.
So Lauren Healy getting ready to come through, click off another lap.
So the surprising thing out here when we're racing is this is quite a bit different than the other tracks that we race. There's a lot of, I don't even call it granite or rocks that don't move. Tires here are really important. And then if your tires go down, wheels are very important.
And then that can take out brakes, and it can just be a domino effect there as Lauren Healy clicks off another lap. And speaking about tires, all 4 Nittos still holding there, looking good. Pushing strong is Lauren Healy and Jesse Hammocks.
So he'd probably be a little bit further if he was on the Maxxis and Vision, just, self-promotion here. But they did great for us here in the qualifying this morning. It was interesting to watch as the sun came up. I know the guys earlier were going directly into the sun, and some of them missed the 180 and ended up in the deep water like they were fishing.
The fishing's good around here, by the way.
Well, not when you're racing. But it was interesting, the different strategies, the different speeds, the different setups. And, everybody came home safe, and we get to go racing again today and tomorrow.
And it's going to be a lot of fun. So at 2 p.m. Central Time, what time's that back home, Pip?
2 p.m. here, where I think
it's 4 a.m.
It's about 4 a.m. 4 a.m. in the morning. So
you'll have some early risers.
We have
a little Kahlua in their coffee or something, I'll bet.
It's always interesting when our team smack starts happening because, it's an evening for him. We're waking up, so he might have a drink or 3, and he gets the fun stuff, and then we get to return it, 12, 14 hours later.
It's good. The support from Australia for Rufus, the Rufus has a huge support in Australia as well, so it's always good to see those guys logging on, catching up with the Ultra4 USA being streamed live. Just keeps, like you said, everybody around the world connected, and enables everyone to, see what everyone's up to, catch up with their favourite teams, and stay on board and build the sport.
In Australia, we're the favorite team.
We sure are.
You're your own favorite team.
Well, no, hold on. Let's talk this through. We got Ben Napier's car on the Rufus side now.
Oh, Dana Hale's making his 4400 debut in the OG Pinhall car.
So, we might not win everything. We just keep collecting, the OGs. And
yeah, that's right.
We'll win.
Originally was Ben Napier's car from Australia. So he raced and did quite well, and King of the Hammers in that vehicle. And
sold it to Brett Harrell, and then now Dana Hale has it.
Now
so
Dana, so Dana's behind the wheel of that, and he's doing a fantastic job and getting used to the speed of that big girl. And, he's out here having a ball.
He's got
memories.
Peanut riding with him. And
you guys be rubbing tires with him tomorrow?
I keep giving him a lot of grief saying, hey, when I lap you, you better be ready. And he's like, well, you just got to stay out of the trees.
Back to that, huh?
So, it's a big family out here, and we appreciate every one of y'all out here. And, without y'all and all the fans and sponsors and stuff, it wouldn't be much fun.
100%.
The way that the sport's going right now, it's amazing, and I'm really excited for all of us to be a part of it.
100%. Yeah, we've been around it for a long time, and I'm excited to see the future of it. And you guys are absolutely part of the Ultra4 USA family, and we appreciate everything you guys do for us. And, yeah, it's just one big off-road family here.
So, Miles, when are you going to get back in a race car and go do something like this?
It's expensive.
I know you did. You used to race like a Razor 170 or something.
Something like that.
That's what Wyatt was telling me.
Yep. No, I had a lot of fun back in the day, but we'll see. I'm never going to say no, but I'd love to get back behind the wheel from time to time.
I think that you should do it. You go co-drive with somebody.
Co-driving's scary.
Well, yeah, that's why.
Liam just said he'd be my co-driver. It looks like he's raising his hand. All right, we may figure out something here.
Well, I think you need to do all of your commentary from the passenger seat.
That may not be PG-13 enough.
Yeah, that's why we don't run audio in our car.
But yeah, Liam O'Donnell, he's our USAC rep. He's keeping everything running safe over here. Right now, he's also sucking up a little AC for us.
If we ever have a race on like a Tuesday or something like that, you know, we'll get you in a P car or something. We'll go racing.
That sounds like a blast. All in good fun. Back on board with Mick Henson, and that's us in the forefront right there. He's at, race mile about 3.5. He's back on the qualifying run from this morning. Do a little splash here and then take a left.
So this course from last year, it's a lot the same, but a lot different.
It is similar, but we found different ways to get to the iconic obstacles. Because obviously, you want to hit the waterfall, you want to hit Little Blue, Viagra, and whatnot. And we talked about running it backwards, but it was going to be too easy because you go down everything except Little Blue. So it's like, look at that, Lauren Healy, the left front flat tire pulled over. Where is that at? I'm going to guess that's at the bottom of Little Blue. And Lauren Healy and Jesse Amix are both out of the car. Ryan Miller actually gave me a little tidbit that he thought that left front was going flat a minute ago, and he was absolutely correct.
So it's interesting y'all changed this on us where we had that far right lane coming down Little Blue, which was real quick, and we would come down what's on the video right now. We'd come down those ledges. It was a lot faster, but that got shut off. So either we have to come down the crack or we got to go over the cave. And if that cone gets moved at the top of the cave,
it can get a little sketchy.
It's not going to get a little. You're going into the cave. But that's the kind of the cool thing out here with the nature and the things that we see out here. I mean, I think Benji was hiding in the cave last year because it was cooler.
He was keeping cool in the shade for sure. It's a warm one today.
It is warm today, and that, you know, these guys sitting here jacking up with the fire suits and the helmets on, you know, they're trying to make as quick as possible change, but it's hot.
There's Sergio Pinilios and John Schaefer actually driving.
So one of the good things about, you know, being warm, which it hasn't been as warm as it has been, but hitting this water has been a treat. But then when you hit the water, you can't see.
That was one of the things with qualifying this morning. You didn't realise you run the qualifying course at half pace, 25, 35 miles an hour. Then you go through it at full pace. You can't see all your markers that you established when you were running it at pre-running pace.
Yeah, 25 miles an hour. You
25,
guys respect that most of the time.
So once you
Erica's down in the hot pits. We just saw John Rance has a passenger front flat tire, so they're getting it changed. And, hopefully they can get it back on and going. Looks like they got a great team. So let's talk about the Mudnut family. They've been racing with us since EMC started, and I don't think they've missed a West Series coach yet, or West Series race yet. They've been racing with us for a very long time. Had a great chat with them at Mooney's last night during that little appreciation dinner. And we have another one tonight over at the Ultra4 camp.
We have a pig roast, right?
A pig fry.
Indian pig fry, I think is what I heard.
That sounds like fun. So we'll be giving away some of those LaserNut 360 wrap trophies here later on tonight, and then heading over across the Pensacola Dam, and we're going to have some fun over there.
So one of the things you said about the EMC, I was a part of that when we were writing the rules. And
look at this. Look at the wheel stand. Josh Atterbury does make it down. Go ahead, Chip.
I was kind of leery at first about it. I'm like, okay, we're going to take stock vehicles and go do this. But from where it's progressed to today, it's helped the cars on the road. I mean, we're actually getting attention to Ford and Jeep and these other
Ford
guys.
Did it was Lauren and Brad and all them. They helped develop this Bronco that is street legal, and then they developed into a race car. And it's really cool to see what Ford Performance brought to the table, bringing some of our professional drivers to help. So Lauren Healy, Jesse Amex getting that tire swapped out. So it looks like Lauren's already in the driver's seat. Jesse's strapping down that spare, and they should be back in action here very soon. Back to John Rance.
So the other thing that, a lot of these guys don't promote themselves very much. I know that, like Levi, Shirley, and Bailey Campbell, and some of the other guys, they're even going out to Ford and some of the other manufacturers and not getting the publicity of it, but they're helping develop and innovate our sport.
And that's what this 4600 Spider Tracks stock class is all about, is for the manufacturers to come out and showcase their Toyotas, their Jeeps, their Broncos, whatever they want. So it's just a perfect showing of what these stock vehicles can do, and come out here racing with us at Ultra4 USA.
So I'm excited to see, Bronco stepped up. They're doing well in this class. I'm hoping the other manufacturers are watching, and we get to see a little diversity. You know, maybe it's wheelbase or power or, you know, something else that just keeps pushing that edge further and see
Pushing
the
the
4600.
envelope, absolutely.
I mean, heck, right now the 4600 class is faster than I think the first King of the Hammers was.
Back in the day,
if
yeah.
you line one of those
pretty
first rigs up, I think it would be pretty close.
There's Mick Henson clicking off another lap that puts him up into second position on adjusted time. So Mick Henson stepping the game up. That's coming down. So Lauren Healy on adjusted time out front, then Mick Henson, then Sergio, then John Ranson, then Albert Contreras, Josh Atterbury, Scott Farley, Tom Biddle, and Doug Langford still parked.
So what's the fastest lap we've done so far?
It was Lauren Healy with a 13:31 in this class.
That's pretty impressive.
And what was Paul Wolf? I think
He was in the mid-nines, I think. 8:55.
No, it was Corey Willis with an 8:35, if I'm not mistaken. But I do remember it was Paul Wolf with that 8:55. But remember, when you guys are racing, you have to hit waterfall every lap. And last year's Joker nosedive, you're hitting that one every lap. So it's going to be fun to see.
I was, we always compare the 4400 with the UTVs because they're similar but smaller.
Yeah, they are a similar platform. At least with the ones with the IFS.
Pip, what do you think we're going to do lap-wise tomorrow? Not me, but you.
What are we going to do in lap time?
Yeah.
I'm going to say you're going to be in the. I'm going to say 13-ish would be a good guess.
Yeah, we're gonna head out there and try and run our own race, and I'm pretty sure that our last lap will be our quickest lap.
I'm going
to shy it down to 12 minutes.
So the UTVs had to go up the waterfall once, right?
Once.
And when they were doing that, it was like 12 minutes when they were doing that?
Probably.
Okay, but they didn't have to do what we called the Joker line. Is that nosedive? Is what the Joker was last year?
Yes, yep.
Oh, there goes Farley and Littlefoot right there.
It's a little drivability issue, I hear, but he's still making it.
Yeah.
So I always say straight axle and IFS. So I'm going to put it on you guys, the drivers.
We don't know.
Chip,
we don't need to talk about this.
You drive an IFS. Explain to people back home what that actually means.
It rides horrible, and Pip does not need to be in the car ever. And, I'd rather be back in the solid axle, but I'm being nice and letting him drive donkey.
So,
anyway, I'll tell
Pip,
the truth
you
now.
take this off.
Righto.
He doesn't follow directions.
So we went shock tuning at King of the Hammers, and for the first time, I decided to do a run with Chip. And we went through some whoop sections with Chip, and he's like, I think it's a little bit rough, I need a bit more rebound, a bit more compression. Basically, I turned to Chip and I said, if you ever whinge to me about how rough this car is again, I'll slap you silly.
So Pip, you explain solid axle versus IFS.
The solid axle between IFS just, for what I've seen, just seems to be more planted with stability, body roll, and their straight line speed over a solid axle car is 10 to none.
But explain the suspension itself. What is a solid axle? What is an IFS?
Solid axle is live axle front and rear. So it has a differential, a chunk, front and rear. IFS is a chassis mounted differential and then A-arms up the front. Generally they're live axle rear. But some of the new generation cars that are coming out are IFS, IRS. So I don't believe that they've fine-tuned them as yet. Have we seen Chip IRS?
Yeah, Lauren Healy had one for just a little bit.
Yeah, Cody Wagner has one that.
Have we seen one win King of the Hammers?
Has
as
not
yet?
won. No.
And it's funny
But
you
it
say that
could.
because I was talking to Lauren yesterday about this, and he raced his IRS IFS out at Hammer. No, he didn't race it at Hammers, but he took it out there. But he was like, it's so smooth. He was going fast through the rocks that he didn't feel how rough it was, and he started blowing out the seals and the steering cylinder.
Yep.
Because of how hard he was abusing the car, but he couldn't feel it himself. You didn't have that drive by behind, is the political way to say that, feel.
And that might be one of the things with that the live axle car, like you were talking about, Miles. You get more feedback through your live axles, and you tend to
you feel the car a little better.
You tend to feel the car a bit better, and you're a bit easier on your tyres, rims and tyres, and running gear.
So but the cool thing about the 4600, we have IFS, and solid axle, even in 4600.
Yep, yeah, I mean, that's the name of the game. The Broncos are IFS, the Toyotas and Jeeps are solid axle.
And I know they've had a little bit of struggle trying to get the technology right, and but again, that's where the development comes. And you were talking about the IFS versus the solid axle. I took both cars out last weekend because Pip wasn't here and went to shake them down because we had them completely apart. And I haven't driven Donkey in probably 3 years. And I got in it, and I was like, oh, man, I've gotten lazy.
You gotten spoiled, haven't you?
I've gotten spoiled in that IFS car.
But, hey, don't worry. Pip beat you in qualifying in a solid axle. So.
That's a good point because Pip finished third place today against some pretty good heavy hitters, which he's a heavy hitter. But Donkey, I think, was built in 2014 or 15.
That's a Tribe 16 chassis.
Tribe 16,
right?
yeah. I think it was maybe the third one they built. And, Rowdy Truenbach built that car. Then
Doug Jackson, maybe?
Doug Jackson bought it from him, and I co-drove with Doug Jackson up until 2018. And when he decided that he was too old and needed to go get his AARP card, that's when I started driving. And that's actually when Rufus Racing was developed.
Or invented.
And so Donkey's our OG and will never go away. But just today, that car's almost 10 years old. And
it's still competitive.
Third place.
Yeah, these cars are pretty impressive. We're getting a little update on my rugged radio. 4699 of Doug Langford is off course with a broken driver's side tie rod. Snapped right off at the ram, so tough break for Langford. There he is. Look at that. Talk about timing. But he is hitting me up on course. Let me know that he is broken out of the race. Tough break for Doug Langford, but watching Mick Henson cruise through is on that onboard is super cool. And Ryan Miller's giving me a little update that Lauren Healy will be stopping in the Amsoil hot pits to switch out that spare tire. That way, if he gets another one, he's got a fresh tire.
So I like watching this. I mean, some people might see it's kind of maybe boring because they're not as fast. But
they're fun to watch.
If you're inside these cars right now, I'm telling you, they're having more fun than we are.
Absolutely.
Like in the 4400 class. And it's just – wait, did I hear right? Did Disco Derek West, is he in one of the cars?
He is riding with Mick Henson in the brown Toyota.
Did he lose a bet?
I don't know. He was all smiles when I saw him. We talked for about 10 seconds in line, but it's pretty cool to see him out there. He's like, yeah, this thing's got to ride smooth, and he said he's going to take it easy, and he's wrong.
Yeah, well, I'd do it, maybe with some pain medication. But so are we still sitting around the 12-minute mark, 13-minute marks on these laps?
It's still a 13:31 fastest lap by Lauren Healy. His last lap was a 13:46, so he slowed down by about 15 seconds.
How far are we in?
Is that with changing the tire? No, that's on this lap.
So we're just over an hour into this race with 30 minutes left?
Yep. We got 30 minutes before the white flag flies.
5 laps?
It'll be probably right around 5 to 6 laps. Tom Biddle coming through to finish up his third lap.
So I'm going back to the 4400 class tomorrow, and I know y'all like to make bets. I'm going to guess sub 12 minutes with us doing the waterfall and the Joker.
It's going to be interesting, like you say, about that Joker, Chip, because the Joker, the waterfall has a couple of lines up it, doesn't it?
Well, the waterfall is the...
It's got 2 lines, yeah.
It's got 2 lines, so which is good. If somebody's hung up, you can go the other way. But if you get over what we call the Joker, nosebleed, I think is what it's called. Which was the Joker
that was last year. Nosedive.
So there's not really a way around
one
anybody.
Line up nosedive. Yeah.
Well, so there's a couple of lines, but only one car can fit.
Yeah. It would be you'd be bouncing off each other. So hey, racing's racing.
Hey,
but
you might have to use those tires to get over it. Pip, just place your tire right for me, please. When I lap you.
Who's lapping who?
Hey, I put trees on everybody, so whether I'm lapping you or y'all are lapping me.
So that'll be interesting, that that nosedive line, if it gets traffic in there, being the 4400s have to do it every lap. So it'll be interesting to see if that causes a bit of traffic.
Yeah, some cars will bounce right up it, no problem. Other people will struggle. But if you're a broken axle, you're probably going to have to winch. We will have a winch point up there. But, yeah, it could be interesting.
That's right. It's going to cause a bit of pushing and shoving up there, and it's going to be interesting.
There goes Lauren Healy, our physical race leader, and it does look like they did stack a new fresh spare in there, so he is ready to rock and roll, heading out for his 5th lap.
I just have to say I'd appreciate, give my appreciation to all the people that came out here and made this course possible, Mid-America and Ultra4 USA and all the course workers, the volunteers. You know, we come out here and I think a lot of times we don't get to see the behind the scenes. And we had a whole bunch of rain here a week ago.
Yeah, it was. It got with it the other night.
Yeah, and so I appreciate and give a huge thanks from Rufus Racing that y'all do this for us.
Yeah.
So we can come entertain y'all, and you know what? Y'all entertain us too.
It's a give and take. That's for sure.
Very much so.
Yeah, we're out here making it happen.
Sharing it around the world, it just makes the Australian scene, makes us our Australian support be able to check in and follow us over here. You know, flying backwards and forwards. So it's definitely appreciated all the effort that goes in from Ultra4 USA to get it streamed around the world. You know, it's amazing.
Absolutely, yeah. It's on AOE.TV, Speedsport.tv, Ultra4 USA, MAO, and BMR Facebooks, and we're blowing it out everywhere. So yeah, it's really cool to see. And I saw Robert Nucky was up there tuning in. So thanks for tuning in, Robert. And it looks like Mick Kinson may be trying to get a pass on old Sergio and John Schaefer.
I'm going to start calling him James Bond because I know when he passes him, the tailgate's going to come down and, I don't know, something might come out, like JT's birthday presents or something.
Hopefully it doesn't squirt him with any water or anything.
Oh, you got me with that yesterday.
I got you last night, that's for sure.
You did.
So Pam was just showing us messages just before of Australians that are checked in and are watching this live. So it just gives us evidence that, from around the world, it's not just here in America, around the world that people are checked in and watching and supporting.
And eating breakfast.
Yeah.
So this is the third race you've flown over for, if I remember right.
This year?
Yeah.
Yeah, this year is our fourth, yeah.
So this is the third or
King
fourth?
of the Hammers. We've done
Visions,
and then we've done this, yes.
And then you'll be back in Lake Havasu in a month.
You're racing Havasu, huh? Legends of Havasu.
We're turning it around, so we'll get back home. We're actually going to fly home quickly on Sunday. We'd love to hang around, but... And then
here comes Farley again.
Yep. We've got the 2.5 week turnaround and then jump on the plane again and come back, so...
Yeah, I head home for, I think, a week, maybe 10 days, and then I'm hopping in the truck and heading out to there, and we'll start setting things up. We'll be out there for, I think, just shy of 3 weeks, but it's going to be an awesome, awesome event there for Legends of Havasu.
So one of the cool things about Pip doing this back and forth is I hear him say a lot. Would JT come over acting like he knows something? Happy birthday, buddy.
He was saying he couldn't quite understand you, Pip, but we'll get you through there. I can hear him just fine.
Yeah, well, maybe we need a...
Oh, if we're going to have a Kiwi on the stage, we need a translator. All right, he's throwing some stones.
He can hear me all right once we're at the pub having a couple of stubbies. He's all right.
Yeah, just don't get pissed.
Yeah.
So John Rance is back in the Amsoil hot pits, but there's Mick Henson and Derek West blowing by, getting ready to hit the Brannock Boulders.
How long has that Toyota been racing this?
So that's oh man, Justin Reese's old King of the Hammers car. So it's one. That thing has won King of the Hammers at least once, maybe twice. It's been in the trails racing for a very long time.
Wasn't Cody Addington's the same color?
No, Cody Addington was that black one back in.
Okay.
Yeah, and he raced way back in the day. I'm going to say 12 or 13 in the Everman Challenge. And then Dave Cole said, hey, if you want to race 4,400 with it, come on with it. And he did.
I remember.
He didn't finish, but he made his paces. He made his laps.
So one of the cool things about Pip coming over and, we have our days where we get up and down and emotionally or, you got thoughts in your head or whatever. But one of the things that Pip has taught me, he comes over and he always says, I'm coming to race for the man. And that's Z. And he brought us together, and we're continuing the memories. And, so the people listening out there, if you have one of those bad days, remember that you're still breathing, you're still looking, you're still racing, you're doing whatever, and your days are going to get better. And that's why we're here. We're making memories and having fun, and we're doing it for Z.
100%.
Forever 24, absolutely, yeah.
Yep. Well, I'm going to hit the road.
All right, Pip, Chip, always a pleasure. Thanks for coming up, and best of luck to you guys tomorrow, and we'll see how it all
It's okay.
shakes
I'm going
out.
to come out before him. Not be here tomorrow.
I'll see you about 2:15 here. What's the plan?
My team started telling me I'm a better talker than racer, and I don't know if I
don't think you're good at any of that.
Well, evidently I do more talking than racing, but, we'll figure that out. But thank you, sir.
All right. Chip, Pip, always a pleasure. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Best of luck. So there's John Rance. Erica Allreed is in the pits. She just gave me a little update that he was in there, and he was changing a driver front flat. So he's had a few flats out on course, but John Rance back going, and we are back on course with Lauren Healy. So Lauren Healy still making his way. We'll see Doug Langford still broke down there at race mile, just after race mile 2 at the entrance to the woods. So we'll have to get some recovery in there and give him a hand after this race. So Mick Henson's actually turned it up. He's 20 seconds faster than everybody out on course except Lauren Healy. So Mick Henson has the second fastest lap in that old Toyota. Mick is really throwing it down. But it's still all about Lauren Healy with that commanding lead right now. It's his race. We'll see what happens.
Miles, you've been up here busy chatting with them. Great to hear them up here. Stories.
Chip is the class clown of Ultra4. I'll tell you that much.
But the best part was when you said, "I'll see you at 2:15."
I love giving him a hard time. He gives me a hard time. And there's Scott Farley heading out with Littlefoot. Having a little bit of drivability pop, but he's still pushing strong. So we hope for a strong finish for Scott Farley, who's moved all the way into 5th position. But right now, the race right now is between Mick Henson, Sergio, and John Rance. We'll see how it all shakes out when this comes together as we get a podium for the 4600 Spider Track Stock Class for the Ultra4 USA Best Damn Race of the Year, presented by Rugged Radios. The sun is starting to set. The shadows are starting to come through.
And there we do have Mick Henson on there still going. And they were jokingly saying that he's like James Bond and his tailgate will come down after he passes, but it has still stayed up. And there we do have John Schaefer and Sergio Pinilios running in that number 3 spot.
Sergio sitting in 4th position for the 4600 Western Series points. Looks like it's going to be John Rance, Tom Biddle, and Mick Henson. I believe it'll shake out that way. Again, everything is unofficial. But again, a huge shout out to our Eastern Series championships of Sergio Pinilios, Mick Henson, and Tom Biddle. 1, 2, 3. We did those awards there in Crandon. And then we'll give our national awards at Legends of Havasu.
And that's going to be a good time. It's going to be fun. We have our West Coast that we're finishing up this weekend as well. West Series.
And we're working on our schedule for next year. We've had a couple meetings that I think everybody's going to be very, very happy with next year's season. Thanks again for everybody tuning in. I know it's been a long, hot day for all of our camera crew and all of our racers out there. So, again, a huge shout-out to everybody who makes this possible. Jason and Gayla Robinette, all of the volunteers, the Ultra4 USA staff, the AOE crew, media, safety, USAC, racers, fans, and marketing partners. And all of our behind-the-scenes volunteers and safety crew out on course, and all our camera guys and gals. It's been a long, hot day, and we've still got one more to go. But it looks like Lauren Healy, I do think he'll get 2 more laps. White flag won't be coming out for another 17 minutes.
And how fast is his lap times? Are they about a 19?
Well, that was with the tire change.
Okay.
So
his last
his
lap.
fastest lap is a 13:30, so he's going to probably back it down a little bit. I'm sure they're communicating and tell him to slow down. There's Scott Farley and Littlefoot still trucking along. There's Sergio Panilios.
Bouncing in the background there.
So there's 2 lines going each way. Sergio's heading towards the woods, and Scott Farley was heading towards Little Blue. So there's our physical race leader of Lauren Healy with a commanding lead. Just needs to keep that Bronco together, and he'll get on that podium here. About 15 and a half minutes to go before we throw that white flag with 1 more lap to go. So I do believe Lauren Healy will make it here and through before the white flag. So he's got 3 more laps to go for the 4600 Spider Track Stock Class for the best damn race of the year, presented by Rugged Radios below the Pensacola Dam here at the South Grand Lake Recreational Area, just out. Lauren Healy checks up for the Spider Track backstretch, and look at the shadows right there. Like you were saying earlier, Pam, it could really play a little toll on you. If you miss a line, miss a rock, you see a rut just wrong, it's the sun's coming down.
That's where it really comes in play of how well you know the race course. I mean, the rocks are not moving around out here, so hopefully you know where those rocks are. Hopefully you know where those ditches are, that you can avoid them when they do start shadowing. I can't wait to see the photos after this race. They come out here, they take amazing pictures of the race course, the water shooting up around the cars when they're going through them. That's probably my favorite photos that we have out of any of our races that we have been at.
Yeah, it's pretty cool to see. You know, there's thousands of pictures that get dumped on us, and we go through them and put them on social or give them to the racers, and they can put it on theirs. And it's really cool to see the aftermath of one of these races. And Lauren Healy, our physical race leader, is pulling into the pits. Now, let's look at this.
Is this a strategy?
This is strategy. No, they came to check it. He's going back out because it's 4 minutes before the white flag comes out. So I was wondering if they're going to hold him and act like they were checking on something, but they sent him out for another lap. So I believe Lauren Healy will have 3 more laps as he makes his way through the Brannock boulders. Back on screen with Mick Henson. He's going to go down this little steep hill and take a hard left, and now he's back in the riverbed. So at our far top right, you can't see it, but that's where we're at. There's Tom Biddle and Joe Fabrizio at the Spider Track backsplash. They're really going to check up. I could take a little splash right now.
And you can see, I mean, right there, they're all in shade. So there's no sunlight in that section he's in.
Lauren Healy, our physical race leader for the 4600 Spider Track Stock Class. Yeah, 3 more minutes, so it's not going to be the white flag. Lauren Healy slowing down for the water.
Yeah, like I said earlier on, he did have some issues with the water last year, so he's probably taking it a little bit easier so he makes sure he finishes this race.
Yeah, he's got a commanding lead, so it's absolutely his race to lose right now. But to finish first you must finish, and it's Lauren Healy clicking off 1 more lap. The car still looks like it's in great shape. All 4 tires still intact. The Project X lights up front shining out.
I mean, he's only had, what, 1 flat this whole entire race?
He changed 1 out on course. So, yeah, I believe just 1 flat. That's pretty good. There's Mick Henson making his way out the back. So next time around for Lauren Healy will be the white flag. So that's going to be roughly, I'm going to say 14 minutes or so.
And there we do have Mick Henson making his way through. And not too far behind him, we do have John Schaefer coming through with Sergio Pinillos and then John Rance as well.
So right now in physical second, third, and fourth, it's Mick Henson, Sergio Pinillos, and John Rance. So that is the race right now for second and third between Mick Henson, Sergio, and John.
It looks like John is closing the gap a little bit on Sergio.
So sorry, we can't say that because it's John and John right now on screen. It's John Rance on our left and John Schaefer on our right. John Schaefer is driving his own car in substitution for Sergio. Kind of funny, came out of retirement, and he like we were talking about earlier, he's retired that car a couple times, and Sergio's like, hey, buddy, can I race it? Yeah, sure, whatever, it's there. And now he's made a run at it, and he won the Eastern Series championship in that car, but has got a busted-up shoulder and just couldn't make it happen. But he's riding shotgun with his buddy and car owner of John Schaefer.
And in the West Series, he's running in that fourth position in points. So he's having a great week, or a great year, I should say. But he did announce that he has a Jeep being built, so he will have his own race vehicle next year.
That's awesome. As Tom Biddle and Joe Fabrizio head out for another lap.
You can hear somebody is on their horn in the background.
So there's a battle with John Rance trying to get around John Schaefer. And that's the Spider Track backsplash. Is John Rance going to commit and hit the water? Oh, he committed for a second, slows down, but John Rance does get around John Schaefer and Sergio.
I mean, that's probably a smart move right there by slowing down just a little bit because the water getting into the electronics, as we always say. But
and you hear Rufus.
Farley.
Yeah, you hear Rufus back there hooting and hollering as he's heading around, still making it happen. Scott Farley has moved in that fifth position and is on the lead lap other than Lauren Healy. Lauren Healy is on his own lap. Everybody else is on the same.
And there, speaking of Lauren Healy.
So much racing action has happened today, but it's been a lot of fun as we're watching the 4600 Spider Track stock class. We're going to step away and we'll be right back with more racing action. Welcome back to the 2023 Ultra4 USA Best Damn Race of the Year, presented by Rugged Race Radios. We are at the South Grand Lake Recreational Area just outside of Disney in Langley, Oklahoma, on the backside of the Pensacola Dam. And there's Josh Atterbury pulled over. Tough break for him. Where's he at? So Viagra's in our top left, and he is facing towards the Little Blue area. So they had the hood open. Is he having some water issues? I'm not sure. But all 4 Falcon tires were still holding there.
Well, and we did hear John Rance while we were on break go by here for another lap, and he was sputtering just a little bit as well. So the water could be taking a toll on these guys.
It's taking a toll on everything, whether it's engine-related, bearings, brakes. It's hard on equipment, but, hey, that's what Ultra4 is all about. So there's Tom Biddle and Joe Fabrizio heading down the Yukon Little Blue area. If he takes a hard right now, you go down the center, but everybody's been bypassing and going around and doing the little cliff next to the cliff drop. Oh, I got a picture of Albert Contreras getting pulled off also. Tough break for him.
Yes, that's Benji and Karen. They will be towing him in whenever they get off of their duties over there. So thank you guys so much for being out here, but that is such a bummer for Albert Contreras.
So Doug Langford's out. Now Albert Contreras is out. Is Josh Atterbury going to be able to keep going? We'll see. We saw his hood open, but it looks like Tom Biddle, Scott Farley, John Rance, Sergio Pinilios, Mick Henson, and Lauren Healy are still pushing strong. Back to Mick Henson. There's Gus Fisher, the manager of everything here at Mid-America Outdoors and Ultra4 USA, making sure everything's happening. He's got a great team that puts it all together.
And you can see Scott Farley was over in the hot pits, the Amsoil hot pits, but they got him moving again, waving him on. And that is a beautiful photo right there, or a video, I should say. And there we do have Mick Henson still trucking along. And his tailgate's still up.
For now.
That
It's not over. Still holding strong, huh? There's John Rand still pushing along. Looks like all 4 of his Milestar tires are holding up. And this is back on board, well, briefly on board with Mick Henson. This on board is such a cool situation. There he goes. So we're at the top of the Yukon Little Blue. He'll go, well, you can follow the water tracks, and there's a big crack he's got to cross. Here it is right here. It's a little filled in, but you got to slow down, check up, crawl through it. And they'll take a right, and then he'll drop down, bypassing the main object of Little Blue. So we'll see if this camera can hold its wits together. This is a pretty steep drop. You drop in and then take a hard left.
So would you say that crack is kind of like if they were going too fast, it could be like a G out?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, if you could stuff the front end, and you could make a mistake for sure. There's Scott Farley and Littlefoot blasting through the heads-up loop. So he'll be coming through to finish another lap. And I'm surprised I haven't physically put eyes on Lauren Healy yet. I feel like I should see him, but I haven't yet.
Yeah, I mean, you said about, 14 minutes? I think it's been
how long ago was that? I'm getting a little.
It was 12 minutes ago.
Okay, so, he's a little off pace.
Because I looked at the clocking, the ticker, and it was at 15 minutes.
So Rufus Racing is hooting and hollering for Scott Farley as he heads through. Scott Farley and Littlefoot with Rufus Racing heading out for another lap.
And speaking of Lauren Healy, he's in the sights.
All right, I knew he should be coming soon. So he's at roughly race mile 3.5. He's in our qualifying run from this morning.
He's taking it a little slow right in that area that he's in, but you can hear the gas picking up. Mick Henson again on board.
He'll be heading into the woods right where Doug Langford's been parked for most of this race. Tough break for him. It happened early. But Lauren Healy, I got physical eyes on it. It looks like that little Bronco is doing well. So Lauren Healy and Jesse Amex with Fun Haver Off-Road really making a great showing here in Disney, Oklahoma.
He has a very large lead. So we have our crowds out here still watching and cheering on. We'll start our morning off tomorrow with the future of our sport. They will be racing, I believe it's at 9 a.m. tomorrow.
At 9 a.m. they'll be kicking that off.
And what we'll be doing is we will be going live starting roughly 10 minutes before we start racing. So it's going to be a great day, starting off with the Tiny Tots. Then we'll move into our 45 and 4800 class.
They start off at 11 a.m. They'll race another hour and a half plus a lap, and they'll move in on to our 4400 main event, presented by Good Boy Vodka at 2 p.m., and that'll be a 2-hour race plus the white flag. So Lauren he's making his way around. But be sure, we still have some awards to give away this evening. And then it'll be a great showing tomorrow, starting off with the 170s. Then the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class racing with the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. And then it'll be the 4400 Unlimited class. It's going to be a wonderful day of racing, so be sure to make your plans, tune in, or come on out. It is a free entry out here. Spectators get in free out here and come enjoy some Ultra4 USA racing. A great aerial showing where we have been racing, and you can see the line. It's pretty burned in, even if it's just water.
Exactly. It was a perfect view of the overview of the race course.
A little step down, and then it'll slow down for the Spider Track backsplash. Checking up.
He is definitely checking up a lot more than I would expected him to do.
Hey,
but
he's
like
got
I
a
said,
great lead.
Exactly. Why push it and why have any issues towards the end? But
So-
there we do have Sergio Pinilios.
And he's in that adjusted time of third position. So Lauren Healy's probably about 2 minutes away from grabbing that white flag. Back on screen with Scott Farley. And Rufus is having fun. They're going to party tonight. I think they party every night.
Good times, always.
He's bypassing the waterfall. Lauren Healy heading up the grand staircases towards the Amsoil hot pits.
So, Miles, we have, 5 vehicles? Or Tom Biddle, he's still moving too, correct? So we have 6 vehicles still moving.
Scott Farley did have a passenger front flat that he got switched out there in the Amsoil hot pits. And Diesel Krentz is hooking me up with some info. He said Sergio and John are nursing an overheating issue, so that's why they are a little bit off pace. But if they can make it happen, they could still get that third position.
They just need to splash the water a little more to cool it off.
Well, there's a happy medium there, that's for dang sure.
I was just talking about Tom Biddle. He's in our sights, and Mick Hinson is also chasing down Tom Biddle.
So there's Josh Atterbury still stuck out on course. All the doors are open, the hood's open, but I can't quite see where they're at. So they're in the car checking maybe fuses or something. Not sure what's going on, but tough break for Josh Atterbury. But he'll have his daughters racing tomorrow morning in the Youth 170 race. So they still get to have some fun.
It's always so unfortunate. I mean, he's so close to, finishing the race. And here we are with issues, probably water, fighting issues, or who knows what's going on. I mean, we got John Schaefer and Sergio. They're fighting overheating issues.
Yeah, I mean, the attrition has definitely been tough today, and I think it's going to be tough tomorrow because they're a little bit heavier, a little bit faster, and those tires are going to really show the attrition. And there is Lauren Healy, one more left, and he'll be grabbing the white flag for the last lap of the day for the best damn race of the year, presented by Rugged Radios. White flag is out for the rest of the field. So it looks like Mick Hinson is still in that second position. He's already tripped one of our heads-up loops, so he'll be in here in the next 5 minutes or so. And then where's Sergio? Where's John Rance? We've seen Scott Farley.
John Rance just came in our sights right behind us here. Mick Hinson, he crossed through. He should be coming through here any moment, and with Tom Biddle in front of him.
It's been a lot of fun today. Again, thank you to each and every one of you for tuning in and making this possible. It's been a lot of fun. I hope you guys and gals have had as much fun as we have. It's been a beautiful day. It's been a hot day, but it has been a great afternoon.
You can see in the distance, and actually now on screen, we do have Mick Hinson's kind of bobbling back and forth there, but Tom Biddle is behind him.
Tom Biddle right behind him. So the two Toyotas, they're running along, but Mick Hinson is a lap up on Tom Biddle. So Mick Henson and Derek West checking up for the Spider Track backsplash. And we'll see Tom Biddle cruising through as well. And they will all be getting the white flag here in just a little bit.
And there we are now on board with Mick Henson.
He's heading towards the grand staircases where the Amsoil hot pits are. They're kind of the top left of our screen right now. We'll weave around, take a little bit of a left, and head up the steep section. A lot of people have recognized that straight ahead is where we do our knockout during BMR. That's definitely a crowd favorite.
Yes, that event is definitely one that I didn't know about until I started working at Mid-America and with AOE, and that is a huge event. The amount of people that come in here and the racing that they do, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, it started out as John Sumner's big meet run a long time ago. I've been coming off and on for quite a while, but it's really cool to see what Mid-America has done with it and making everybody safe and have fun. And it looks like Mick Henson is in the pits. They're going to be jacking up the front. There's Zach and Hopper with the pit guys. They've been working their tails off in the Amsoil hot pits all day long. Not sure, so it looks like a right front flat tire probably. But that's a smart move to change it here so you don't have to get out of the car. Because Derek West hasn't been in a car for a while, so I assume he still remembers how to change a tire. But, again, if you can do it in the Amsoil hot pits, that is absolutely the place to do it. So Tom Biddle gets back around Mick Henson as Tom's in the Brannock Boulders.
Yes, and Mick was definitely chasing him down earlier on before he passed him. Obviously, he got past him. Now they're passing back and forth. But we do have Sergio Pinilios on camera, and then now we are on watching Lauren Healy making his way through.
Our physical race leader has a great lead because second place is in the Amsoil hot pits. Lauren Healy is at race mile number 1 as we speak, so he's got a great run ahead of him.
Looks like the pit guys are still down there getting that tire change. They've been helping out a lot of teams this weekend. Or this weekend, just today.
And look at that. There's Brian Crofts. I saw one of Anthony Yount's team members out there. So, I mean, there's 4 or 5 teams hopping in to help get this tire changed. And there's Ryan Miller, part of Campbell Enterprises, checking everything out, doing a little sign language.
That's what I love about this, that teams that are not racing today, they're out over there in the hot pits, and they're helping out the other race teams. And it's really cool to see that. And we see that normally at every single race. It's really a racing family all together.
So Erica Allreed's down there. She's saying that Mick changed out a passenger front and the spare. So he was out of spare tires. So putting a couple, one on the vehicle on the right front and then one in the back and heading back out. We'll see if he can pull together this second place position. How far back is Sergio as he's nursing that overheating issue? I don't think I've seen him come through here yet, have we?
No, we have not seen him yet. He was actually, I think he was right behind.
Oh, so John Rance is actually going to hop up into... Is that going to put him in second place? Yes, I believe so. So John Rance skips from 4th to 2nd place, if I'm not mistaken. So John Rance is running a great, great run with Mud Nut Racing. We'll see if he can pull that Bronco together and get Bronco 1 and 2. So there's Sergio nursing that overheating issue. Mick Henson is still in the pits. So, getting updated through the rugged radios. Mick Henson is out of the Amsoil hot pit, so he's got about a minute lead over Sergio, but John Rance is in front of him. Where'd we start these racers? John Rance was on that pole position, so he has to beat Mick Henson by 2. He has to beat him by a minute and a half. So John Rance needs to beat Mick Henson by a minute and 30 seconds on adjusted time. It's going to be close. I don't know if Mick has what it's going to take, but he's going to give her all.
Definitely know he's going to try his hardest.
What a great race it's shaping up to be for second and third position as Mick Henson hitting up the heads-up loop with a fresh right front tire and a spare in the back. So Mick Henson and Disco Derek West are still in the fight. Right now they're sitting in that third position. We'll see what happens between Mick Henson and John Rance in the 4600 Spider Track stock class.
And Mick Henson, we can hear him coming around here in just a moment. He's definitely bouncing around in his Toyota.
And grabbing some gears. Mick Henson heading out, grabbing the white flag. And JT Taylor's getting him thumbs up.
And here we are on board with him going along that front stretch after he went through the rugged finish line. We do have John Schaefer on screen. It looks like he's trying to make a left-hand turn with that blinker on.
Oh, on adjusted time, it is super, super close between Mick Henson and John Rance. Remember, this race is on adjusted time. It was an hour and a half plus a lap, and we are on that last lap as we speak. This race is on adjusted time. We took off 2 at a time and 30-second increments as Lauren Healy, our physical first and on adjusted time, heading into his final wood section. This is a fun little spot. And there's Scott Farley heading towards the Spider Track backstretch. Backsplash. We'll see if he commits. No, he checks up. I don't blame him.
I would too. I mean, we're almost done. Why would you even, chance it at this point in time?
So Scott Farley in that physical 5th position and on adjusted time. But we saw Sergio having issues at the grand staircase. Well, we'll see. Scott Farley could move in that 4th position with Sergio having that overheating issue.
And he's turning left into that wood section that we were talking about earlier. There's John Rance.
So on adjusted time, if I'm doing my math right, it does look like Mick Henson has John Rance by 1 minute and 11 seconds on adjusted time.
And there we do have Sergio Pinilios and John Schaefer making their way through the water section.
So how far back is Sergio? Oh, there's Sergio, rather. How far back is Scott Farley?
Well, we will find out soon because we did see him go by. We just have not seen where he's at again.
So John Schaefer and Sergio Pinilios going to grab the white flag. One more 5-mile lap to go. See if he can nurse that overheating issue. And there's our physical race leader, Lauren Healy and Jesse Amex, with Fun Haver Off-Road Team out of Farmington, New Mexico, in Bucky. Back on screen with Mick Henson. Adjusted time, 2nd place. It is going to be a race to the finish between Mick Henson and John Rance. And I know all the rugged radios are pretty active right now, doing some time splits, some strategy, and explaining who's where and what's happening. Hey, you got to start pushing. This is the last lap.
Exactly.
But Lauren Healy is sitting in a really nice spot as we speak.
Making his way through. He'll be coming through to the finish line here shortly.
So I know Kyle Usnick is up in the Amsoil hot pits, super excited for his driver, Lauren Healy, coming through. I know Rob Usnick, Kyle's dad's back home watching. Great to see the family. Rob Usnick has raced King of the Hammers with us for a very long time. He stepped away. His son comes through the Fab School and now is working for Lauren Healy. Really, really cool to see that.
All right.
And Scott Farley's coming through and Rufus Racing. I see Mama Ange up there giving him the arm pump. Keep on keeping on. So Lauren Healy is sneaking up on race mile number 4. So about a mile and a quarter yet to go. And the checkered flag will be flying here in, I'm going to say, roughly 5 minutes.
And then within this last few miles, it can be a long race if you end up doing something wrong. So hopefully Lauren Healy's just taking it easy because he has that decent lead over everybody else.
So Sergio is still pushing through. Heading into the last little wood section. Oh, no, I know where I'm at. Sorry, I was misspoken. He is still heading towards Waterfall.
From up above all the trails, it can get a little tricky.
It's been a long day. We'll see. Okay, that log right in the center of your screen, I tried moving that earlier in the week, and I got stung by a bee, so we just kind of had to kick that off to the side.
All right, so Lauren Healy in that number 1 spot. Mick Henson in second. John Rance third. Sergio Pinilios with John Schaefer running. Scott Farley in fifth. So that is rounding out our top 5.
And Benji has given me some split times that at the top of Little Blue, John Rance is 1 minute ahead of Mick Henson, and he has to beat him by a minute and a half. So right now it's still Mick Henson by 30 seconds on an unofficial time split. Thank you, Benji, for working so hard up there at Little Blue. And give me a little info through the rugged radios.
And there he is making his way through. Mr. Lauren Healy through the water.
That was the Spider Track backsplash. He's making a last attempt, heading towards the Amsoil Hot Pits, and we'll have him here in town very soon, Pam.
Yes, we will. You can actually hear him in the background, so he'll be making that turn here shortly. But on camera with John Schaefer and Sergio Pinilios. They're having a very smooth race, except for having the overheating issues.
That's a tough break. But, hey, this Jeep has been around for a very, very long time, and he's still turning left.
Mm-hmm. He's been turning left for quite a while.
This ain't NASCAR, buddy. Lauren Healy heading up the grand staircases at the Amsoil Hot Pits for the last time. Fun Haver off-road team, I'm sure, is up there excited to see. And not excited right now is Josh Atterbury. Tough break for him.
That is such a bummer. Did we find out, did you get any information?
I've got no information from him.
Such a bummer. And here we are, Scott Farley on the track moving along.
So he's not too far behind Sergio and John. So we'll see. It's going to be a battle for fourth position. The whole Rufus Racing team's over there hooting and hollering. And there's our physical race leader, has cleared the Brannick boulders. He'll be in here in about 1 minute grabbing that checkered flag. And we got a race in the woods with Mick Henson and Tom Biddle, it looks like. The two Toyotas that could. And there is no passing in this situation.
Well, and Mick Henson, he was in front of Tom earlier, but he went in for that tire change, and now he's trying to get that pass back. But like you just said, right here, there is no passing, so I'll have to wait just a little bit and have some patience.
Oh, and he does pull over. Oh, this line's a little tricky, and he bounces off that tree a little bit.
And we have John Rance in our sights.
So Mick Henson does make a pass where I said there wasn't very much passing.
He found a way.
And here's Lauren Healy coming around. 2 more turns to go, and he'll be grabbing the checkered flag. The number 2567 out of Farmington, New Mexico with Fun Haver Off-Road Team. Lauren Healy, one of our Mid-America Outdoor ambassadors, is going to grab the checkered flag for the 4600 Spider Track stock class. Lauren Healy unofficially just wins the Best Damn Race of the Year presented by Rugged Radios.
You know, he's got to be feeling really good right now coming out here. He came out here with, not his whole entire crew because they were all kind of split up. There's also an event going on in Bowling Green, Kentucky this weekend. It's the Ford Fest. So that's where I believe Vaughn is at as well. So splitting up the team.
Yeah, Vaughn's having some fun. Lauren's having some fun.
Yeah.
Ooh, how far back is Scott Farley? There he is. So Scott Farley and Sergio are about 20 seconds, maybe 30 seconds split. It's going to be down to the wire.
But look at Mick Henson in the back. We have him in our sights. He is definitely pushing it. And here we are on board with Mick Henson. I love watching these on cameras. It's really super cool to see how much they're actually, taking a beating out there in this racetrack.
So Scott Farley actually has to pass Sergio and beat him by 30 seconds. So it's about a minute time split between Farley and Pinilios on adjusted time. So we'll see how it all shakes out. But here is John Rance Our physical second, but on adjusted time, it's really close between him and Mick Henson. So we'll have to call this as a physical finish on the second, because on adjusted time, it's going to be down to Mick Henson. We'll see how it all shakes out.
And there's Scott Farley, as we were just talking about.
And look at that. Sergio is right up there. Sergio and John Rance, they've closed the gap as they're passing Doug Langford in this first little wood section. So remember, Scott Farley has to get around Sergio and John Schaefer and pass him and gain 30 seconds. So it's, where are we at right now? This is roughly race mile number 2. So we got 3 miles of racing yet to go for 4th position.
And you know that he knows the time splits, and his team is more than likely telling him. And here we are with John Rance.
So it is a time split of, looks like 35 seconds between John Rance and Mick Henson at the first loop. So it looks like right now it's still Mick Henson by 35 seconds.
And he's definitely picking up his speed on this back section because he wants to make sure he has a bigger gap than what he has right now.
Well, it's going to be a race to the finish. John Rance knows he's got to push hard, but Mick Henson is not cutting him any slack. This is a great race to the finish between Mick Henson, John Rance for second and third, and then for fourth and fifth is Sergio at John Schaefer versus Scott Farley and Littlefoot. There is John Rance, physical second position, but remember this race was on adjusted time, so it's going to be about a minute and a half before we see Mick Henson. It's going to be super close. He's hitting that water hard. Hopefully he doesn't kill the engine. He's slowing down. He may have got the engine wet. Oh, no, he hit the water too hard.
Oh,
so
my
John
goodness.
Rance, holy cow. Dang.
He's just right here.
Yeah, he's 100 yards away from the finish line. What a terrible. So Mick Henson's going to come into the screen because he's coming through the Brannock boulders as we speak. He has to be. And he's going to see John Rance sitting there. Oh, and Sean Rance is back in the pits. Oh, man, what a bummer. Hit the water a little too hard there at the end. Got a little too excited there.
Yes, and that's what I was going to say. This is a perfect example.
Oh, I see it firing. The exhaust is blowing the water around. Hopefully he can grab a gear and go. But there's Mick Henson. He's about got it locked down. So Mick Henson should get second position. As long as Sean Rance can keep moving, he'll get that third spot.
Oh, my
Here's
goodness.
Where
that is a perfect example of why you do not want to take that too fast.
So if this was me, I'd be flagging Mick down and say, hey, tow me across the line. I want that third position. But old Mick Henson's still racing, so he's got to get around John Rance, which he is right now. So Mick Henson just locked down second position. Mick Henson and Disco Derek West. A couple more turns, and they're going to lock it down for second position.
Wow, this has been an amazing race today, but the finish right here, this is an awesome race.
So the checkered flag is flying for Mick Henson right now, second spot.
And here's an instant replay by Rugged, showing how he went through that water just a little too hot.
So Mick Henson just locks down unofficially second position. What a great race it was to the finish. But, hey, John Rance is right there. And there's that little rock section. They cannot push it. Oh, he's back running. No, this is the replay again. Sorry. And he hit that water a little too hard. And the Rugged replay, man, just shows that the engine died. But I thought I saw him have it fired up a moment ago.
Yeah, but, coming on over and getting into that intake. But Mick Henson revving up his engine.
He's over here hitting the rev limiter, letting those squirrels eat.
And here comes Tom Biddle.
Tom Biddle is a lap down, but he will finish his lap. Tom Biddle and Joe Fabrizio splashed by John Rance. John Rance, this could come down to Sergio Pinillos and Scott Farley. This could turn into this is going to be interesting to see how this show shakes up.
And here we have Sergio in our sights right now.
He is at race mile 3.5. How far back is Scott Farley? 20 seconds. Remember, Scott Farley has to pass
Scott
Sergio.
Farley.
So we'll see. Oh, nope, I hear some engine, but that's Tom Biddle finishing a lap down. But, hey, a finish is a finish. So the checkered flag, that should put him in, I'm going to say roughly 6th position. So right now the race is all about John Rance. Is he going to be able to get that Bronco fired up before Sergio and Scott Farley get there? Scott Farley has to pass Sergio and get 30 seconds on it. But is Sergio and John Schaefer going to push too hard? They're having overheating issues. Pam, this is an exciting finish for the 4600 Spider Track stock class.
Yes, it is. And you know that right now Sergio Pinilios is definitely excited. He's probably cheering on John in the car, saying, let's get this done. But how exciting. We do have Lauren Healy right now unofficially in that number 1 spot. Mick Henson in that 2nd position. And then Tom Biddle came in. He was, like you said, a lap down, but he is in that 6th position.
Oh, and they're underneath the front. So, look, I think I see the exhaust spraying down. So, I think it's running. Yeah, you see the middle of the car? You see
yes,
it looks like the water's splashing around. So, to me, that means the engine's running. The exhaust is splashing, but he's saying go, leave me. Oh, if he can go. This is the race right now. If he can keep it running.
He's trying.
Start pushing.
Can you hear us?
Come on, Andrew Anderson. Give him a little push. That's all he needs.
Oh, and you see he fired it up again.
Sucked a little bit too much water in there. Hopefully he can get it going because Sergio Pinilios and
and there he goes.
Scott Foley. Oh, it's running, but not very good. Just keep on going. Grab low gear and dump the clutch. Has a 7-speed manual in that Bronco.
He still has to go through that rock section. I turn right and there's in the rocks.
Yep. Yeah, straight ahead of him. I mean, 20 feet. He's hitting a little bit of rocks. Oh, man, this is going to be a nail biter. Okay, so here's Sergio. And look, Scott Farley is on his heels. Scott Farley does have to pass and gain 30 seconds. And is John Rance going to go? Here's the splash pass. Go around wide, but don't suck any water in the engine. Who's going to hit this Spider Track backsplash harder?
Oh.
It is Scott Farley, full send mode, and Sergio and John play it safe. Is Scott Farley still moving?
Oh, no.
Oh, Sergio and them pull off. This is going to be interesting. Can John Rance?
What is he doing backing up?
What is going on here?
What in the world is going on?
Here's John Rance, slow but surely. So it looks like Scott Farley is going to be either in 4th or 3rd. I'm kind of confused on what's John Schaefer. But he got splashed pretty hard. Can he see where he's going? Heck, I don't know. So Scott Farley's got a little bit. Is he trying to wash some stuff off? No, okay, there he's going. But it looks like Scott Farley just moved into 4th position. How far back is John Rance? John Rance left on the lead lap. He has to beat Scott Farley by 1 minute on adjusted time. It is going to be a nail-biter for 3rd position between John Rance and Scott Farley. John Rance is running on half the cylinder, it sounds like.
And a flat
moving
tire.
at, 4 miles an hour.
And a flat tire.
Flat left front tire. John Rance is running not worth a darn, but pushing strong. He's moving, but not moving very fast. How far back is it going to be for Scott Farley?
Don't show the inside. He has no helmet on.
And he crosses. I'm going to start my unofficial timer. John Rance has to beat him by 1 minute. Can Scott Farley get in here in less than a minute and steal 3rd position from John Rance? And the Bronco is not looking good over there. He definitely put a beating on. All right. Ooh, it's going to be close. I'm at 20 seconds. It really could steal the show from John Rance. We're at 25 seconds. So this really might, again, I am saying this unofficially, but if he can get in here in 30 seconds, he's got 30 seconds, and that time could show up. Scott Farley, is he going to steal this thunder from John Rance? He's got 20 seconds. He's making it around the corner. I think he could do it. There he is.
Here we go.
Full throttle. Can he steal 3rd position? Scott Farley grabs the checkered flag, and I think he steals it away by 10 seconds. Is that correct?
No.
No, I'm off on my timer. I do apologize.
So Scott Farley in that 4th position, but only a minute little bit.
Looks like about 20 seconds off. So my timer was off. I do apologize. But unofficially, 1st place goes to Lauren Healy. Unofficial 2nd goes to Mick Henson. And unofficial 3rd goes to John Rance. And then Scott Farley put on one heck of a show and raced all the way to the finish.
And here we have John Schaefer And Sergio Pinillos, they are back running a little bit faster than they were just a minute ago. I'm not sure why he was doing the whole back up and forward thing a couple times. We'll have to find that out.
I'm going to ask that question.
Yeah, right?
But Sean Schaefer and Sergio Pinillos have a solid top 5 for sure. Fighting overheating issues off and on all day, but hey, he's still pushing through.
And here he comes around the final corner into the finish line.
I am getting an update from Diesel. They were splashing through the Spider Track backsplash trying to cool down the engine.
Oh, goodness.
Thanks, Diesel, for the heads up on that. So that makes a little more sense.
All right, so our top 5 are Lauren Healy unofficially in that number 1 position, Mick Hinson in 2nd, John Rance in 3rd, Scott Farley 4th, Sergio Pinillos in that 5th position. They all completed 7 laps, and we have Tom Biddle in that 6th position, and he completed 6 laps. We have Albert Contreras, who was out on course that we did see. He's going to be getting towed back. He did 3 laps. Josh Adbury, as we were seeing too, still broke down out on course with 3 laps, and Doug Langford in that last position, who did not even complete a lap.
Yeah, he had that steering issue early on. Tough break for them, but thank you everybody for tuning in to the 4600 Spider Track stock class. Here's the Good Boy Vodka 4600 Spider Track stock class results. Unofficial: Lauren Healy 1st, Mick Hinson 2nd, John Rance in 3rd, Scott Farley in 4th, Sergio Pinillos in that 5th spot.
And then we have Tom Biddle in 6th position. And as we saw, Albert Contreras, Josh Adbury, and Doug Langford are out on course. So Tom Biddle rounds out the finishing of the race in that 6th position.
The Ultra4 USA Best Damn Race of the Year, presented by Rugged Race Radios. There's the Good Boy Vodka unofficial results as we have the drone flying through. We've got to dot our I's and cross our T's to make sure everything's right in the computer to hand out some of those awards with Pam. So while we wait for all that to shake out, we're going to step away for just a moment. We'll give away some of those LaserNet awards here in just a little bit.
Connect with the Wild is about off-roading with your buddies. Connect with the Wild is about going to Moab and conquering new challenges that you didn't think were possible. Ultimately, Connect with the Wild is about enjoying the outdoors in your vehicle as best you can. We're treating it like we know it's something special that everyone will remember.
Watching Speed Sport 1, your home for great American grassroots racing. It's time to rumble! Whether you're into sprint cars or stock cars, at the line! Modifieds or midgets, down to the low side, retake the lead! Dirt late models or demolition derby. Oh! Speed Sport 1 has the grassroots action you love. Are you kidding me? Speed Sport 1, the Motorsports Network.
Welcome back to the 2023 Ultra4 USA Best Dam Race of the Year, presented by Rugged Radios. We are on the backside of the Pensacola Dam in the South Grand Lake Race Recreational Area, just outside of Disney and Langley, Oklahoma. We are just wrapping up the 4600 Spider Track stock class, and it was such a great race all the way to the finish. There was drama at the end. Lauren Healy kind of got an early lead, had a commanding lead, and then just some great racing by him. And then it was a battle between Scott Farley, John Rance, and Mick Henson. And John Rance put a hurting on that Bronco engine. Not sure exactly what happened, but it's tired.
I think he took in some water. That is
absolutely.
for sure. But you know what? I have to say that the ending to this race has been the most exciting one I've seen in quite a while, especially in the 4600 stock class. It was exciting down to the wire, literally. I mean, John Rance, like you were just saying, having the engine issue, but he took that just a little too hot, and that's what happened to him, as we have been talking about that all day long. And we've been seeing a lot of our drivers, they have actually been, taking it easy. But look at the drone flying over our water area and part of our track that we're racing. And, Miles, it's just been an amazing day out here.
It's been great. Yeah, we've been out here for over a week making sure the track is set and lined out, and it was some great racing today. This drone's having a little fun flying around.
Yes, having some fun at the end of the day. All right. Chatting with the drivers over here, Miles, and we're going to be waiting here just for a little bit to get the podiums done and out of the way. We do have our driver appreciation dinner that will be going on here in just a moment.
I think it's starting right about now,
yes,
so we need to get this thing wrapped up.
It is.
We just saw John Rance up there.
And I'm going to switch out, Miles. I'm going to go get ready for the podiums here in just a minute, but I'm going to hand off my headset to Mr. John.
So we saw him splash through there at the end, hit the water a little bit too hard. What happened, buddy? This is John Rance, by the way, in that white and red Bronco.
So we had the pick in our ears telling us that Mick Henson could have us. And we needed second to get the Western points. And so I told my co-driver, we're going to hit this water harder than we've hit it yet. And I hit it too fast.
And it was the wrong move, huh?
Sucked enough in that it hydrolocked and threw a rod.
So you finished the race with a blown engine.
Yes.
It was running. I heard it. I mean, it's a four-cylinder, right? Yeah. And it had about two of them running still.
Poor little four-cylinder across the finish line with zero oil pressure and locking up.
Yeah, and then you went across the line, and it was smoking pretty good. Did it lock up again on you, or did you shut it off?
It's seized right
Okay,
there.
it's done.
It made it 20 feet past the checkered flag, and that's it. It welded itself tight.
That's all you needed to get that third position. And I believe that'll put you in second for Western Series?
It should, yep.
Okay.
Yep, that let Lauren take it from us.
Yep, it was pretty interesting to see how that shakes out.
And you know what? If I can thank Lauren Healy while I'm up here.
Absolutely.
A week ago, so I have that Bronco, first of all, because of Lauren Healy. But a week ago, I had no front locker in that thing. The only person that could help me out with parts was Lauren, and he gave me the parts
spares?
to come here and race against him.
Against him.
Yeah.
That's what we always talk about Ultra4 USA is we want to beat you on the track, not in the pits. So everybody's all hands on deck, shipping you some parts so you can get the front end working. And then he went out there and he ran a great race, and you had it so close to the end. Such a bummer.
I blew it in the last half mile.
Well, hey, that racing's racing. That's just part of it.
So now we'll have to find a new engine and see if we can get it out in time for finals.
Yeah, that's interesting because that's a fairly new model, so it's going to be a little tough to find one at a salvage yard or whatnot. So what is your game plan?
I have to start looking.
So get on the horn.
Yep, might be hitting up Lauren here real soon.
Yeah. I mean, maybe give Chad Hunt a holler. He runs a scrap yard out in Indiana.
Okay.
He comes through some stuff. So, yeah, well, so Chad, get on the horn. Try to find a Bronco that's wrecked, and we need an engine for old Mud Nut Racing.
All right, thanks, Miles.
All right, John Rance, congratulations. Tough luck, but thanks for the little update, and what a wonderful, wonderful day it has been. Thanks again for everybody for tuning in. It's been a wonderful day, but we are going to step away and give away some of those trophies here very soon. So while we have a quick break, we'll talk to the winner when we get back, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
AMSOIL runs on freedom and has since 1972. We punish our products firsthand in our world-class laboratories and beyond, because some things can't be learned from a test tube. Run with us.
Lightweight, agile, and strong, the pit bull is perfect for the job. The pit bull is the first and only lift that can be used in the pits and in your garage. Elevate your racing with a Handy.
Welcome back to the best damn race of the year. We are winding down day one of racing, presented by Rugged Radios. We just wrapping up the 4600 Spider Track stock class. We raced UTVs all day. We started out this morning with qualifying all classes. It's been a wonderful day, but we still have one more day to go.
Yes, we do. We will start off our morning like we were talking about earlier with our little tiny tots, the future of our sport. Starting off our day tomorrow. They are the only class that did not qualify today because we obviously, the kids class, we don't qualify them. But we will be doing tomorrow morning with that, and then we'll moving on into our 4500 and our 4800 class at 11 o'clock. And then at 2 o'clock, we will be going into our 4400 Unlimited class. So we are going to have another full day of racing tomorrow, another fun day of racing. We just completed an amazing day of racing out here in Disney, Oklahoma.
We will be recording most of these awards later on this evening, but we do have Erica Allreed running down there trying to catch up with Lauren Healy, so we'll be throwing down to them here in just a moment. But man, what a great race that was. It was a battle. Lauren Healy got the lead early, never looked back, had a tire issue, but only one was able to winch up the Joker Raceline waterfall and just kind of ran his own race. Definitely had some lap traffic, but it was a Lauren Healy show for sure. But man, what a fun race it was there at the end between Mick Henson, John Rance, and Scott Farley. It was absolutely amazing out there. But it sounds like our third member, Erica Allreed, is down there with Lauren Healy. So let's see what she's got to say. Erica, take it away.
Thanks, Miles. Like you said, joining me is our unofficial 4600 winner, Lauren Healy. Lauren, from start to finish, it seemed like you really had everything under control, and from the outside looking in, it looked like a flawless race. So how did you manage that fine line of when to push and when to be conservative to ensure that the truck made it across the finish line and in front?
Yeah, we were kind of getting our butts kicked when we got here pre-running, and so we learned a couple lessons real quick, and I think we also learned lessons last year about what the attrition is in the 4400 cars. I mean, we scattered our engines last year. We knew what this place can do to your car, and while it feels like a little bit of a sprint, it's definitely, you got to take your time and find the right pace and see what everybody else is doing around us. So we jumped out front, wanted to get the waterfall out of the way, right out of the way, just so there's no chance of bottlenecks that could control our race. We just wanted to pop out, winch up it, not mess around, and then let the race come to us and see how it worked out. And I earned one flat tire that was very well deserved. Pushing a little bit too hard. I think we had about a 10-minute lead at that time, and I was like, all right, jump out, change the tire, back off your pace a little bit. We'll pace off everybody else from here on out and just try to keep a decent lead.
Well, Lauren, congratulations. A great showing for you and your team.
Yeah, thank you so much. I mean, I'm so stoked for Ford and for Bronco, and our team. My guys out here absolutely killed it. Jesse did a very good job of keeping me calm today because I haven't been doing very good at that lately. I've been making dumb mistakes. So grateful for everything, and I think that may wrap up the West Coast Championship for our team. So I'm really stoked.
Well, congratulations again, and thank you for the time. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Erica. What a great race it was for the 4600 Spider Track stock class. So now we're going to switch over and give you the tomorrow's race schedule.
Another full day of racing. It's going to be a blast.
And then we'll be giving away the Western Series Awards tomorrow evening. So we'll show you what's going on tomorrow. Be sure to tune in, AOE.TV and Speedsport.tv. Here it is, the best damn race of the year. At 8:45, we'll go live for a 9 o'clock race for the Ultra4 USA Youth. And then at 11 o'clock, we'll be racing the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class and the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. And then at 2 p.m., we will be kicking off the 4400 main event. It's going to be a great one to watch, so be sure to check it out. It's going to be a great show. But it sounds like Erica Allred's down there with Mick Henson, unofficial second. Erica, what's he got to say?
Thanks, Miles. Mick, despite starting in 7th place, you were able to make your way through the pack. So what was it like negotiating all that traffic and chaos all the way to the 2nd place finish?
It was pretty wild. There was a lot of times where it was really tight and I couldn't get around anybody, but we just took our time and played it safe and got around people in the right spots, and that did us right.
Well, a true good drive by you and your team, so congratulations on the 2nd place finish.
Thank you.
Thank you, Erica, and congratulations to Mick Henson. What a great show. Pam, I hope you had fun. I know I had fun.
I definitely had a blast. All of our safety crew, they're all coming in because the course is cold now, as we call it, and tomorrow we're going to start on over. So, Miles, it's going to be fun.
It's been a wonderful day, and tomorrow's going to be another great day. So be sure to tune in, AOE.TV, Speedsport.tv, go on Ultra4 USA Facebook. So thanks again for tuning in to Ultra4 USA for the 2023 Best Damn Race of the Year, presented by Rugged Radios. From the entire broadcast crew from AOD.TV and Speedsport.tv, I am Miles Hasquist alongside Mrs. Pam Hall and Erica Allred. Thank you, and we'll see you tomorrow.